please welcome to the stage the manager, NEXT Valletta.
The Forrest Gump of Malta. It's great to see so many of you guys here today. Welcome to iGaming Next 2022, Defy Tradition, Embrace Innovation. Today, I want to tell you a short story of why the iGaming industry simultaneously has the future ahead of itself, but also need to worry about its possible destruction. But first of all, just a question to the audience here today. Who in the room have seen Todd Haushalter's legendary keynote address from 2019 when he talked about the future of iGaming? Can we see a hands up for those of you who have seen it? Oh, it's a lot of people. Great to see that. Well, for those of you who saw that keynote, you may remember that during Todd's speech, he raised the big question of who could disrupt the iGaming industry. Just like we, the iGaming industry, disrupted the land-based casino industry in the early 2000s. Who could disrupt the iGaming industry? Todd went on to mention Amazon as a possible disruptor and said, this idea should terrify you. The audience laughed. In 2019, it was unthinkable to us that any mainstream brand would dare touch our industry. Today, 3 short years later and 1 pandemic later, we can now start to introspect on Todd's speech from 2019 and clearly see that the prophecy is coming to life. Disney is delving into the world of sports betting. Twitter has said that the platform is perfect for sports betting. The major sports league in the US is supporting the industry. And during iGaming Next New York, just a couple of months ago, Ashley Rodriguez from Business Insider hosted the event. CNBC, Bloomberg, New York Times all attended and reported from that event. Unthinkable just a few short years ago. And yes, Todd was right. Just the other week, news broke that DraftKings have now entered a media partnership with, you guessed it, Amazon. Amazon has entered the game. So it is safe to say that our industry is now going through its next paradigm shift. We are entering the mainstream. But with great power comes great responsibility. If we are to avoid repeating the same mistakes of aggressive marketing and not enough focus on responsible gambling that turned the wider population against the industry in the mid-2010s, an open discussion and collaboration as an industry is the only way for the industry to continue to flourish. And that is why we are here today. We are here to set the roadmap for the future of iGaming. And we are here at a pivotal time. While the industry is flirting with the mainstream, it also faces huge regulatory headwind in Europe, with politicians who would rather score political points than actually protect the players. This trend is a real danger to our industry. A year ago today, we saw a swift regulatory change in policy in the Netherlands that resulted in the most established operators having to exit the market overnight, with our dear friends at Kindred, for example, losing 35% of their profits just like that. And the sad part is, it is often the reputable, established operators with the players' interests at heart that get punished by the regulators, not the actual nefarious operators. The regulators and politicians just can't get it right. But we can't cry over spilled milk. Just like when Rocky fought Ivan Drago in Rocky IV, we have to find a way to win. And during this conference, we want to spur real conversation to spark real change. We want to talk about the latest innovative ideas with open minds. We want professionals to connect and get to know each other and to create new business opportunities. And we are lucky to have some of the most established industry organizations globally supporting our efforts. But most importantly, we are lucky to have all of you, the thought leaders of today and the thought leaders of tomorrow, represented here today. And as long as we keep gathering, as long as we keep meeting, as long as we keep having fun and conduct business with each other, I believe that the best is yet to come. So, from all of us here at iGaming Next, to all of you here in the audience today, have fun, take in the conversations, and network as much as you can with your peers. And we wish you a fantastic conference. Thank you so much.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Pierre, the fastest man in iGaming. You saw him there this morning running to the venue. It was absolutely awesome. I just want to congratulate Pierre, Martin, Rory, and the team from iGaming Next on this stellar event. My name's Oisin Lunny. I'm going to be your MC for the next 2 days here on the main stage in the MCC Valletta. This stunning, beautiful, hundreds of years of history in this venue. And my goodness, have we got an exciting schedule for you lined up. Now, I believe that iGaming Next has surpassed the targets and sold over 2,500 delegate tickets. So we've got people joining us by live stream. We've got a 1,400 capacity right here in the MCC. And we have a all-killer, no-filler schedule for you over the next 2 days. So I just want to give a shout to our amazing headline sponsor, the wonderful people at Bombay. See them in the expo hall a bit later in the day for some nice champagne and some blackjack, I believe. I want to say a big shout to our wonderful keynote partners. You can see their banners here on either side of the stage. Do go down to the expo hall during the breaks and support them. See what new business you can do. See what new technology you can make yourselves aware of. We've got a fantastic team behind the scenes here. Big shout to the good people like David, Joe, Lara, Lua, and Mark who are setting everything up. And we have such a great schedule for you. Please make sure to interact. Please interact with iGaming Next on all of the social media platforms. Share your photographs, share your thoughts. Let's build this buzz and get this industry excited about what's happening here over the next 2 days. All of you, I want to congratulate. You are on the fast track to innovation, the fast track to success, and the fast track to the future. We heard it there from Pierre. This event has been 1 year in the making. Todd predicted a lot of very important things happening, and they are all coming to fruition. Now we're going to look into the future, and you are supercharging your path forward with your peers. So we are going to kick off with a fantastic opening speaker. They say you can tell a lot about somebody from the company they keep, and we are very honored for our first keynote speaker. He's going to deliver a welcome introduction from the ministry. It's a great sign of the high esteem in which iGaming Next is regarded in this beautiful country of Malta. We are so honored to welcome to the stage for the opening introduction. He is the Minister of the Economy, EU Funds and Lands at Malta Parliament. Ladies and gents, please join me in giving a very warm welcome to Silvio Schembri. Thank you. Welcome, Silvio. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you. It's a pleasure. Wow, what an introduction. Thank you, Oisin, and it's an honor for me to be here with you today. When I was entering this building, you could feel the energy, the atmosphere, and the vibe that this, I would say, adventure, this event has brought as well to the island. So once again, well done, Pierre and Martin, for organizing this beautiful event. Good morning to all, and thank you once again for inviting me to address the iGaming NEXT Valletta 2022. It is truly a pleasure for me to witness the launch of another edition of such an inspiring and innovative concept, which over a short span of time has evolved into what is now a premier thought leadership event in Malta's iGaming calendar. This industry is an industry the Maltese government embraced and strived to nurture since its early days. We shall ensure by all means possible that this industry will continue to thrive. But not only. We shall also ascertain that our ecosystem remains solid, fully enabling the sector to sustain its success. And indeed, according as well to my schedule, from visiting to gaming companies, to launches of events tied to gaming and addressing high-profile conferences, and now also iGaming Next, it is indeed a very busy month for the iGaming sector here in Malta. With the gaming industry responsible for thousands of jobs on the island, and now a mainstay of the Maltese economy, these are events which help foster further growth, encourage businesses to embrace a future is now mentality, and just as importantly, continue to reaffirm Malta's standing as the global leading jurisdiction within this sector. As I always say, we want Malta to be your home. We want you to all to be part of our communities, our towns, our villages. Malta's hospitality goes beyond that. It is much more beyond a tagline on the tourism brochure. And to this end, we shall, as we have done consequently in the past, always be available to listen and, to wherever possible, address your concerns. We believe that the iGaming industry in Malta is and will continue to transform our economy. It is therefore in our interest to safeguard such a market, be it gaming, video game industry, or e-sport, such as a matter of fact. Sectors that are forecasted to grow even more rapidly than ever before, and definitely with no signs of slowing down. As a government, we have, since the very beginning, recognized that safeguarding the reputation of the industry is of utmost importance. On account of this, we will work with the industry to launch a reputation management program to further safeguard the interest of this sector. With regard to the upskilling of workers, we have, over the past years, adopted a proactive approach to mitigate the unmet demand of skilled and talented individuals, which emanates from the sectors itself, by creating and owning to the relevant expertise through forward-thinking educational initiatives. We believe that we have achieved a great degree of success towards this end, and Malta can now boast of a more tech-savvy workforce. That said, we cannot rest on our laurels, and obviously there's a lot and always plenty of room for improvement. But we think we are on the right track. The Unity Certification Program for lecturers and students is currently underway at MCAST and the University of Malta. We want to continue to invest in future-proofing the skills for the gaming sector. Today, we also have education programs targeting specifically the iGaming sector, offering level 3 and level 4 diplomas programs together with apprenticeship schemes. And we won't stop here. We will continue to develop existing talents and skills, enabling us to equip talented individuals with the necessary competency which is vital to the success of the well-being of the industry, in a bid to sustain a whole ecosystem. But above all, we intend to remain innovative. And I'd like to mention the fact that a government-backed iGaming council, chaired by Gaming Malta Foundation, is about to be set up. This will serve as a forum which offers high-level guidance and consultation to government stakeholders on policies which directly impact the businesses. The Council will also be tasked with helping build closer relationships between the government and the industry. In conclusion, I can only express my heartfelt commendations to the organizers of such an admirable approach to this visionary event, which brings together the movers and shakers of this young and vibrant industry. And here my pledge remains. Expect more from the government I represent, as we continue to seek ways to safeguard and enhance the iGaming sector, whilst future-proofing the whole sector, for the benefit of the industry itself, but most of all, for the benefit of the Maltese economy. Thank you very much, and I wish you a fruitful event.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Honorable Silvio Schembri, absolutely wonderful. Thank you for everything you do for the industry. As we heard there from the man himself, Malta is a beautiful, historic, and progressive home for the iGaming industry. A true partner with you there every step of the way. Okay, now they do say it's easy to predict the past, but it's difficult to predict the future. True words indeed. In this next keynote panel, some of the most brilliant minds in the industry will try to do the impossible to figure out the future of iGaming with direct, non-ambiguous predictions, right? We're going to hold them to this. So to turn up the heat, these predictions are then going to be revisited during next year's iGaming NEXT Valletta. Now, we heard from Pierre at the introduction about Todd Householder's iconic speech that just laid things out, and it seemed to be very far ahead of the curve. There weren't a lot of people saying the same things. And Pierre mentioned 3 key words in his opening introduction. Todd was right. So it's going to be a real treat to see where Todd is at the moment, and he's invited 2 incredibly brilliant minds to join him on stage. Ladies and gents, please join me in welcoming to the stage a very warm early morning welcome to the Chief Product Officer at the mighty Evolution. Put your hands together for Todd Householder. Thank you.
Good morning, great minds of the iGaming industry. It's pretty cool to think that the future of iGaming is literally being created right now by the people in this room. And the future is what we decide to make it. And that's what we're going to talk about today, is the future. And we're going to try to make some really good predictions. But it's hard. However, I gotta say, some people are just good at predicting the future. Like this guy, who invented telegoggles 50 years before we would know it as VR. Just incredible foresight. That fellow had a magazine. He was popular in sci-fi, and he created a lot of cool concepts. And on the cover of this magazine, you can see not a train, but a train in the sky on a single track. And if you look closely, it says 3 miles a minute on a monorail. And of course, today, they're all over the place. Good foresight. And they predicted even that normal people like us, not astronauts, but just normal people, might someday be able to have their own travel to space. And that just happened as well.
History made. The first all-civilian flight to orbit the Earth has blasted off.
Civilians. Incredible. And it's not easy, though. Not every prediction is spot on. In 2016, it was unthinkable anything other than Hillary Clinton becoming the next president of the United States of America. It was a given. Everybody knew it was going to happen. From 2016 to 2020, she was going to be the next president of the United States. And if anybody tried to predict otherwise, they were laughed at.
Which Republican candidate has the best chance of winning the general election?
Of the declared ones, right now, Donald Trump.
It's not always fun making predictions. Even when you're right, you can be criticized. And who saw coronavirus coming? One person did.
Today, the greatest risk of global catastrophe doesn't look like this. Instead, it looks like this. If anything kills over 10 million people in the next few decades, it's most likely to be a highly infectious virus rather than a war.
Masterful prediction. 5 years before coronavirus hits. But it is hard predicting the future. And it is scary, and you have to be wrong in front of your friends, and that's why nobody does it. That's why you don't see people posting on Facebook where they think the Dow Jones is going to be on December 31st. What they'll do is they'll make predictions to go with the group. So when Bitcoin's rising, everybody will say, yeah, I think it's going to go higher, as long as there's a bunch of people with them. but we think we're really good at making predictions because we're really good at looking at the past, and you kind of think like, oh, well, I knew that was going to happen. And you tell yourself these little lies. I'll make bets on a weekend. I'll bet on 5, 7, 10 teams, and then I'll watch some blowout happening, and I'll say, damn it, I was going to bet on that team. Was I? I bet 7 bets. I didn't bet it. I could have bet it. I didn't bet it. But suddenly I remember history as though I was going to. Of course I wasn't. Headlines everywhere. Earlier this year, Russia's building up the troops on the border, 150,000 people there. And we all look back and say, oh, yes, of course. It was obvious there was going to be an invasion. He had 150,000 people on the border. He's a crazy man. Of course there was going to be an invasion. Really? You knew? Because the capital markets were shocked by it. The ruble plummeted to the dollar and every other major currency. Everybody was shocked by it. But it seems like in hindsight, oh, that was obvious. Everywhere I go, I hear people say, oh, yes, well, Bitcoin, where could it go? It was at 60,000, 65,000. It could only go down from there. Actually, when it was at that rate, everybody was talking about it going to 1 million. But if it's so easy, where is it going to go in 6 months from now? Just tell me. Or we look at stocks and we say, yeah, I was going to buy Tesla, or maybe you did, but then you sold too early. And it's so easy to predict the past. And that's a little trick we do. And I do it too. When I make a new game, I'll say, oh, I knew this one was going to be a hit. I felt so good about it. And I did. It's true. But I also felt great about this dud, which was another one of my inventions. So it happens. But it takes courage to make predictions. It takes guts to get on a stage and draw a line in the sand and say, here's what I think is going to happen. Because you have a lot to lose and not a lot to gain, and it takes guts. And so I'm about to invite 2 gentlemen on the stage that I truly admire. They're young guys, but they're already sort of legends in our industry. The first one is Robin Reed. Robin is a true innovator. He lives on the bleeding edge of technology, and he just loves it. He's involved in every element of taking young companies and accelerating them. He's got over 100 million under management. He is the CEO of happyhour.io. They've acquired some 6 companies, and they're looking to acquire more and more and more. They're all on the bleeding edge, very, very innovative, a true futurist. Robin Reed. Joined by Robin Reed is Tim Heath. Already a legend in our industry. He is the founder of YOLO Group. He's a serial entrepreneur and venture capitalist involved in Web3 technologies, fintech. His company, YOLO Group, they've got some 600 million under management, draws on decades of experience in turning ideas into successful businesses. My friends, please invite a warm welcome to Robin Reed and Tim Heath onto the stage.
Thank you.
Welcome, guys.
Thank you, Todd.
Sidebit City. Sidebit City. It was a good game.
They can't all be winners. Well, guys, we're here to talk about predictions. Would you like to kick it off with anything bold? Open field. Doesn't have to be something you think is going to necessarily happen, but maybe something that's far more likely to happen than anybody really thinks is possible.
I'll go first. There will be a mass exodus from the Curacao gaming license regime because people are scared of what might happen, and they will take preemptive activity to try to move somewhere else to probably a worse jurisdiction, when in fact the Curacao government will put a good regulation in place, which will be a sensible long-term solution.
Curacao, where a lot of the crypto casinos are based right now, a lot of the growth casinos are based there right now, and you see an exodus.
Yeah, there's going to be a new regulation coming through apparently in next March, and I think a lot of people will preemptively move from Curacao and look for their backup plans quickly and go to jurisdictions probably which are worse for customer protection, whereas I believe what Curacao is doing, the world we live in, probably it's a good idea, the new regulations and KYC checks and whatnot, it should be a good regime for people to use. Whether the industry will like Curacao later, who knows? But there are a lot of casinos running within that regulation.
Any natural winners and losers out of that?
The players could be the losers. Winners, I think some will go to Isle of Man, some will go to Kanawaki, some will go to maybe Philippines, some will go to Tuvalu, pick random Pacific nation, Vanuatu, who knows where.
Impressive geography lesson there. Wow, okay, I like it. Robin?
So I have to tell all the investors out there that now you have to take a good look at Todd and see how he reacts to this one, because my prediction is that following a number of bolt-on acquisitions over the last couple of years, Evolution is gearing up to do the big one. And I have an idea of who that could be, and now we're a little bit brain surgeon here in trying to predict things, and this is where it gets tough, and bigger chance of failure than being right. But I think Light & Wonder, they have made their business far less complicated with the sale of the lottery and the sports betting. They're sitting on one of the strongest land-based catalogs in the US. They have a social business with iGames. They have a PAM. They are doing about 200 million per quarter in EBITDA, about the same as Evolution. They have about 25% market share in the US, the same as Evolution. They are worth an enterprise value of about 7-8 billion these days, while Evolution has an enterprise value of about 19-20 billion. So by default, they could make sense. Evolution on their end could fortify their position sort of against the vertical integration we're seeing in the US market, against the challengers that is coming left, right, and center in the live casino space. And it could open up a plethora of new opportunity. You have a company that is now obsessed with execution, have the best management in the industry in that regard. In-house control is important. However, with iGames, you have a more open philosophy with the developer studios. With obviously Light & Wonder, you have the open game system that can tie into a larger ecosystem. As we're transitioning from Web 2 to Web 3, we need to be more open-minded, as there will be a lot of disruption, and this could get tentacles from Evolution into various communities and pick up their signals. So I think it makes complete sense, and let's see if it happens.
Wow, that one's a little close to home. Nice. I'll stay out, Tim. Any thoughts on this one?
Do you think Evolution will buy Light & Wonder, or the other way around?
I think Evolution, look, the share price will bounce back, and they're free of debt, they're highly profitable, their slots are on track. Once, obviously the one-stop shop now over the next 6, 7, 8 months will come together, and I think the company will be operationally ready to do a major acquisition, and I think it's time to write the next chapter in the Evolution history. Whether it be Light & Wonder, I don't know, I just think it makes complete sense.
So you mean Aristocrat won't buy Evolution?
No, I would be surprised if that one happened. Obviously, the caveat of Light & Wonder is your land-based business, and I wouldn't want to be a lawyer in either company if it happens, but yeah.
No comment?
What do you think, Todd?
I think it's fascinating, and I love that we kick off a session on predictions with two bold, big things. You got everybody talking the rest of the show now if we just stop right here, I think. So I got a question, though. Like, okay, it's 2022. When we're in 2030 and we're looking back on 2022, how will we define, like, this moment in time? Like, it's not the transition to the phone era or you know, like what is this moment in time when we have the clarity of hindsight?
How Twitch controlled an industry.
Wow.
And how the industry is now, well, Twitch is fighting back, obviously. But if you think through it, there's been a lot of Twitch streamers going out there, and they play certain games on the supply side, buy certain B2Cs on the operator side, and people follow them, and things like live spins coming in there as well. But they have the ability with those hyper bonus buys, which are just sick, by the way, and should be turned off for the protection of the players.
Hundreds of thousands on one bonus buy.
Which is ridiculous.
Yeah.
But that has influenced an industry to grow certain suppliers and certain B2C operators in a different tangent to what normal growth looks like. And the influence certain sites can have over an industry in that regard is just amazing and scary at the same time. So it's the age of the Twitch streamer and their influence on shaping an industry.
Feels like they're flying a little bit close to the sun at this second in time, huh?
Yes, they are. But I think the gaming industry always has to fly a little bit close to the sun, because if you don't, you'll go stale.
So what about that? I mean, Twitch has made the news recently. They've sort of, kind of banned streaming. They specifically called out Stake and Roulette and a few others, and they're taking a pretty aggressive stance. They took an earlier step kind of here, and now they're stepping it up and getting much more aggressive. What's the future look like there? What's going on? Does YouTube follow suit? In 5 years, is there basically just going to be streamers streaming from New Jersey to New Jersey? Or like, where does it go?
Or do people find other platforms? Is TikTok becoming the new streaming playground where it's a 30-second clip of a big win becomes, as opposed to an 8-hour stream going on? I mean, if you look at Indian Instagram stories, it's all players on there playing their 30-second streams going through, trying again to influence players what's going to happen. I don't think just Twitch turning it off. They will go to a different platform. They will build their own platforms. But there is an appetite from the players to watch the potential of the big win. And I think that's what draws in the endorphins of a player, of seeing others win or play and enjoy and thinking, I could be doing that. And that's what brings people to it. The Vetta tamed it correctly. If we go back years where it was the top 10 poker sites, the top 10 casino sites, the top 10 list on SEO, or Black Hat PPC, the call to action wasn't there. It was the call to action of a bonus, which got nearly mucked up and people were taking advantage of that financial incentive. Now you're seeing real people. Why do people gamble? Because they want the thrill of making $1 to 10,000, win the chicken lotto. Now, if you can watch your star on Twitch doing that, that's a hugely sort of endorphinic approach to it all that becomes good watching content, and people enjoy watching this content.
I grew up watching game shows on TV,
yeah.
And the more money you're giving away, the more viewers you get.
Price is right.
You know, yeah, the final one at the end of the season, they might give away $1 million, and that was the big thing. Money, watching people win money is exciting.
And the near miss. The near miss is exciting.
Yeah, the agony of the it could have been. Those are some of the best.
Look, there was 2 news coming out, Todd. One was that they were banning certain sites and remote license sites, but the other news was that they were allowing license sites. That was not a given. This is a company owned by Amazon with a large underage population on the platform, and nevertheless they sort of endorse the future being licensed. So I think that says a lot about the future for Twitch. Now, I agree, there will be another platform, and we got that platform. It's called Livespins, and it's doing phenomenal. And I'll talk a bit more about it later, I think. But we've had it live on a couple of sites now, and it is outperforming Crazy Time by a factor of 2 in terms of bets and so forth on the same amount of players, now both being sort of a thumbnail in the lobby. So I find it highly interesting. If you look at social in casino as a whole, it's a space that is definitely going to disrupt online. Now, think about sort of core human behaviors. You mentioned endorphin and these things. If you look at the behavioral scientists, they would say that there is 2 things that really shapes you, and that is the conflict between authenticity and attachment. In a conflict of authenticity and attachment, then attachment always wins. You know, what is authenticity? It's your identity, it's yourself, it's who you believe you are. What is attachment? It's your friends, it's your hometown, it's what the popular guy next to you is saying. Now, what we tend to do is that we tend to follow attachment more than authenticity. Now, when I was young, when I was, 12, 13 years old, and going to school and playing SimCity and Railroad Tycoon, I wasn't very popular. I came to class and barely anybody had heard about me. But later on, we got IRC, we got, esports, we got communities around the games, and so forth. Now, casino is lagging far behind, but what Twitch has shown is that we need that attachment, we need that social space. Even you might sit and play a single-player slot, You need to be able to log on somewhere and have a window next to you where there is something going on, where there is other people. Now, my message to the industry is that we need to take control over that space. We can't rely on mainstream media. We can't rely on the Facebooks, on the Amazons, and these people. We need to produce that offering ourselves. We need to create a positive context and environment around our product, and that's one of the ideas we're working on.
But then that begs the question, is that what the metaverse should be for? Is that what we can control the entertainment channel, that people can go into a space of which we control, or someone controls, and we can have the streamers on a screen like this doing what they need to do. We could be in a metaverse right now, and people could hang out there. I don't know, watching a Twitch stream, I find it quite a mindless activity, which sometimes I want to stop my mind going and watch a Twitch stream and enjoy it. So maybe that's where Web3, or that's where metaverse works, that you put yourself in that environment and you enjoy that mindless sort of entertainment.
If you're an operator of a casino, do you think it's good value to pay streamers?
I don't, but I can tell you a number of people who do.
Oh yeah, they're out there.
And they overspend too.
I'm one of them. I think it is great value. I mean, they don't only bring you sort of acquisition and reach and all of that. They build engagement. They build affinity and loyalty.
I'm not saying it's not great. I think it's very much a great thing, but you asked if it's good value. I don't think it's good value because of the price streamers are charging at the moment.
Some of the numbers you hear being thrown around are incredible.
Yeah.
And I don't know how those numbers work. They get $1 million a month, but then they have to gamble it through a few times. I don't know what the deals are, but they're incredible numbers. So it's not cheap to get big streamers.
But then isn't that an opportunity for Evolution to start putting those streamers behind the games which you're offering in the first place and then control that environment as well?
Fast forward 5 years. Who are going to be the big companies in the industry that we're all talking about? At this event, on this stage in 5 years, maybe a company we know who's going to be in a big, strong, dominant position, and maybe a surprise company that we're not really talking about right now, or isn't yet quite in the industry. When you look out 5 years, who's in dominant positions?
I'll take one, Todd, and we are talking about them, but not adequately, and they're called Aristocrat, and they're going to come online late, but with a vengeance. They have the strongest content catalog. They've been an innovator in the land-based space for a number of years, and you just saw them acquiring Rockstar Gaming to get an RGS the other day. And when that catalog comes online and that budget comes online, then we will see a massive shake-up. Now, we in the online industry, we tend to look at these companies as dinosaurs. I know people within that management, and they're not dinosaurs. I would rather say that most of the people in this room, compared to a couple of those guys, are dinosaurs. They're really technically strong, they're really pro-efficient, they have shown that they can innovate, they have an incredible brand, they have an incredible reach. When those guys are moving online now with acquisitions, with organic development, it's going to really shake up the space over the next few years.
My one from a company people would know but will be bigger is Caliente in Mexico, and it won't just be what they're doing in Mexico, it will be how they attack the Hispanic population in America. Because I think everybody in America is going after a certain genre of player, and no one's really looking at how diverse the cultural makeup of America is and going after that one properly. So that would be one I think will be a dominant player in the American market in time to come if they decide to enter the American market. But they're well poised.
Interesting. Interesting. Yeah, Aristocrat, a lot of people don't know, they have a massive social business. So they've been cutting their teeth in online in a different arena for many years. And they're and as you said, they've got the content. So it'll be very interesting to see them come into the space.
But a question on their old content. So when Novomatic came to play with Book of Ra, if you were a youngster growing up in Germany, you'd play that in the petrol station, you'd play that at the gaming hall, the slot halls, and then the transition to online was very easy. Playing Aristocrat content in Crown Casino 15, 20 years ago, would everyone playing now play that content, considering where the content's moved on and how it's now changed so dynamically? No Limit City, for instance, doing crazy, amazing games. Is that so far different to what Aristocrat's old content used to be? Will it actually shift online well?
Yeah, let's take the other side. The winners of online travel aren't hotel companies. It's Expedia and Hotels.com and booking sites. The winner of online retail isn't Walmart, it's Amazon. They've always, and the current winners of online are all pure play online companies. There's no evidence that land-based companies shoot in and get to dominate. So why is Aristocrat going to be different?
Because they have also, like you mentioned, the social casual business, which is incredibly innovative, where they have an enormous database and where they have been sort of not learning only to do the front office, the product and so forth, but also how to do the back office for many years. And I think the content is so strong that as soon as it goes online, we shouldn't. So I believe in millennials, I believe in the next generation, I believe the content is changing, all of those things. That's what some of these companies that Happy Hour is investing into is doing. But we shouldn't overstate it. It's not going to change entirely tomorrow. There is a large number of players worldwide out there that knows this content, that's played it for a long time, that's going to look for it online. You know, the Book of Ra knowledge is interesting. I saw one of the companies here from Malta, an old friend of mine, Las Rantala Wilds, they launched into Germany after getting the license the other day, and they sent out a letter to all their players explaining why this was good. Read that email in the second paragraph, and this is an innovative company. They wrote, Book of Ra is that back. You know, so we need to balance the legacy versus the future, and I think that company is in prime position to do that.
Let's stay on Aristocrat for a minute, because they are one of the 5 biggest market cap companies in the industry, and they tried to buy Playtech, and it didn't happen, and so they've certainly got a big appetite. Is anybody? Well, what happens to Playtech? How about that?
Pass.
I'll leave that one for Tim.
Pass.
A double pass?
Playtech will always find their place in the market. They're a smart bunch of people, there's no doubt about it. They may not lead the market like they led Asia 10, 15 years ago, but they will, from what I read, they're doing well in Italy and certain regulated markets, I think Mexico as well. I think they'll continue to have good bottom line profits, and they'll continue to aggressively pick up what they can and control certain parts of the market. There's no doubt they'll come out well. Whether they'll be the most innovative company in the world over the next 5 years, probably not, but they won't be disappearing, I don't believe.
Well, I compete against Playtech at Evolution, and I look at them, I think they're doing wonderful stuff. I think Edo is going to be speaking at this event here, and I think they're contributing wonderful new games to the industry. I like them a lot. I think it's cool. It's an exciting story, you know. This Australian group comes to buy them, and then this Asian group buys 25% of the stock, and they block the deal, and it's just sitting out there, and I wonder what'll happen there. But it's an interesting saga.
The question I've got about Aristocrat, obviously, Double Down, or which is their social one, or Playtech, one of them, I can't remember, but it's an amazing social content casinos, how only 2% of the people contribute money and 0.2% actually generate big revenues for a company. And they do so much work on the user interface of the slot game to have the right call to action, to do the retention of playing that game. Why has that approach never come across to the real money gaming industry? When you've got Double Down making 600 million and whatnot, the people working in that social gaming space, why are they not bringing the techniques across to real money gaming?
This is a huge question, and everybody talks about it. Everybody has an opinion. Can you, if you bought a social casino, how well do you think you could convert those players over to real money? Are they just different player sets? Is there a small sliver of people in there? Are they all going to convert because it's just pent-up demand and it's an alternative to real money?
I think it comes down to why do people play slots in the first place? And are you doing it to turn your brain off and have half an hour of mindless fun? Or are you trying to actually hit that big jackpot and trying to make money out of slots? I think it must be a different type of thought process going through the different players. I don't think they cross over.
I think I disagree. I think they would. Maybe not in the. It's not like you're going to convert 50 or 100% of them, but you can convert good. Look at a company called Chumba Casino, a sweepstake. Take a look
They're
at
not
that one.
social. They're not social casinos. They're sweepstake casinos.
Their expression looks so much up in the same street. The form factor is the visual identity is so much up in the same street. And okay, there is lacking some level of gamification in these things, which I think is not as important as people are giving it credit for in the real money space. But the expression, the feel, the atmosphere, the ambience when you're in there is very much up in the same street. And I think the audience is overlapping as well.
So then, would that then suggest that, would you go so far as to say that, I mean, a lot of those companies are trading at pretty low multiples right now. Should big online operators snap them up and then take their 100 million players and just sort of work on the conversions? I guess a lot of the players are in America. As increasingly more states come online, you can move them over.
But is that Aristocats play when they finally launch their B2C operation and then they can cross their players over from one to the other?
I would love to have their database, and but no, I think they should acquire it. I mean, I think they should continue growing that business as it is and continue to be more successful. If you look at the growth of those social casinos over the last 10 years, it is insane. And
so
it's not stopping.
DraftKings, Flutter, they should go and buy social casinos.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And then they should utilize the data and the database as well as they can, but they shouldn't do it for the purpose of cross-converting players from one product that they're happy with into another one. They should perhaps enrich their universe by exposing them to another one while continuing to develop what they're good at well.
But aren't we missing the important fact? Maybe these social casinos don't want to get into real money gaming because they're making enough money in social gaming in the first place.
True.
Maybe we as real money gamers should be going to the social space.
True.
But the industry's too lazy to go and think about doing that.
I love reversing the question like that. So, you know, we see a lot of land-based companies nowadays. MGM bought Leo Vegas. You know, they're all kind of getting their feet wet by buying smallish online casinos. Is anybody going to do the move where Amazon buys Whole Foods, where the online company goes into land-based?
In America, no, because I think it's too well established on a land-based structure. I don't think, I don't know, can someone go and buy MGM? Can Entain buy MGM? Can DraftKings buy MGM? Would they know how to run a land-based operation? I think the land-based are trying to work out how they go online, and that's the one-way traffic at the moment.
But there is a value proposition in sort of sitting across the omnichannel and the value chain, and I wouldn't be surprised if a company like Evolution one day did something in that space, just to sit on the entire customer journey. But I don't think they will buy in that MGM type, or an MGM type operator, or Las Vegas Sands, but perhaps something smaller would make sense.
In New York, I had mentioned, I thought that the winners of the future in America online gaming, they're going to just be kind of everywhere. And if you kind of connect those dots, I think a cool acquisition would be for, like, doesn't know, DraftKings, Flutter, MGM, to buy like Buffalo Wild Wings or something like that. And they just turned those all into a giant way of advertising their apps and converting people. So we've talked a little bit about who the winners are going to be. Maybe you don't want to mention people by name, or maybe you do. But who's in trouble right now?
Europe.
It's a big place.
I don't see where the growth is in Europe. I think there should be a single European Union gaming license, full stop. And I think America's going down that line with their sort of state-by-state license as well. And if there's not going to be a single license, there should be a single framework of how to be regulated in Europe. So operators, suppliers, B2Cs can build a framework and then apply for a license and operate in multiple jurisdictions. But if the goalposts are so different in every country, then how can you run a good, innovative product which has got the player at the centre of the universe when you've got 3 floors of compliance trying to deal with everything? So I think Europe's really struggling, and I don't see where the growth will come from over the next 5 years.
Every subscale operator that is in a license-regulated fiat market will be a loser over the coming years, and they will ultimately have to sell, or they will be out of business unless they pivot. And that's the harsh truth due to how the regulation has unfolded.
Wow.
Yeah. And everyone will run around saying, oh, well, hang on, Latin America is great. Africa is going to be amazing. Japan's going to be fantastic. So let's go there. But they're so culturally different from the mindset we employ, or we have here in Europe, that trying to enter those markets will be incredibly difficult, and it's the localised operators who will ultimately win in those markets. I was telling Robin before, there's a company in India, Sky 24/7, from the Sky and Diamond Exchange. They're so far biggest player in the Indian market that no one really knows about in Malta or in Europe. But they do their own things and they're happy with the way they're doing things, that people don't even realise there's big operators out there, or Sportybet in Africa, that it's just unknown, because trying to take this European or the mindset into those countries, it's very, very difficult to execute.
Why is it so hard? I mean, I've got a URL. I can go and just pay Google, come up #1 in a region, translate my site, support their currency. Why is it so difficult?
I think getting someone in the door on the site is one thing, and yes, when you pay Google, you'll have multiple credit cards for your black hat at PPC. But once they're in there, how do you retain the customer and appeal to the customer to give them a good experience that they'll want to come back and be retained by that site? And I think that's where that retention aspect of speaking the right lingo to a site is incredibly difficult. You could say, well, hang on, we can go and get a group of people in Malta, in Estonia, in Marbella, wherever else, to be that country management. But trying to find the way to really understand and operate in the market and speak the right tongue, you've got to be very culturally sensitive.
Yeah, I agree. It's like a million fine subtleties that if you don't know, you don't know. It's very difficult.
But if you look at even Baccarat, the Chinese Baccarat is very different to Japanese Baccarat as well. One doesn't like square corners, one doesn't like round corners. And how do you know the right way to do this? Different parts of Korea or India, it's going to be very different types of way of presenting the game.
I always like likening gaming to music. So like, it's hard to make a hit slot, just like it's hard to make a hit song. And I think that's sort of the same. It's hard enough to make a hit song in your own native language. To go into another country and make a hit song is nearly impossible.
But
Good analogy.
A question for Robin. If you were to launch a new B2C site in Europe, which jurisdiction would you go to first?
In Europe, I would go regulated. I think I would go to, I learned an expression the other day, the pigs country, Portugal, Italy, Greece, and Spain. I would have looked at that region.
And pick up 4 licenses to operate within them all.
Which also require a massive budget.
So does this mean it's pricing out new entrants to the market?
Yes, absolutely. If you look at all the deltas between various, technology, marketing, and so forth, I mean, the scale you need to operate at in order to be successful these days is enormous. So if in Europe, I would go for those countries, perhaps some Eastern European countries, and I would need a massive budget.
I think our industry's biggest company is Las Vegas Sands. Absent in online. Sheldon Adelson was sort of famously anti-online gaming, and he's passed away, and the new administration has sort of shown maybe they're more open to it. Predictions. Sands.
They have been active in M&A space. They've been investing into companies. I really like one, streamlayer.io. They've done another sort of micro-betting site as well that I think is interesting. I don't remember the name. I think they are dipping their feet before they're getting ready to dive in. They will have to make a move. Macau, you probably know more than me, Todd, but, or Tim, I don't think it will recover to the same state it ever was. And even if it does, will it continue to grow and be the foundation of a business? So they will have to make a move online. Online is the future. They're testing the waters now, and they will come in big.
Disagree? ABC, the Asian Baccarat company, they don't need to do anything different. Singapore's obviously smashing. Macau's a trouble for them. Sands need to open up in Dubai. And they will open up a land base in Dubai, and they will smash it, and Dubai will become the home of international land-based gaming within the next 5 to 10 years.
Wow. But the interesting one is then what's next? So you have these multi-billion projects, and
you protect it. That's what you do. You don't innovate anymore. You protect it.
Yeah, but which other regions are you going to go to? You're not going to invest a multi-billion property into Russia at the moment, are you? Where in Latin America? Where in the United States? Where in Africa? Where in
Japan, obviously, for an integrated resort. resort. Dubai for an integrated resort.
Yeah. That gives you 2 countries. So then in a 20-year perspective, 30-year perspective, where do you go? They have to go online.
But they had 3 main countries, in top, you know all this, but as I understand, Las Vegas, Macau, Singapore. And that's what they did. And they didn't need to do anything else.
We'll see.
Well, they can certainly make a gangster move. They can buy just about anybody.
Yes.
And if stock prices go the wrong way, then they can always wake up and change their mind.
What does it take for them to change their mind and their approach? Like, what triggers those land-based big behemoths to go and venture into the unknown of the online streaming world?
I think bankers come into their office and they say, listen, your stock is under pressure. You've got to make a move. You, Mr. CEO, you're going to be out of a job if you don't do something. And I've got just the company for you to buy. And they put this pressure on you. And you know, they sit around and they weave up what a great idea it is. And the hard things, they tell themselves it's going to be easier.
I mean, it might not be the last time we have a pandemic either, right? So it's not so awesome to only be land-based. And if your founder dies, then...
It's a lot easier to shut the world down the second time than the first time, right? We got about a minute left here. Who would you be buying stock in right now?
Evolution Gaming. No, but look at it. I talked a little bit about it earlier. I mean, one-stop shop, you're making headway. You have done bolt-on acquisitions. You have consolidated them well. Bottom line is healthy as ever. The last report was strong. The share price has dipped. You know, the CEO increases. I think he bought 10 million euro worth of shares, you told me the other day when we had lunch, Todd, and I don't know, of a net value of 60 million in his life or something. I mean, he's all in, and so are you and the rest of the company. So, I mean, the share price has dipped. It's only really sort of macroeconomics that can bring it down further, in my opinion. It has to be a good buy.
Tim?
Ethereum. No, that's not on the NASDAQ.
You want to put a future price on Ethereum or Bitcoin?
Yeah, in a year, Ethereum will be $5,000.
And Bitcoin?
It will follow, Ethereum will follow Bitcoin. I don't know, I just want the price to be stable so people can gamble more confidently, but they all move into USDT anyway. I like bet makers in Australia. They're obviously moving into the American market with horse racing. There's a smart bunch of people behind them. The share price is depressed, a bit like Evolution at the moment, and I think they're both good buys. But as always, a diversified portfolio is the way to go.
Phenomenal, guys. Thank you so much. Let's give it up.
All right. Very good. Thank you again.
Cheers.
Good choice. Thank you, Todd.
Thanks, guys.
That's fun. Which shares are you going to buy, Todd?
Hello, hello. Wasn't that fantastic? Thank you so much to Todd, Tim, and Robin there for unveiling some considerable crystal balls and looking right into the future. We will be coming back to those predictions on this stage next year. Absolutely fascinating stuff from Michael, Content, Curacao, Twitch, Attachment, and buy shares in Evolution Gaming. Absolutely brilliant. Okay, I just want to mention that this morning we are going to break into 3 side tracks. They are going to take place from 11:45. We've got Meta next. We've got DNI in cooperation with Betson, and we've got In Focus, where we have a deep dive into some of the most important issues in the industry. That's going to be kicking off on level 1. Go up to the back of the room and to the left. Ask a member of staff if you want to find the way. It's going to be worth your while. Okay, we are going to move on to one of the most fascinating and pertinent topics in the entire industry of iGaming. Of course, I'm talking about the US market. Our next fireside chat is going to explore, is it cutthroat or a continuing growth opportunity? Now, of course, as the global economy is set to slide and the talk of VC firms becoming more diligent, can the US market maintain its bullish rise? Will the influx of competition across the US mean greater focus on technological efficiencies and increased focus on the customer community? We are very honored to have two brilliant minds. They're going to be discussing this in a fireside chat for you right now. Ladies and gentlemen, I want you to give a huge round of applause for our two crystal ballers who are going to look into what's happening in the US. Please welcome to the stage the co-founder of RB Capital, Julian Buhajar, and the founder, CEO, investor, and CIO of Waterhouse VC, Tom Waterhouse. A big round of applause, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Tom.
Julian.
Great to see you.
Good to see you too.
Quick intro to Tom for people who don't know him. Tom used to have Australia's largest on-course bookmaker, and in 2010, he launched an online wagering company, right? If you were in the affiliate business about 10 years ago, you would see this, right? Because the amount of acquisitions, the amount of retentions, but especially the amount of FTDs in Australia was insane at a time when the market was really, really growing. 4 years later, William Hill acquired TomWaterhouse.com and made Tom the CEO of William Hill Australia, right? Spent some time there. And then Tom, about 3 years ago, right, started his own VC, where he's now the CIO, or Chief Investment Officer. Tom, good to have you here.
Good to have you. Good to be here.
So today we're going to have a chat about the US, right? The US is something which actually, especially in the last few days, has been quite topical for three reasons. One, as you're probably aware, the currency markets have collapsed, right? Other than the US dollar is very strong, right? So if you're on one side, it's a good thing. If you're on the other side, it's not so good. But secondly, there's a lot of things happening around specific gaming share prices in the US, right? And from an investor's perspective, it's almost a very interesting crossroads. And it'd be good to get the perspective of a US-facing VC, such as Waterhouse VC, about where things are.
Look, as you mentioned, I came from being an on-course bookmaker and then ran William Hill Australia. My expertise was not being an investor. My expertise was understanding being the betting ecosystem and running one of these corporates. And the wrinkle that I saw is that it was very easy for an analyst to understand whether MGM, Caesars, DraftKings, Flutter, what valuation they should be. They could have an understanding about the lines of the P&L. They could also have probably a good understanding, a better understanding than me in the macro environment. But what they couldn't get is understanding these technology companies that integrate into the likes of William Hill, Ladbrokes, DraftKings, etc. And so our focus has really been having our tech team going and looking at technology. Is the technology good? Can the technology go from having 2 customers to 20 customers? And is the technology needed in a new market such as America? And so I constantly see all these macro themes, but I have no knowledge of how to assess a macro environment. Or these large companies, I can say, oh, look, I think Flutter's great value because they've got scale, they've got operational leverage, and they've got a great team of people of the dozen I've met. But I don't really know, compared to anyone else in the industry, whether that is a buy. You know, over the next 10 years, can I see Flutter being dominant in the US? Definitely, but I wouldn't want to back. I've got no edge. I've got no specific insight than everyone else in the audience. But what we do have, and especially because of our technology team, is finding great technology that we want to back and that we think that we can help expand from having a few customers to a lot of customers. I guess from my point of view, I'm always interested in what you think in terms of the macro environment, because you have that more broader outlook of what the market is doing. What are your thoughts on?
It's an interesting point. The fundamental difference between a VC that invests in private-based businesses compared to the VC that invests in public-based businesses is, as a private VC, you try to look for the edge. You try to look for what is known as the unfair advantage. Can I acquire a business or invest heavily in a business that's apparently going to be acquired by a major player? Do they have a cheaper way of acquiring players? And I think the way the US market in particular is shaping, from a private perspective, is slightly worrisome. Why? Because we're seeing all these inflated costs of acquisitions, right? And they're going up higher and higher. And we don't know at which point the top will be called. What we do know is there's going to be consolidation some point next year, right? This is when the DraftKings of this world, right, will announce Q2, Q3 results that clearly show that this growth is unsustainable because it comes at a bottom cost. So whereas for a private-based VC, it doesn't make sense to take significant positions in this. And we heard this just from the panel just over here. But I think from a small startup perspective, instead of looking at the operators, you look at what powers the operators. And that's where things become really interesting, like database companies, right? Companies providing sports feeds. And I think that's where the opportunity lies for non-publicly traded assets, if that makes sense.
Agree. You're right. This is sorry, cutting out. It might be my. This is what I learned from bookmaking point of view, is that you've got to have an edge. If you're going to win betting, you have to have an edge over the market, and then you have to make sure that when you have an edge, you can bet heavily. And that's what we try and do with our investments. Is we make a small investment in a lot of technology providers, and then we have option upside. So if we can get a deal to come off, then if we can get a deal to come off, then we're able to convert the options. And that my grandfather always used to say to me, he was a huge bookie back in the 60s. He used to say, well, look, you've got to limit your losses and unlimit your wins. And that's sort of what we try and do, is have very focused, smaller investments, and then when we get a winner, have optionality in that company that we can increase the stake significantly.
So it does reach another question. You've obviously been exposed a lot to the Australian market. What parallels or contrasts are you seeing with the US market right now, right? I would say the US market's about 10 years behind us when you really think about it. But it'd be good to get your insights on this.
Look, the Australian market up until 2 years ago, I would have said, well, look, it's US market's playing out, scale so important, tax, regulation, all increase over time, and those that have those that operational leverage have huge advantages. The US has been a lot quicker in terms of operators being on the front foot in terms of regulation and like customer protection and all this sort of stuff. I think compared to Australia, we lagged quite a bit. But the thing that's interesting in the Australian market is that, and I didn't see this coming, is that there's now a long tail of smaller operators that are very successful in the Australian market. And that franchise, like a McDonald's franchise model, the technology's got a lot cheaper to roll out in Australia, so you don't need $50 million technology budget to have a good platform. And you've got lots of ex-sole trader bookmakers that are starting up bookmaking operations, and we've gone from having where you'd say, oh, look, there's half a dozen good operators in Australia you can bet with, to now there's 100.
Yeah.
And whether because of the licensing that plays out in America, I think that's a different story, but it may play out in the UK more so. I'm surprised with some of these smaller operators buying up shop fronts, the old estates of William Hill and Paddy Power, and they're building successful, very profitable operations. So I think that theme of scale is playing out in that everyone wants to have scale in the US, but I think this, the difference is the long tail may not play out, but what may play out as winner is if they come up with a unique proposition or unique target market, and Ladbrokes Entain proved that in Australia. They came in subscale, and they came up with a way to deliver technology quickly and in a unique way, and they became a top 3 player. It was a very impressive strategy and execution.
Do you think it's sustainable?
It's sustainable in terms of in terms of not being scale and being in the market.
Yeah.
I think it just depends on what your desire is. I think if you view it as being, I'm going to be very nimble and find a way to make profits each year, you can have a very good profitable business being subscale.
Yeah.
But if you're, I'm going to be a dominant listed global company, no, I think you're in regulated white markets, which scale is ultra important.
I think that makes sense. So one asset in particular, which we're seeing growing a lot, which is about to enter the US, is an Australian operator called Dabble. They only started about, 8 months ago, right? They've cornered the market in Australia in terms of downloads. They want to enter the US through regulated territories. But they target a very specific generation. They don't target the old punter, right, that actually sits in a pub with a betting slip. They target the millennials and the Gen Zs, who effectively just use Discord and Telegram to communicate on. Is this the wave of investment in sportsbooks in the US?
Look, I think that social interaction, they've changed the game. You know, like, if they pitched that to me 4 years ago, I would have gone, oh, I don't know, I don't think that can work. But I see with, we have a subscription tipping business in Australia, and I see on that the social interaction and the banter that happens day in, day out, there's so much stickiness compared to a traditional sports book because they're part of that community. They've bought into it. They are talking with like-for-like individuals that live and breathe what they're doing. And Dabble, you're right, what Dabble has achieved in a mature market is incredible in Australia, and I think that is a blueprint of what can be replicated, or for them to just take over of that niche in the US. And I think you're seeing the large-scale operators have tried to replicate certain aspects of it, but it's very hard in these legacy platforms to fully integrate that social interaction. And yeah, I think you're always learning, aren't you? And that's why. I wouldn't have picked this 4 years, but you've got to keep your ear to the ground. You've got to come to conferences like this. You've got to go and meet people in the industry and see what's new and growing. Otherwise, you have this mindset that's stagnant.
Yes. And I think that's never more true with the US market in particular, especially now. It does lead to an interesting question. B2B or B2C in the US? Which do you think is more lucrative at the moment?
So we only focus on B2B, and the reason why we focus on B2B is firstly, I've got no edge understanding the P&L of a B2C.
Right.
The taxing and regulation is a concern. And also, I think we've got a unique insight in that technology. Having run William Hill, we had 300 products on the roadmap, and I realized how hard it was to get into the technology roadmap. We had 170 developers in Sydney and another 100 in the Philippines, and we couldn't roll out enough product to keep that roadmap from coming down. And so I understand how hard it is to get into these ecosystems, and our technology team is very good at understanding what products will work and what are easy to integrate. So for me, I only focus on B2B. I think that's where there's massive growth if you can understand that a business is... If a business has got 2 contracts, it's very hard to put a true valuation on their current revenue.
Yeah.
But if you think they can get 30 contracts, you can get very comfortable with current valuation. And so for me, there's plenty of money to be made if you've got a unique edge in B2C.
But then it's just trying to pick a lottery, right? Is the problem. You don't know which operator has an edge. So best example is DraftKings, right? We all thought, right, a year ago, DraftKings had the edge, right? Share price was going up, quarterly reports, right? Until somebody decided to do the calculation of lifetime value on acquisition costs, right?
Yep.
So the ratio started to imbalance. Then you compare FanDuel, right? FanDuel numbers are incredible, right? But they're being kept artificially low because of the whole kind of flutter hemisphere kind of that surrounds it. So I guess edge is becoming quite subjective. Would you agree?
Correct. And also you find a top-tier operator like Flutter, you're paying a very decent multiple to earnings, you know, so you're having to pay for that premium. And then the concern is in the mature markets, the top line growth is significantly slowing now. You know, they're very profitable business, but whether that's 23 times or 30 times earnings, I don't know with Flutter whether that's value. I definitely know they're a top tier operator. And if DraftKings can solve their customer journey and make that the same value per player, well, they've got huge brand awareness, and those are fixable issues.
Yes.
then maybe their value. But again, I don't know how to assess.
Yeah, for me, Flutter would be a buy. So on the questions that were raised in the previous panel, I can see Flutter from a B2C perspective as having enough cash flow, because it does come to free cash flow, about being able to survive what essentially is an acquisition.
Well, what's been incredible about Flutter is that they've been very good with their buying, like what they did with Sportsbet in Australia, what a behemoth that company is, and what they were able to do with FanDuel in the US. They're not only great at buying these assets at what looks now value, is that they're extremely good at executing and putting in a team, and they must have a very deep bench of talent in that business, because it's very hard to go to the other side of the world, and with all the regulatory hurdles and all of the unique customer ways, it's like Sportsbet, it feels an Australian company. Like they have the voice of a way an Australian wants to interact with the site. They've done really well with regulation. It's 10 out of 10 in terms of execution.
I agree with that. And if I were a B2C stock picker, they would definitely be on the list. But I'm with you. I prefer B2B. B2B is more controllable. The price-earnings ratios are more sensible, right? So we've seen all the FANG stocks, right? The Facebooks, the Apples, the Netflixes all taking a dive, because now the revenue quarterlies are not as profitable as the COVID times, because everybody's outdoors. But B2B are different, right? B2B can effectively scale and franchise as long as they have sensible ways of entering new markets.
Correct. Yeah, it's and the B2B, as long as they have a moat or something unique, like they were talking about evolution in the previous panel, if you believe that they've got a unique product and they're a technology company that can give the best live dealer experience, they can stop professional syndicates finding an edge, they've got the most talented people, and if you believe they've got that moat, well, they're growing revenues at 80% year on year. They look cheap compared to, and trading at 20 times earnings. You know, they look cheap compared to those FANG stocks. It's just whether you have a good insight whether those revenues are going to be recurring and growing over a period of time.
Yeah, I agree, and it's all to play for right now. Let's look at emerging tech, right, in the US. What segments, what sectors do you think are undervalued at the moment?
Well, it's hard to say what well, I guess if you're looking broadly, and we are not in any of these businesses, but the affiliate businesses have had absolutely haircut in terms of they've been turned off in Australia. They've had the Google issue. They've had the UK hard and tough on what they get, and there's definitely a need for them in US markets. So you're getting combined to these listed affiliate businesses at 6 times earnings, and they look cheap. It's not our edge to just go in blindly and to go into listed companies, but they look like they're cheap and they look like they're needed in the US market. But for us, it's really trying to work out what are issues in the US, and then are these B2B, can they solve some of these issues? And you never know. You know, like we're in, Tim mentioned BetMakers, we're in BetMakers. We think that fixed odds racing is a chance that it could really take off on the US. You know, it solves a margin issue for the bookmakers in the US. It solves a gap in product because those big sports don't run all year long. But it may or may not. For us, it's worth the investment to be part of that product in case it does take off. We think there's growth, and we think we can buy in at value. Esports is another interesting, it definitely, the value per customer looks low in regulated markets where I've seen fixed odds, but it's now licensed in 4 states. It fills the product gap. It's definitely something to look at. We've put investment into that area. In terms of what else can iGaming, if it rolls out from 11 to 26 states, well then you want to be in some of those live. It's and it fills the product gap, and it definitely is going to be wanted by the. So really, what are the issues that the B2C are facing, and what are the possible solutions? Value per player, customer journey. We're in a voice betting business, text messaging betting. Can that dramatically change in a new state that rolls out? Yeah, it's not a mature market. So we just want to have bets or investments in what we think can be possible solutions. And if they turn out to be solutions, then we have huge upside because we go in at valuations that their current revenue.
So it's a good point, because one of my current picks would actually be in the affiliate space. So there's a company like gambling.com, right?
Yep.
Who's actually, in my view, undervalued, right now. But what they're really doing is they're building a cache of content that's trackable, that's searchable, that using the content in publications, right, and news publications as opposed to non-news journals. And that really helps with their SEO and their domain authority. And that you can see is gradually going to increase and becomes even more relevant. Yep. If the affiliate companies in the US pivot themselves towards news portals and become credible news portals, and as we've seen in Australia as well, I think that becomes a very interesting M&A hot pick, if you agree.
No, I agree. I think, and you were part of the journey in Australia in terms of that massive affiliate growth. And if you can have unique content that's very sticky and brings customers in a growing market like the US, you become very valuable. Yeah. And I think you're right there. They are based not on their US potential, they're based on their current earnings, which looks broadly value.
Looks like a hot pick.
Yeah.
Let's look slightly outside the US for now, right? Any emerging markets, any existing markets are of particular interest outside of the US?
Look, I think you're seeing, obviously the biggest economic nation in the world's allowed gambling. Yep. In last online sports betting the first time in 100 years. And you've got that tailwind, which you're seeing scale operators growing revenues 80, 90%, and it's only going to be significantly more for the smaller operators. So I think the US, in terms of selling B2B, there's such long runway in the US. But I think also you're seeing for the first time, well, ever, that you can operate online outside of traditional banking system with crypto. And I think those two areas, the US gets talked about the growth, but I think it just dwarfs the growth of what you're seeing in the crypto landscape, because you can have people in places that they traditionally couldn't access online. They'd have to go through their dealer in the back of a 7-Eleven, and then they'd have to then basically pull those bets. You're having them getting a great online experience, getting all of the online products, and being able to bet with these operators, and those operators are getting access to markets that have never properly been accessed straight from operator to consumer, and the growth is dwarfing any other market. So I think that's also an opportunity for B2B operators, is sell these amazing products. The crypto operators want the best product in the world. The US operators want the best product in the world. But I think if you've got a great product,
it doesn't matter.
Why limit yourself to even those two? Go to every market and say, well, look, this is what I've done in this market. This is the potential. Do you want to trial it? This is the opportunity, and roll it out everywhere.
It's an interesting paradigm, because I don't know if you saw recently, actually 2 days ago, the government of Curaçao has announced that the crypto licenses for existing operators might not necessarily be continued. It's still in a state of flux right now, but what it does show is if you have an operator right now that's trading in Curaçao, that's offering crypto-based services, that might not continue. But then at the same time, who's going to stop a crypto operator for not offering their services to the rest of the world? And I think crypto is going to have to form some form of inevitable future for the majority of operators, particularly because payment services are becoming even worse to handle. In fact, one hot pick for investment outside of gambling is actually payment services.
Yep.
If you manage to find any payment services that actually can provide the problem, right, of solving the friction between on-ramping and off-ramp of a wallet, then you've made your next unicorn. What's your take on fintech?
I think that's you're spot on. I see my mindset has changed, that there'll be a few global operators and they'll dominate, and that's the end of the story. The Australian market is shown. When my grandfather was a bookie, there was 1,000 bookmakers across Australia, and when I was a bookie, there were hundreds. To me, I think there is, and the fact that tech is so much cheaper now to start up, and a lot of operators are happy to do it as a percentage of gross revenue. Yep. So they give you a very small entry point, and then they want to be part of business partners basically with you. The biggest issue that I see of actually getting these operators on board, it used to be, oh, well, you go to OpenBet and it takes you 2 years to get a platform up and going. You have to have, and it was very expensive upfront cost, to now, the biggest issue is getting a merchant facility. Yeah. So I think the people that can solve that issue, there's a huge market and huge margin for them, because it seems that these smaller operators are happy to pay a premium over traditional merchant facilities. And then I also think that from your point about crypto and regulation is, we touched on it outside, is that really for them to integrate into the B2B suppliers, the B2B suppliers only want to integrate if they're with a licensed operator.
Yep.
And so I see that you might have a black operator that builds all their in-house tech and is a fantastic operator that services
And there's
the
a lot
whole
of them out there right now.
And then you'll have the operators that are wanting the B2B service. They're going to have to be licensed in jurisdictions and be white.
Yeah, look, I think we will see the end of grey at some point, right? We will just see pure white and a lot of black, right? And that's purely because there's over-regulation. Look at Europe, right? I strongly think the US is going to go down that route, wrongly, right? Take New York. We suspect California as well. So at some point, you're actually going to have an operator that's really happy being the Walter White, right, of gambling and just enjoying being in the black, but making significant revenues, but not knowing where they're going to sleep at night, right? But making significant returns from that. And then you have the white operators that will gradually be shrunk, right, and acquired by media companies.
But also there's different shades of white, aren't there? Like there's operators that are like US licensed when operating here, here, and here, and then you have listed white operators that are like, well, I'm happy to leave out that market, but I think this market fits with our licensing and our listing, and I'm happy to operate in this country, and this country, and this country. And I think there's different versions of...
Yeah. I think the greys will move slowly white, and then we start seeing shades of white, and then before we know it, that's what all the journals will be saying.
Yeah.
I think we should touch a bit upon currency right now. There's been a massive turmoil in the markets, right? Both the euro and the pound have literally fallen off a cliff, particularly with regards to the US. Where do you think lies the opportunity? Is it something that we should take advantage of now, or do you think the bottom hasn't been called yet?
Again, I have very poor macro view, but the way I view it is that as long as we go into business what we think are cheap, and we have the option upside, well, if the market is booming, we're selling in a booming market, and when the market's depressed, we're getting ultra what we think is value, but we can't realize that value to the full extent until the market takes off again. And with our B2B investments, we're not looking to sell them. They may have contracts in the UK, but not just in the UK. We're looking to the US, to the rest of Europe, to Australia. So we have diversification in terms of where we're getting money from. But really for us, we don't want to take a bet on our macro view because I have no idea. I have more of an idea, well, is this product good enough to be in FanDuel or PointsBet or whoever? And can they increase revenue from today? And that to me is enough of an edge to take, to not have to worry too much about whether the pound goes down or the Aussie dollar goes down, is that our return over a long period of time will be reflected just because of that edge rather than picking the timing. But if you can and have got an insight, there's definitely an edge to be had. And how are you playing it in that?
M&A has just exploded over the last few weeks. Particularly anyone who's on the US side looking to buy European and particularly British-based assets. The bottom might not have been called yet, but it's still 15% cheaper than it was a month ago, right? And so you can see there's a massive flurry, right, of interest and almost expedited due diligence stages to get to the point of signing a term sheet, right, with a specific number at the bottom. One client we're selling at the moment, right, just said, I don't care what the DD process looks like. Bitcoin's under $20,000, and I need to buy all my BTC because it's going to double this time next year, right? So sell, because somebody's going to buy me, right?
Yep.
So the M&A, was I think the investment, I think you're absolutely right. I think the investment area is kind of, it's a long-term play anyway. The M&A side has all of a sudden become very accelerated, very short-sighted, but very exciting, if that makes sense.
Yes, no, it makes complete sense.
We've only got a couple of minutes left. I want to talk about what's hot, right, and what's emerging. So what investments are you most excited about right now?
Look, I think platform businesses that can roll out a change mindset of, I think that I can't see why someone doesn't become a bookmaker in the Australian market and in the UK market than take over a McDonald's franchise.
Yeah.
Everyone, when I was a kid, you're like, oh, well, why don't you become a, people are like, oh, you become a McDonald's franchise, you can have your own business, you take advantage of all of their like scale and operational way, the efficiencies that they've got, and you can make, I don't know, $1 million a year as a, I don't know if that's the figure for owning a McDonald's franchise, but being a bookmaker, you can build up a very good business, and there's very little upfront cost.
Yep.
And who doesn't want to be a bookie? You know, like it's so much fun.
Yep.
It's better than cleaning the floors of McDonald's and serving burgers. It's terrific, and it's very lucrative. So I think that we're at the very beginning of a long tail of smaller operators, and there's a lot of companies that are happy to have multiple accounts and also be with a niche bookie that does customer service in a different way or has something unique about them. So I think platform businesses are interesting that can roll out cheap, and we've obviously in a voice betting solution, which is like a Siri, Alexa type solution, but has got 10 years of data of being with 3 of the world's biggest operators, of being able to really pick very strange bet types and get them right through voice. So I think that's an interesting play, and I can see why that could play out, because it's played out. Used to be like this all the time, or like this, and now a lot of the stuff I do is through voice, and voice has grown significantly through Siri and Alexa. And I think all of the different offshoots, we're doing a few different niche option deals at the moment, but I think, like you say, things that solve the customer issues in the US are where we focused.
I tend to agree. I like platform, particularly those that use automation. So any customer-related journeys. There's a company which we're particularly keen about called Proto. It effectively automates the customer journey, right? So you don't need to deploy any human assisted, particularly for the lower ends of support. You just have an AI that is, for all intents and purposes, lifelike. And that really kind of solves the value problem, right? And I think where there's money to be made is actually in these companies that are no longer just license or tools-based companies, but they become value creation. Because a public company at some point is going to say, hey, my EBITDA is going to be increased by 6% just if I deploy the solution.
Yeah, that's right. That's the opportunity, isn't it? You find these non-listed businesses or private businesses that can deliver significant revenue uplift, and the multiple that a listed operator can get, especially in good times, is so significant that it's
Yeah, I think it makes sense, and I think payments is the way to go. If we can solve not having to pay 40-50%, right, of your withdrawals and deposits in Brazil and India, then I think somebody's going to make a unicorn there.
I agree with you.
That's all we've got time for.
Thank you, Julian.
Tom, always a pleasure. Thanks. Really good to see you.
Thanks very much.
Hope you've learned something today. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Thanks, Julian.
Really good, sir. After you.
Ladies and gentlemen, what a fascinating morning we had. That was an absolutely fantastic fireside chat about one of the most exciting markets in the world, of course, the US of A. Right, just a little reminder that we need to share what's happening here at the conference, build the buzz, tell the world about iGaming Next, some of the stellar speakers, some of the brilliant topics. Please do make sure to take nice photographs, all the filters for me, if you don't mind, thank you very much, and share on all of the social media channels. iGaming Next is on LinkedIn, Instagram, Facebook, Twitter. Make sure you find them, make sure you connect with them, and make sure you spread the word. Now, just a little reminder that we have those awesome 3 side tracks are starting quite soon. They are taking place on level 1, up to the back of the room and to the left. Ask the staff, and we have 3 tracks, namely Meta Next, DNI in cooperation with Betson, and also In Focus, which is those very valuable deep dives. You can find the agenda by scanning the QR code on your badge. Go to iGamingNext.com, click Valletta, look at the agenda, select a track. It's all there for you. It's all updated in real time. I want to say a very special hello to the hundreds of people who are joining us via the live stream. Absolutely awesome to have you all here. We sold over 2,500 tickets for iGaming NEXT Valletta 2022, and we have a capacity room here with 1,400 people at the MCC in Valletta. It is awesome to be here. Okay, we are going to move swiftly on with our next wonderful presentation. We're going to explore power up new possibilities of play. Now, from ancient habits of entertainment to the next era of casino, the wonderful people at Pragmatic Play are shedding a light on how the industry has transformed to pave opportunities to powering up new possibilities of play. Ladies and gentlemen, get ready for impact. This is a fantastic presentation. I want you to give a huge round of applause to the Chief Marketing Officer of Pragmatic Play. Please welcome to the stage, Virginie Luce. Welcome.
Thank you. Hello. Welcome, everyone, and welcome to iGaming Next. I'd like to spend the first part of this keynote to talk about iGaming past, actually. I'll be going through interesting facts about the history of gambling, as I believe it's worth understanding how it informs the present, but also how it gives insight into the future. I will then share how Pragmatic Play intends to power up new possibilities of play, particularly in live casino. There is a lot of literature and articles about how ancient the habit of gambling is. So for those who didn't have the chance to read on the internet, well, hopefully this is a useful summary. Effectively, our need to play has been in our bones since the beginning of time. It's all driven by our pursuit to be entertained. And the added excitement is mainly driven by the risk and the reward that any game of chance provides. If we look back, we can trace its transformation from bones to bricks to clicks into the gambling experience of today. Going back about 3 million years ago, during the Stone Age, some small animal bones called astragale were used in games of chance. Depending on the game that was played, these little bones were actually carved with inscriptions or shaved down or filled with lead. And these small bones are effectively the earliest precursor of the modern dice we know and we play with today. It's been given numerous twists by many civilizations, from the Greeks to the Romans, the Egyptians to the Far East. And it was used in many games variations, often with high stakes involved. The 6-sided dice of today comes from these basic bones. And they are now used in many popular games, such as craps, sickball, and CeeLo. Through time and cultural transmission, it's been given different twists to cater for new possibilities of play. I'm going to move forward now a bit in history, and we're going to go into the 1600s, when a key milestone in the gambling industry was actually the opening of the first legal gambling establishment in Italy, in Venice. Unfortunately, the pressure from the church meant that it had to close down. Then 100 years later, Some casino rose, in popularity in Europe, but again, another wave of legislation and pressure meant that only one really survived at the time, which is Casino Monte Carlo in Monaco. 100 years later, we go to the US now, and what has happened is that Europeans also wanted to gamble in the US, and gambling halls, but primarily starting with riverboat casinos, were established. Then it evolved. A lot of people came to the area around Nevada, building the Hoover Dam, and then the workers on payday decided to go to a town next door, and then, you know the history. Las Vegas happened. The brick-and-mortar venues transformed gambling over time. And despite many social and legal changes, the continued love for gaming endured. One of the most beloved games during this era I just went through was actually created by a French physicist and mathematician. Anyway, his name was Blaise Pascal. He actually intended to create a perpetual motion machine, and through his failure, he transformed it into the roulette of today. Roulette became a casino favorite, but others transformed it further. We were talking about Monaco before, and what happened is the single zero was added actually on the design of the wheel to please Prince Charles III of Monaco. Then in the US, they transformed it even further by adding this double zero. They also wanted to add an American eagle symbol on the wheel, which subsequently got removed. It was supposed to act as a third zero. And then it got transformed more and more to the product that we know today, and it's still very much a firm casino favorite. If we fast forward to our generation, or my generation, for those of you who are a bit younger, everything has changed with the need for connectivity and obviously the birth of the internet. Key milestones were achieved by fantastic brands, and I'm not going to talk about Netflix or Disney+. I want to talk about companies I actually worked for. And if we take the example of TomTom back in 2010, some of you may remember the launch of the Go Live 1000. And this product was fantastic when it comes to bringing live and connectivity to the world. Effectively working closely with Vodafone, we added a SIM card onto the product, which meant that every driver were able to go from A to B, avoiding traffic jam, because of the live feed that the traffic that was given to the device. It also created a sense of community by providing access to the live camera, so people could talk to each other and avoid fines. This is a great example of connectivity. And then a few years later, an Estonian company called Skype got purchased by Microsoft, and very quickly enough, they were the celebration of 300 million monthly connected users. Now, you could argue that Skype is an old platform, but yet today, in the iGaming industry, most of us are still using it when we're talking with external partners. And today, where are we, 2022? We have 5 billion people connected to the internet every day. 80% of the population owns a smartphone, and 7 hours a day I spend online, on average. Aren't these the perfect ingredients to elevate the gambling entertainment from bricks to clicks? The first gambling website appeared in the mid-90s with primarily a free simulation of the real thing. And then quickly changed, and many operators, some of you being in the room, managed to provide plenty of ways to wager for real, but primarily on slot and RNG table games. Little to no live casino was available at the time. So we're now in a new age of play, and yet there are still many opportunities to elevate the gambling experience to cater for changing technology and player behavior. With a global online gambling and betting industry worth 60 billion by the end of last year, we all have a clear common goal in this room, which is to perpetually satisfy our end user. Online gambling is meant to transform the experience and to offer more than brick and mortar. And some verticals are doing exactly that. Bingo online is fantastic, total different experience than from my grandmother was playing. It has changed. Poker is unrecognizable. Slot online offers a rich variety of choice. Players can switch from one game to another as they want to find the exact game that they like. And we know what that means. It means that by increasing game trials, we're pushing more variety and we're generating higher player value. But the quick question is, when it comes to live casino, the online live casino product started very much by taking previously the thrill from traditional casinos. Only a limited number of game developers actually were willing to grab the chance to perform in this vertical. And the reasons are very clear. It's a very challenging job to open a live casino. The bar to entry is a lot higher than in slot, as it requires a high capital investment. Then from a logistical point of view, the operational expertise, the large-scale people management, and many other considerations are required to ensure that the experience delivered is of quality. And that's why in the early days, many games were just carbon copies of what was available in brick and mortar, the only novelty being that you could play them online. At Pragmatic Play, we've seen from the past that there are many ways to twist, transform, and elevate the gambling experience. With a predicted market size of 150 billion by 2030, there are plenty of opportunities to power up new possibilities of play. We aim to create a new generation of player favorites. We want to foster healthy competition and deliver operators and their players more diversity and choice to casino lobbies. I'm going to show you a video now, which is a flavor of how we're doing this at Pragmatic Play and a taste of what there is to come. Thank you all. Please join us this evening on the roof terrace of the iGaming Next networking event, where our delightful team of account managers and salespeople will be available to answer any questions you may have about our products and how we intend to power up new possibilities of play. Thank you.
Fantastic. Merci beaucoup, Virginie Luce from Pragmatic Play for that impactful presentation, that fantastically compelling video right there. And absolutely, as Virginie mentioned, there are networking drinks later today, 5:30, on the rooftop. You'll see Pragmatic Play and many of our wonderful sponsors and partners here on the roof. Make sure you head up to that. And just a little reminder to connect with iGaming Next on all of your favorite social media platforms. Do take photographs, do share quotes, and spread the word about this incredibly exciting event we're all privileged to be a part of here today at the MCC in beautiful Valletta, Malta. Okay, so ladies and gents, you are now in for a treat. The variation, an earlier variation of this next session was one of the most popular sessions from iGaming Next Valletta 2021. It is so much fun. We've made it even more spicier. It is called CEO Roulette. And here to tell you what that's all about is the CEO of Press Enter Group. Please give a huge round of applause to Lassen Mertzog. Thank you. Welcome, Lassen.
Thank you very much. Hi, everyone, and welcome to the perhaps most anticipated panel of the day, the CEO Roulette. My name is Lassen Mertzog, CEO for Press Enter Group. Last year's panel was all about getting up close and personal with the CEOs. This time around, I'm going to continue to ask pertinent and sometimes difficult questions. And the CEOs I have with me today, they won't be playing roulette, but they will move around slightly on stage to indicate their replies to statements I make. Do they agree or do they disagree? But before I go into the details of how it works, I would like to introduce our panelists on stage. First up, we have Hilary Stewart-Jones, Skywind Group. We have Alexander Stevendal, Video Slots. David Flynn, Glitnor Group. Jesper Svensson, Betsson Group. Sashi Maimon, Aspire Global and Neo Games. I think most of you know them and that they do not require much of an introduction. But nevertheless, I'm going to let them say a few words about themselves before we get started. Would you like to start, Hilary?
Hi everyone, my name is Hilary Stewart-Jones. I'm currently the CEO and Chairman of Skywind Group Holdings, which is a content provider company, and also CEO of In Touch Games, a business that we bought earlier this year, in fact, which is a B2C provider. My background is a lawyer, so I'm slightly unusual amongst this company, because it's not normally that you end up in an executive position, but I'm very privileged to be here, and thank you.
Thank you. Alexander?
Hello everyone, I'm Alexander, CEO of Video Slots and founder. Been in the industry for 16 years, I think, 17 maybe. Started off as a poker player, and then became an affiliate, and then a poker company, and now a casino.
Hi everybody, my name's David Flynn, CEO of Glitnor Group. Been in the industry just shy of 20 years now. Doesn't feel like it at all. Been managing the business for the last 3 years. We focus across B2C, B2B, and affiliation.
Hi, I'm Jesper Svensson. I've also been in the industry for 15 or 20 years, somewhere in between there at least, and the last 10 almost in Betsson, where I'm the operational CEO and working out from Malta here.
Hi, I'm Tzachi Maimon. I'm in the industry for the last 14, 15 years. Started in Playtech, and then for the last 10 years in Aspire, being the CEO of Aspire, and recently were acquired by NeoGames, so acting also as the president of the group.
Thank you. We only have 35 minutes today, and I have a lot of questions that I want to ask the panelists, so let's get started. The rules here are simple. I have 5 chairs to my right and 5 chairs to my left. I will make statements, and the panelists must choose a side. Do they agree or do they disagree? Then after they have chosen a side, I will, of course, dig a bit deeper with follow-up questions. And there are no chairs in the middle, so there are no maybes allowed, and this will hopefully trigger some interesting discussions. But let's kick it off with the first statement of the day. Let's see if it pops up. I can read it. The current economic climate will affect our financial performance negatively in 2022. Panelists, what do you say? Choose a side. Do you agree or do you disagree? That was an easy one. David, why don't you go first? Why did you choose this side?
I was very close to moving over to that side, actually, but ultimately there will be some challenges, of course. You know, with the price of heating going up, people's pockets being smaller, inflation rates, mortgages, etc. We anticipate that there will be some challenges coming in certain markets. I think it really all depends how each individual company manages those challenges, though. So in a way, whilst you're looking at individual figures, perhaps, in some markets you may have challenges, but maybe you're expanding elsewhere, could be doing other things. So overall, it could look really great. But yeah, there'll be differences dependent on different markets, I think.
Thank you. Jesper, why do you say? Or Sashi even put up his hand.
Yeah, just quickly, I think we will be less affected than most because the industry have proven to be going in good times and in bad times. But the question is somewhat affected. We will grow, the industry will grow, but I think it would have grown even more in different circumstances in that sense, though. But it's a fantastic industry that tends to grow both in hard times and in good times, so to say.
That's true. What do you say, Sashi?
I think the only one talking from the B2B perspective, I think that it will be challenging for operators, especially startups, but some that want to have access to money, and now the access to money is a little bit more expensive. Their investment will be more where the immediate ROI will be. So I think that if in the previous years operators would have been able to invest a lot in marketing, it will be a little bit less, and it will affect also the suppliers behind the scenes because of that.
Yeah. Hilary, you also chose the agree side. Have you in any way changed your strategy to counter for the current climate, perhaps more focus on short-term revenues rather than building long-term company value?
Yes, I mean, it's interesting, and I agree with all the points that have been made, but, you know, we suffered severe impact by virtue of having offices in the Ukraine. You know, heartbreaking, really, to deal with huge numbers of staff trying to leave, you know, your colleagues being, you know, conscripted. So that's been a tough element, but going to the actual sort of macroeconomics, yes, we will have an impact in our business. The other thing that I wanted to mention as well is that we've had to try and think smartly about our strategy around staff, because there's huge levels of dissatisfaction amongst staff where obviously the cost of living has gone up tremendously. They are dissatisfied, and I know that we're going to be talking about this a little bit later on, but getting people back into a regular working lifestyle after COVID has proved very challenging as well, with people wanting to work from home. And that can work as a strategy too, because it does mean that you can reduce office space. There are a lot of moving parts to all of this, so we focus very much on trying to retain staff and keep staff happy, which is, you know, even though the rest of the world is going to hell, we're hoping that we can keep our staff on board with us at this time.
Good thinking. Alexander, do you think our industry is recession-proof? It's a statement that I hear quite often, and now it's perhaps going to be tested for real.
No, I don't think so. I think it's going to be quite challenging in local markets. Our strategy is to expand in new markets to cover up the losses on the markets we're already quite large on.
Makes sense. Let's go to the next statement, shall we? In a male-dominated industry like ours, it's harder to be a woman and the leader. Panelists, please choose your side.
Yes.
Agree or disagree? Very interesting. You have to read the question again. Let's start with you, Hillary, while they make up their mind.
Well,
Why did you choose the disagree side?
The demographics of the panel, you know, the sort of like the way the industry has approached women as a way of selling product, really, rather than, you know, empowering them. It's different now, and things have changed massively in the 20+ years I've been involved. But there are still very, very few women on gaming boards, which is a shame, really. I mean, obviously, you get a proportional representation across most other companies in the UK, and a positive discrimination, but I've yet to see that filter through at a board level in gaming companies.
Yeah. Alex, why did you choose the...
I don't realize which side I sat down on.
You're disagreeing to the statement that it's harder to be a woman and a leader.
Okay. Yeah, well, I do think that women have a lot of potential in the industry. I mean, it's a male-dominant one, but if we look at the biggest leaders, they are women. We can see Bet365.
Yes.
Very strong leader. That's probably the strongest leader. But
it is getting better, isn't it?
It is getting better. I mean, in our company, we have a lot of women who is leaders, and I really believe that it's male-dominant just because there are more gamblers among men who has this an interest.
Interesting.
Can I add to that?
Add to that.
Because I think that's the whole key point in many areas. I think we are 40% female in Betsson, for example, which is quite a high percentage. But when you look into some of the fields that we actually do have staffing, for example, big technology teams and so forth, and there I find us to be very proportional to actually what the talent is out there. Because in engineering, I believe nowadays 70 or 75% of people who go out from engineering degrees are male, you know, so by default, then if we think that in an equal world that the competence is the same, then our product development should be 75-25 if you look at that. So I think this industry is a relatively young industry in many ways. It's a digital industry, and I think we are quite good in many ways to not be old school type of bookmaking in the corner that is very male driven in that sense though. So
exactly, and even, you know, we were talking about events organisation, even those have become a lot more ethical. And we were talking outside about, you know, Polegate, when the CEO of the Gambling Commission turned up at ICE and there was pole dancing. And I think she was suddenly confronted with the industry that she was supposed to regulate. And certainly that has been a massive shift in terms of, so the shows not being like boat shows or car shows or things like that anymore, but a lot more comfortable for women to be around as a consequence.
Yes. We have a lot of questions, so we need to make the answers even shorter and quicker. Sashi, why did you choose the agree side?
There is a development in the industry that women and female will be more involved, and we have strong, but the facts are that it's harder for them. The industry is aggressive, it's male, we see it in the commercial discussions, and I think the industry needs to be a little bit more soft, and women can take it to the next level. Right now, the facts are that it's not there yet.
It was interesting that you mentioned the 40-60 split here, because some data on this, then HR Connect, which is run by Heidi Loftus, it's a fantastic brand within the iGaming Next group. It's a network for HR professionals within our industry. And among other things, they provide data and conduct surveys to help decision makers. And in a survey done just last week, so this is very fresh, one of the questions was how the gender percentage split looked in their organization. And looking at the largest cohorts, almost 80% said they had just a 40-60 split with more men, and 15% said they had a 30-70% split, more men. So why do you think there is less women in our industry?
Again, I would agree with many of the panelists here. I think I'd leave one comment, and that is that right now, as the industry is changing, and it is changing, that there's a huge opportunity out there. And there's a lot of leadership opportunities for many ladies, maybe in the audience, maybe watching this online after the actual sessions are finished. And there's a great opportunity there. There's a lot of companies now that are really looking to position female leaders, not only in the C-suite, but also in board level. So take the opportunity. That's my message.
Agreed. A follow-up question in the just mentioned survey also touches about what you said just now. It asked how the split looked 5 years ago. Then the majority, 80%, answered that they had either a 20-80 split or a 30-70 split with more men. So there has been a huge movement in these 5 years. Why do you think that is, Hillary?
I think it's, as you were talking about earlier on, it's been an immature industry, a quite brash industry. I mean, there are so many chords at the moment that I see with crypto in terms of it being like the early days of the online gaming world, staying, again, male-dominated rather than female-dominated, as I said, the same sort of brash outlook in terms of regulation, etc. I think it's not about being politically correct. I think it's just across the board, people have realized that women can add real value at an executive level, and they can be as good managers of people as men can. It's just about being given the opportunity. And, and also not to want to be patronized. I don't want a board position because I'm a woman. I want to do it because I feel I'm capable of doing it, and thank goodness I have a UBO that has faith in me to do it as well.
I'm glad to hear. Last question on the topic. Alex, how do you think we can attract more women?
Yeah, that is the problem. I don't think the industry attracts enough. I mean, when we look for C-levels, we don't get in many applications from women, and that's the problem, I think.
Yeah. Any ideas on how we could do? Anybody?
I think it starts early on. I mean, when we grow up, what do we play with? How do we engage with our mothers and fathers? I have a daughter, and I try to involve her in everything I do. So, I love to play computer games, and me and her spend hours playing games nowadays. So, I think it starts there.
Good answer to round off this topic, I think. So let's move on to the next topic. And yes, employees working from home or in a hybrid home office model is as efficient as having everyone in the office full time. Panelists, please your choice. Do you agree or disagree? Is it as efficient?
So I'm just staying put in order to save my legs.
Well, you are climbing Kilimanjaro, aren't you? So you better save all your energy.
I would like to sit there.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
Jesper, why did you choose the disagree side here?
I think there are parts of organizations that do work as well or even better from home. Actually, we see that when it comes to output, maybe technology to some extent it has that when we look at a hybrid model. But for bigger teams like customer service and so forth, where we measure everything that is being done in quite an efficient way in regards to how many chats do you do, calls, and what's the satisfaction score and so forth, there we see that it's better in the office than at home. So it's a little bit divided, but on the totality, I think in the hybrid world, you also need to have hybrid at certain roles, always in the office.
But you have different rules. You have different rules for the different teams.
Yeah. That's the way we have chosen to approach it, at least.
Thank you. You're very lonely on this side, David. So why did you choose the agree side?
I'll put CS to one side. I think I might be in agreement with you there, actually, Jesper. But you know, when I took the question literally, and it focused on efficiency. Certainly, the experience that we've had is that our team members are being exactly that. They're being very efficient with their time. It saves a lot of time in terms of commuting, which is good for the team member. Most people within the organization are using that time not only for family time, but also for actually completing more. And actually, the amount of time that one can focus at home, and this is where the hybrid really comes into its own, I think. It really enables people to be able to get work done without any particular distractions that you would have in the office. That said, I don't think that 100% at home is the right model. I think that the hybrid approach is by far one of the best, because you need that interaction, you need the ability to be able to build those relationships between all the different team members within the company, and also to help, you know, foster the culture that you want within the organization.
Thank you. Sachi, do you think you can be competitive as an employer if you don't have a hybrid or office working from home model today?
So if we will not have an hybrid office, yeah, it's impossible. The train left the station, and we just need to see how to do it better. And we see today, if I'm taking it from the efficiency of the employee to the efficiency of the company, of the department, I think that we are not as efficient as before. It's more cold technical tasks instead of engagement and to see how to do it even better. So we are checking the boxes, but not seeing how we can do it overall different, better, or to take it to a different direction. So it makes the company also with delivers, you know, less commitment to the company, because they don't see their manager in their eyes, so it's easy for them to leave. So you have more employees, you need to train them more, so you're in a cycle that makes the company to be a little bit less efficient, in my opinion.
I think training is critical. I mean, there are certain jobs that you simply can't learn to do remotely. I mean, certainly the legal profession has suffered hugely as a result of even creating a hybrid model. So what we're trying to do at the moment in terms of new recruits, depending on the task and depending on the maturity of the person and their experience, is to insist that they do come in for a period. So say for the first 6 months of their contract, they're in the office. And then we can talk about, you know, being more relaxed once we feel confident that they are up to the task. But also for me, you know, David, you mentioned culture, absolutely critical for assimilation. And also one that I was slightly concerned about certainly was, you know, the exploitation of actually people working at home full time, because if you know, sent that Zoom invite, you expected to see someone at their desk immediately, and it was actually a harsher regime than when someone's in the office and wanders out at lunchtime or has a cup of coffee, but because they're actually there and being seen, they're, you know, they're deemed to be on, whereas you were just expected to pick up your phone, get on, you know, thousands and multiple calls all the time. So actually, it burnt people out as well, which wasn't fair.
Yeah. And what we're really missing as well is the transfer of knowledge. You know, when you're working in a team, and you can learn from each other, and if you, you know, usually the people that are best in the office, they usually work the best at home. But the problem there is that you lose that person to transfer knowledge to the team, the other team members, and that's a big problem.
So some sort of consensus here on that side, but as Sachi said, that the train has left, so we have to adapt. It's time for a more spicy statement, and this one is interesting, so let's put it on the screen. Providers who offer services to operators with black or dark gray revenues are part of a larger problem. Panelists, please your choice. Do you agree or disagree?
I get to move.
Why did you choose the agree side here?
Reality is, as a B2C operator, we have to take all the fights. Regulators are bringing up that there is a gambling problem, and we need to attack it, and we go on to the people that are the companies that are regulated and trying to obey the rules. And the real problem is outside of the regulation. And if you have a B2B company taking the customers that is disappearing from the regulated market, that's just increasing the problem. And we have studies in Sweden where 90% of the people saying they have a problem, they play outside the regulation.
Yeah. We're running out of time, but I want to hear one from this side as well. Jesper, what do you say?
I think that is a severe regulatory problem. I agree to that. But I think what we see today is that the B2B suppliers, they follow the rules that are in place for them to follow. And I think, fair enough, they do that. I think over time that is likely to change, and some regulators are already changing that. I think the Dutch regulator, for example, have put in different requirements than others into the whole chain. But it's a regulatory problem, and I understand the B2B suppliers that are acting in the way they do today, because quite frankly they can do it, it's not illegal to do it, and they make a lot of money of doing that.
Yeah.
But it had been much better if we start self-regulate. So we take the responsibility ourselves and do what's right.
But it's not going to happen.
If we don't do it, we're going to end up in the same situation that we are in as a B2C operator.
But I think the regulators will regulate B2B as well.
I think in a few years we're going to see fines coming out at B2B operators instead of B2C.
I think so too. I agree.
I would like to hear from Sashi first on this one as a follow-up question. You have some insight. Do you believe providers of platforms and games are fully aware of in what countries their products are generating revenues?
I can have a long answer of why yes, but the answer is clearly yes. And any provider that say differently, not saying the truth.
David, you agree with this?
Yep.
Good. Then we move to the next statement, please.
Nice and simple.
The industry is doing enough to prevent gambling-related harm. Do you agree or do you disagree? Please take your seats. That was interesting.
Well, as working in the regulated market, I do feel that I take a lot of responsibility. But I understand why they sit there, because they were sitting there on the previous question. So, yeah.
So you know they have to take a stance then?
Well, that is the problem. The previous question is the problem till that we have this problem with the responsible gaming, because they do not take enough responsibility.
Hilary, what do you say?
Yes, I mean, it's taken decades for the industry to wake up and realise that they needed to do more. I'm not setting the bar at the extreme that the UK Gambling Commission has, because I think it's the pendulum swung too far the other way, but people were very, very slow to realise what they needed to do to prevent this problem coming down the line. You know, not just obviously the ability to self-exclude, but all the deposit limits we were talking about yesterday, etc. So the industry could still do more. And they're only doing it in the markets where they're being forced to do it at the moment, like the UK. That's the problem. Whereas it should be across the board from an ethical perspective.
But if the question is, if a friend of mine took our talent,
that was the question? They put the wrong question up there, sorry.
Okay.
Technology. We're still with the, if we're doing enough to prevent gambling-related harm. I can do a follow-up question to you, Sashi. Kindred, as an example, they have the great ambition that
I will walk none... because I agree.
Kindred has the great ambition that none of their revenues will be derived from harmful gambling by the end of 2023. Do you believe it's doable for them or for any other operator?
Of course. After Netherlands was shut, it's easier. So they will meet it. Nothing left, almost. So yeah, it will be 100% legal. Yeah.
But I fundamentally disagree with this because it may be, you know, nice to have a vision that is not achievable. It's also in the same way if we were Heineken and were to say no one will ever become an alcoholic on Heineken.
Yeah.
I don't think that's possible. I don't find that to be truthful. So I think more can be done in many ways, but all research has shown for consistently over the years that there are about 2% of the population in most countries that are having a gambling problem, and it seems hard to get away from that. And I think for any operator that stands out in that way, it will be very difficult to deliver on that message. That said, you should still do what is the right thing for the customers and try to prevent it. But I don't think it's possible to achieve it to that extent. And also, what happens then to the ones that can't be part of what you're doing? Where do they play if they don't stop to play? I think it's better that, you know, they play in regulated operators that pay the tax and really try to do something good for it than being pushed out to the black market as they are being today by regulators in many cases. And that's not a good trend for the players or for the operators who are following the rules.
True. David, do you think a big reason for operators to get, for example, a Curaçao license that they spoke about here earlier in the panels is to avoid the RG measures?
I wouldn't say it's to avoid RG measures. I think one of the reasons that most operators would probably do that is to avoid some of the regulatory measures that have been put in place outside of RG. With the excuse of RG. You know, there are certain jurisdictions that have put in regulatory measures which just don't make sense, quite frankly, from an iGaming perspective.
No.
There's other ways in which one can support the business, support the industry, and support the player than putting in hard and fast rules across certain types of gameplay, for example.
True.
And I think that's the challenge. It fundamentally creates a poor player experience in some of the territories where the regulators just not really understood the problem.
True. We only have time for one more, so let this one remain and let it be our last statement, the ones that's on here. I have been upset by a friend in the industry poaching one of my or our top talents. Do you agree or do you disagree? It's a humble bunch. Jasper, why did you disagree here?
No, I have not been upset with that. If someone is being poached and want to leave, live your life.
If I may, I think it's one of the things that's really, really interesting about this industry and really attracts a lot of people to stay within the industry, and that is we're such tight-knit. I think if there ever was a situation whereby an employee was being recruited by either a competitor or somebody else, there may generally be a conversation at C-level and say, look, this is happening, I want you to be aware, we're not actually going to stop the process, but I wanted to give you a heads up. And I think within the industry that shows a certain sign of respect as well, that, you know, which I wish would permeate across many other parts of what we do as an industry.
So you shouldn't even make a call. I'm taking your CMO. You and I are friends. I shouldn't call you and say, hey. It's like
I'd appreciate the call. That way, I'm never upset.
No.
Disagree.
True.
I think it's two aspects. One, if it's a friend taking, I totally agree. It's fine. He can take it. This is the nature of things. But if it's something that was a friend within the company, working inside, went out and took a bunch of employees, this is something that makes me upset.
Perfect. We're out of time. Please help me in giving them all a warm applause. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Wonderful, wonderful. Thank you so much to Lassen Mertzog and those wonderful panel of CEOs for CEO Roulette. That was so exciting. I really was curious to see what side of the stage they were all going to sit on. I've got a feeling we will be seeing that format again. That was absolutely thrilling. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we are now going to have a session about the incredible power of marginal gains. This is such a great topic for the industry, and we are thrilled to welcome a great friend of iGaming Next, one of the most inspirational young CEOs in the business. I am talking, of course, about the wonderful James King. He is the CEO of a brilliant company, and you are going to learn all about them right now. So, ladies and gents, we're going to start with the video. Please put your hands together and welcome to iGaming Next 2022, the mighty Flows. We have some technical issues. I beg your pardon, folks. Could we possibly start that video again and pump up the volume? We want to hear that great music from Flows, if it's there. Otherwise, I'm going to have to mime, and that's not so good. My repertoire is not so good. Do we have the audio? Can we do the audio again? Because this is a great video from Flows. Do we have the audio? We're getting no from the audio. Okay, so ladies and gents, you got to just imagine that you could hear that pumping music. It was great. You're hearing all about Flows. And now we're ready to welcome to the stage the CEO of Flows. Give it up for James King.
Fucking hell. What a start. That's working well. Going well already. There we are. Officially start again. Good afternoon, and hello again. It's been almost a year since we last gathered here in this beautiful venue, and therefore, almost a year since we launched Flows. And I don't think that anyone this time last year would have predicted the world to get any worse post-pandemic. How wrong. Blindsided once again. The world turned upside down, and we're now on the brink of perhaps the greatest recession on record. What a time to be a startup. This is a snippet sent in May by Y Combinator. They're one of the biggest incubators in the tech space in the world. And they wrote to the CEOs and founders that they support, warning that things don't look good. Seems a slight understatement. They said, plan to be default alive. Now that's the equivalent to you or I being put on a life support machine. It's not great. They go on to say, the safe move is plan for the worst. Because if this recession is anything like the previous two, then extend your runways, cut your costs, and do it soon. Basically, they're forewarning that revenues, investment, money in general might start to dry up a little. And for anyone here that's been raising capital over the last few months, you too might have noticed a slight change in cadence, a slight shift in the conversations you've had with those investors and VCs that might have gone a little something like this. Like this. Any chance the video is going to play?
Thank you for taking the call. No, we're so excited to have the chance to work with you. Hey, can you give me 1 second? Yeah, I just gotta feed my dog real quick. Here you go, Pepper. We already reviewed the materials you sent and everything looks great. We can get approval for pretty much anything, so how much are you looking to raise?
We're gonna need 8 years of historic financial data and a path to profitability.
Pepper, down from the couch. Sorry about that. A path to profitability in the next 18 months. I'm gonna circle back with my partners. You can expect to hear from us tomorrow at the very latest.
I'll get back to you sometime this year.
It would be great to have a seat at the table, but our priority is just to work with you. So we need 2 seats on the board, and one of our associates is actually just gonna work out of your kitchen for the next 3 months. I think he's down.
Now look, I've got a caveat that I don't think this is truly reflective of a lot of the investors and VCs in our space who remain still quite bullish and deploy capital. But the reason I show this, and also the piece before from Y Combinator, is to highlight the importance of having a very supportive early investment group. For anyone here that's thinking of raising capital, starting a company, you need to do as much due diligence on the VCs and investors as they do in you. You need to truly believe that they're on board with your vision, that they understand completely your product, your business, and where that sits within the ecosystem you're going to sell it. Now, for us at Flows, that's been with Happy Hour. And with their support over the last year, we've been able to achieve our goals. We had clear targets this time last year. Sell Flows, obviously. So we've been doing that at a really great rate, from affiliates, operators, through to suppliers, signing up for our no-code technology. And they've been deploying and building applications and features at an amazing rate. So much so that since launch, around 11 months ago, we've triggered over 2.6 billion times. 2.6 billion times a flow has triggered since launch. Not only that, we've also been working on the product itself and continually developing its capabilities. And it's this development that's led to our latest release, our Flows App Marketplace. Now, the App Marketplace allows our clients to be one click away from installing their favorite tools and services into their Flows environment, to seamlessly engage with any other part of their business. And it's not just gaming-specific third parties either. We've got things like Twitter, Slack, Google Tag Manager, Sheets, tons more and a lot more coming. It's growing at a great rate. And it's not just the integration. We enable you to customize that integration, customize what you'd otherwise get out of the box, to be personalized for your system, for your business. Use it in a way that's right for you. So coupling this pre-integrated marketplace with our no-code Flows Builder now enables unlimited innovation in a single view, at speed, without constraint. The hammer always falls hardest on those who fail to innovate. And innovation will be key to the continued success for our businesses against a worsening economic backdrop, against multi-billion-dollar entrants, and quickly changing times. It's the innovators who win, those able to adapt the fastest. They always win. They are the ones that succeed and will continue to do so. And it's this innovation that we at Flows want to support. It's this innovation that we at Flows want to encourage. And it's this innovation that we at Flows want to empower you to drive. So having had some clients live now for almost a year, it's been really cool to see how Flows is being used, not just for accelerating the big lifts, for fast-tracking big application builds, but it's actually seeing how Flows is being used amongst many teams within an organization. And it's really reminded me of one of my, I think, kind of favorite sporting stories of recent times. And I'll tell it because I think it's a really nice way to think of the impact that Flows could have on your businesses too. And it starts with this guy. He's called Dave Brailsford, also Dave Brailsford now. And in the early 2000s, British Cycling hired him as the new performance director. Now at the time, British Cycling was terrible. In over 100 years, they'd won a single gold medal at any of the Olympics. And worse still, they had never won the Tour de France. So they hired him to put cycling onto a new path. And what made him different to the other coaches they had had was his relentless belief in something he referred to as the aggregation of marginal gains. To your eye, that's looking for small margins of improvement in everything you do. So in this case, if you break down everything that goes into riding a bike and improve it by a small percent, then over time, you're going to see some astounding results. So ultimately, that's what him and his team did. They went about making as many small changes as they could. They rubbed alcohol into the tires to give the bikes better grip. They tested different fabrics in wind tunnels. They even hired a surgeon to teach the cyclists how to best wash their hands to mitigate getting a cold, all the way to painting the inside of the trucks white that carried the bikes on race day so they could spot the tiniest increments of dirt that would have otherwise degraded the performance during the race. And this continued. They found tons and tons of improvements across their entire setup, across their business. And each of these percentages they found, aggregated over time, started giving them astounding results. And I've simplified it here. What a percentage of improvement a day could lead to over a year. That's nearly a 38-fold improvement. And needless to say, it worked. 5 years into him taking over, Great Britain won 60% of the gold medals at the Beijing Olympics. 4 years later, they improved on this in London. They set 9 Olympic records and 7 world records. That same year, Bradley Wiggins became the first Brit to ever win the Tour de France. The following year, Chris Froome became the second Brit to win the Tour de France, and he went on to win it in 15, 16, and 17. This is widely regarded as one of the greatest runs in sporting history by a team that 10 years earlier was widely seen as one of the worst. And it's this strategy of marginal gains that can easily be acted on with Flows. We're not just here to support and accelerate the big lifts through our no-code platform. We're here to empower and support every team in finding their gains. We've built it to be as user-friendly and easy to work with as possible. The Flows Creator enables the most complex builds to be simplified and at times even enjoyable to work on. And with all of this, we're now seeing such wonderful innovation across different teams. We have teams like responsible gaming teams that are building Flows to improve player safety and quickly react to regulatory change. Risk and fraud teams building Flows to detect bonus abuse, saving their company thousands. Through to the product teams that can build complete jackpots and tournaments without using valuable developer resource or having to go to third parties. This can all be done with Flows. Through to the developers themselves, who are building anything from omni-channel, so single wallets linking offline and online, through to accelerating their platform's entry into new markets, like Ontario, without the need to code or change anything on the code base in the back office. Ultimately, if you can think it, if you can innovate in your mind, You can build it with flows. And we've just been scratching the surface of what's possible. At the end of the day, we can't tell you how to innovate. We don't know what's right for your business. We just give you the ultimate tool to do it. So please come by the stand at any time. Come for a chat, ask about anything that we can do, any problems you might be facing. And we'd love to show you a bit more. I can even show you the original video with sound. And a final word from Sir Dave himself.
I absolutely and utterly believe in giving people as much ownership as possible. For me, human beings, we like to have an influence over what we do and how we do it. The people who I see being successful, the doers, they get shit done.
Thank you. Join us to get some shit done as well.
Wonderful. Wow, what a great presentation from James King. That was like a TED Talk. It flowed effortlessly, but I would expect nothing less from that very brilliant young CEO. And it was great to see Flows launched here at iGaming Next 2021 with a live coding session with their CTO on stage. It was super exciting. And it was great to see the results. What's happened in the past year? 2.6 billion flows have been initiated. That was absolutely incredible. So great stuff there from James, and apologies again for the sound issue at the start. These things do sometimes happen. We run a tight ship here, and it was great to see that presentation go absolutely smoothly. Okay, so we are now going to move straight on to one of the most pertinent topics in the industry. It took up a sizable chunk of our keynote opening panel with Todd Householder this morning. I'm of course talking about Twitch. I'm talking about streaming, and right now we are going to have a deep dive into the issue of the affiliate debate. Do streamers have too much control? We're going to find out. Please join me in welcoming our moderator for this fantastic session. He is the head of content and media at Clear Concise Media. Please welcome Scott Longley. Thank you. Awesome. Welcome, Scott. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to my TED Talk. We have a panel. We have Phil Pearson, Havard Len, and Leanne Johnston. If they could join me on stage, that'd be much appreciated. Wow. Well, I didn't realize we'd be sitting quite so far away from you. Hello, everyone. Streaming. It all blew up. Literally, somebody set a bomb under this panel at the end of last week. Twitch, specifically, with a posting on Twitter, which basically said gambling content on Twitch has long been a big topic of discussion in the community and something we've been actively reviewing. since our last policy update on this area. Today, we want to update you on our plans. While we prohibit sharing links or referral codes to all sites that include slots, roulette, or dice games, we've seen some people circumvent those rules and expose our community to potential harm. So we'll be making a policy update on October 18th to prohibit streaming of gambling sites that include slots, roulette, or dice games that aren't licensed either in the US or other jurisdictions that provide sufficient consumer protection. These sites will include stakes.com, rollbit.com, jewelbits.com, and roobet.com. However, we might identify others as we move forward. Right, Phil, where does that leave us?
Fucked.
Yeah.
Twitch hates crypto, pretty much, but it leaves us in a place where things are getting better. There's starting to be regulation amongst YouTube, Twitch, streaming companies. The problem is it's not coming from regulators. It's coming from Amazon. Yeah. And in a nice way, Amazon don't really know what they're talking about. At least they're doing something, but it needs to be taken up on a regulatory level now at this point, I think.
I mean, the idea that we effectively now have gambling regulation outsourced to Amazon seems something quite bizarre, or wouldn't have been a subject of discussion even 2 or 3 years ago, I think. How have we got to this situation? How would you explain the rise of streaming, and what would you say about some of the, I think, the scandals that have preceded the move by Amazon on Twitch?
Me?
Yeah.
You're a Nazi.
I would say, honestly, I mean, Twitch has come a long way from where it started. You have groups, you're going to see on stage later with Casino Grounds, there's groups of people who are doing it the right way. They're focused on RG, they're focused on the players, they're giving away stuff, they're giving away information, they're teaching people about games, that kind of thing. Yeah. And then you have a group of people who are less inclined to be nice to the industry, playing for fake funds, getting deals with providers to not pay any GGR on those slots. Basically, all of this kind of thing in order to push certain games to people who are at risk. So from how far Twitch has come, and for how Star Streaming has come, and from how far affiliates have come in using it, it now needs to be put into a place where we are focused on the end result, which is protecting at-risk players, age-gating the industry, and making sure that we're not targeting 17-year-olds who play Call of Duty. Yeah. Because what the Americans have done is just shocking.
Right. Okay. Leanne, I think it's the problem of who's corralling this, or who's going to attempt to corral this. We had a discussion off stage about the issues raised around crypto, for instance. But just in terms of trying to corral gambling on Twitch, is there anybody looking at this in terms of particularly regulators, but also in terms of operators? Who's
I think you touched on that a little bit earlier. I think it's who's going to take the responsibility. In my opinion, I think if you're going to work with content curators, you need to have very clear guidelines in terms of the content that you want them to produce. You need to be giving them the insights that they need in terms of what the different regulatory standpoints are. And you need to be very clear about how those content curators are going to be representing your brand. So I think there's a big responsibility on both the content curator side to understand what they're promoting and to do that with best practices in mind. But there's also a huge responsibility on heads of affiliates, the people that are in charge of your brand, to actually dictate what those guidelines are when you do engage with content curators. Because the fact of the matter is, we can't ignore content curators. Social media platforms have now been created where anybody can become an ambassador, a spokesperson, a brand builder. And I think it's about getting very serious about where and how you want to work with different types of affiliates in your business to actually build your brand responsibly and ethically. We can't rely on regulators to tell us how to run our business and to communicate with our customers. That needs to come from within.
Can I just take a step back? Who are these content creators?
Well, I mean, anybody that can build a brand with a social media channel. You don't even need to have a website these days. You can use Clubhouse, you can use Twitch, you can use Instagram. There are so many different content creating platforms. There's a whole economy around content curators now. So I think, it doesn't really matter what channel. It could be Twitch today, it could be TikTok tomorrow. You need to be dictating how your partners are going to be using those platforms to promote your brand.
And these content creators, are are they strictly affiliates in the way that we understood it previously?
No, so I think I actually believe, and I'm going to make a bold statement, that the word affiliate is actually archaic. And considering that I've been in the industry for almost 2 decades, I think we're moving to a partnership economy where anybody can be your partner and refer customers to you. And actually what you want as a digital marketer is to be touching all of those places where your customers are hanging out online. And it's not just in the web world. We're also talking about Web 3. We're talking about, Affiliate 3 now. This is the 3rd iteration that we're moving into. So I think even brand-to-brand partnerships are going to start slowly creeping into the gaming space if they haven't already, just like it is in the e-commerce world.
How about, you work in the affiliate sector, and I know you've said before that, you said before we came on stage, just about the future for SEO, for instance. What does this mean? What does the rise of streaming mean for traditional affiliate work?
Yeah, I mean, we need to adapt as well. SEO will still exist, but it will be a different kind of SEO. It will be, we need to adapt to the world of different content other than written content. We need to move towards new channels, such as YouTube, Clubhouse. We need to move towards more social content compared to what we are used to at the moment, where we are basically hidden behind the screens and writing. So that's it's a huge challenge, but SEO will still be applicable to this industry, but it will be in a different way. I think that SEO will be more how you are going to be visual in Web3, for example, VR. There will always be ways to do it, and it's up to us to figure out how.
Now, from my understanding of the way that casino or live casino streaming has grown up, is that it kind of bears a resemblance to gaming and streaming gaming. And now that has become a big thing, a huge thing, and some of the personalities on those kind of brands are genuinely got millions of followers. Are we talking about that level of success of personality, of that level of people following these casino streamers?
Well, I think, if I can weigh in, I mean, I've got a 10-year-old, and he loves watching people play on YouTube. Now, I don't get it in my generation. I'm a Gen X, but we're talking about the next generation of people coming through that are over the age of 18, 21. They've grown up in a different world, so you can't ignore these channels. You need to understand how to harness them, but put the best practices in place so that it works for you and your business. So I think to ignore it, you're missing a big chunk of where your customers are actually hanging out in the world, online. To speak to your point about SEO, I'm a big believer that partnerships are going to outrank any other digital channel in the next 5 to 10 years. So thinking about your strategy in terms of how you promote your brand and how you reach your end customer, whoever that customer avatar is for your business, you're going to have to start working with these partners. You can't not work with them.
Phil?
No, I mean, I was going to tell a story, but it was a really bad story. But no, like 2 days ago, I got a phone of someone, I mean, this is going to sound weird, but someone who was 10 years old. Let's not go into it. And then I went to YouTube. I went to a Twitch streamer who was a very big, well-known Twitch streamer in the USA, and his YouTube channel, and he was streaming slots, and you could watch it at 10 years old. There was no age gating. You can click on a link for one of the 4 crypto casinos mentioned in what you said. I'm not going to name them because
I've just done one.
Yeah, we're not doing it. And he was able to sign up with his information, and he is 10.
Right. Yeah.
That should be closed down.
Well, yeah. Okay. So and the key here, what you mentioned there, is the crypto link. Now, that is it's slightly off topic, but if you look at the rise of crypto gaming at the moment, or in the last few years, obviously it's risen in line with the interest in cryptocurrencies themselves, and even actually outstrips their growth because it doesn't have the ups and downs of the currencies. What's the kind of link between streaming and crypto, and how dangerous is that link? Or how strong is that link, first of all?
To begin with, there wasn't really one. To begin with, it was mainly they were streaming on Curacao casinos or MGA casinos or UK casinos, and it was all normal stakes, normal gameplay. It's only since they went to the crypto casinos where generally people are playing for higher amounts, and the crypto casinos are trying to push volume to their sites because the profit on a crypto deposit is so much higher. If you deposit on an MGA casino, you're spending 8 or 9% on the deposit and withdrawal combined. On crypto, you're spending 0.36 cents. So their focus is only on profiteering, which is why when they're regulated by Curacao or they're regulated by someone else, the fact is that they are not given directives on how to do their job. So the fact that you can sign up without even putting in your address is just crazy. So that's where the connection came, because they can offer the streamers more money because their profit is higher. Right. And if you can pay Drake $100 million, then something is very wrong with how much profit you're making off how many players you have.
Right.
I mean, I'm reminded by something that Peter Parker's uncle said, which was, with great power comes great responsibility. And I think the onus...
That's been said today, I think we're finding out.
I think the onus is on every single party in that channel that sits between the person providing the solution to play and the person watching or getting encouraged to play. And that is not just the affiliate, and it's not just the operator, but it's all of the people that sit in between. So my question to the 10-year-old is, where was that 10-year-old's parents allowing them to watch that content on YouTube? Because my kid can't access that on YouTube. So I think we need to put it into perspective. Yes, that is a massive problem, and I would be irate if my child did see something like that. But I've also set the precedent in my own four walls to make sure that my child is not exposed to things like that. So every single person in that channel has to be responsible, and the problem is that we not all are.
The problem is the streamer classed it as gaming. They didn't class it as slots, so
gambling,
it never hit an age gate. That's why they can all get around it, because no one is regulating YouTube, pretty much.
Pretty much.
How could they?
Well, YouTube should be regulating YouTube. They also have a responsibility as a platform provider that allows free flow content onto their platform. They need to have stronger regulations. Same thing with Facebook.
But they're not going to, are they? They're simply not.
Not yet, because we haven't put the pressure on them.
Well, yeah, but the gambling industry is not going to be the one that's going to be able to put the pressure on them, and they're simply not going to do what you're doing, because people have been complaining about other content on YouTube for a decade, and nothing's happened there.
We need more DDoS. So
do.
DDoS is the reason why this has all happened.
Could you explain that?
Yeah, pragmatic, relax. Anyone associated with crypto gaming in the last 3 weeks has been hammered by DDoS attacks from Russia. As of this, they went after...
Could you say that again on mic?
Bad, Rory. So, yeah, on DDoS attacks over the last 3 weeks, all of the main game providers on stake.com and other sites have been attacked. Everything has been down, even MGA. Their sites have gone down. Amazon was threatened with having Twitch DDoS attacks, which most people believe, allegedly, is why this has now come into place, because they don't want their services to be taken down. So they're actually taking a stand because of the acts of internet pirates.
Wow.
Which is amazing, because they're the ones standing up for maybe their 10-year-old kid who's gambled money away.
So we've got internet pirates.
Internet pirates
trying
are
to
saving
protect
the world.
their kids by attacking from Russia.
Yes, Johnny Depp.
Right. So in this situation, is any reputable online operator, and I use that term advisedly, going to get involved in the streaming sector? And if they are, what do they need to look out for here?
From my side, it's like Leo Vegas already do it. Leo Vegas do it well. They work with casino grounds. They work with these companies. They don't give fake money. Everyone's playing at normal balances. Leo Vegas, even Casumo back in the day, they do it the right way. Yeah. They need more people like that to set a precedent to stop what happened last week.
Yeah.
Just to add on, I mean, there is several operators already doing it, and doing it well in my eyes. There is also some innovation in the space, such as Casino Fridays, Livestream, Commands, WeSpin. I think this is the right way to go compared to the third-party platforms.
So, in other words, what Casino Grounds does or others do is they kind of replace the idea of having Twitch as being the platform, and they become the platform instead. Is that the way it's happening there?
I mean, they still use Twitch. They're still going to be able to use Twitch, but they don't play on the sites that are blacklisted by Twitch.
Sure. Okay. So in that sense, would you say that there's a nascent regulated industry coming out of the streaming space will it elbow out the unregulated stuff, or is it going to be?
I mean, if we look, history repeats itself.
Mm-hmm.
If we go back 20 years, if you've been in the industry as long as what I have, when we started websites, people were doing stuff. Even now, 20 years later, people are doing things in SEO that is still not regulated. You've got affiliate sites with GAMStop pages and doing black hat SEO. And I mean, I think it depends on your mindset as well in terms of, do you want to enter an industry and actually be a responsible business owner with a long-term business plan? Or are you in it to make a quick buck? I mean, the affiliate debate, do streamers have too much control? Right now, they control what they push out, so yes, but who is regulating what they push out? So everybody has to play their part in terms of being responsible. There is no one party that can dictate this. It has to be a mutual collaboration of this is how we're going to operate.
Well, I tend to disagree here because I mean that it's not the streamers that have the control, it's the operators who are creating the opportunity, and then the affiliates are actually just they are entrepreneurs, so as long as there will always exist a black market, there will always be people using it, and they are also in a way entrepreneurs. But there is someone else creating the opportunity for them.
And why are those opportunities being created? Because there's a lack of education in our industry. Yep. People are given freedom to do things without understanding the consequences of what those actions will have. The long-term consequences, not what you need to deliver today, but the impact of doing those things to the industry as a whole and how it develops us in the future.
Yeah. One of the interesting comments on the stage earlier, and it was unanswered notably, was when Tim Heath said to Todd Haushalter, what's evolution going to do when it comes to streaming? And Todd didn't answer, or simply ignored his question, I think would be the best way to put it. Is there some kind of, when it comes to live casino and streaming, is there some kind of link there that we can see starting to form? It seems like they're in the same kind of ballpark in terms of the actual content.
I would be shocked if Todd answered that, because that would put him in a predicament. The problem that you have is all of these big streamers, the highest octane action is roulette, crazy time, any of Evolution's admittedly awesome content. The problem is that if you have a fake person betting 100K a spin, or Drake betting 100K a spin, the action that they're getting is insane. We don't know if it's real or not, but unless Evolution took the step of shutting off those sites, they can't really do anything about it, which is why he wouldn't be able to answer. But the correlation is there because that is where the action is, and that is what people want to see.
But could they embrace it in some kind of way, do you think?
You could put max bets on the table, but there's no real way of embracing it without getting some fakery in there, I think.
So you can't imagine a scenario where Evolution decided to put live casino on Twitch, for instance?
Not without age gating.
Yeah, okay. So what to if you were a gambling regulator, and thankfully none of us are, but if you were looking at this as a regulator, and any particular country, or indeed you've already mentioned Malta and you mentioned Curacao, and I think there was some comments earlier about Curacao looking at this area, I think, Leanne?
Yeah.
Where does the regulator stand here? Is it something that they can at all approach, or is it something that actually at the moment they'll be happy to actually stand aside, apart from, I suppose it's going to blow up in the press, isn't it? And that's the point.
Yeah, but why does it have to get to that point? Why can't we actually invite the regulators now to the table and say, this is something that we are seeing, it's new. I mean, streaming's only been around for how long? You probably know more than me, 3 to 5 years, maybe? Okay. It has to evolve, just like web did, a million years ago. So I think we need to be sitting down now, having these responsible conversations and inviting everybody in that channel to actually sit and go, okay, how do we want to actually approach this free content economy that we are now engaging in and enabling, because that is the only way that we get growth. We can't ignore these channels. But what do we actually want that to look like? And how do we actually want to support content creators to create great content and to build these brands and communities of customers that enjoy what they do, but do it responsibly?
Are we going to have a situation in 3 to 5 years' time where we have somebody who is genuinely a big gambling personality? You've mentioned Drake already, and that's the idea of taking a personality from another field and simply giving them money to gamble, and I think that's been done in land-based gaming as much as anything. But can you imagine something like you've mentioned, like a Mr. Beast, or a figure arising who has an audience of 1 million people globally, and does part of their stick would be that they do online casino gambling streamed? Can you see that emerging? And if that happened, what happens at that point when it comes to the relationship between that huge personality and that huge audience and operators, for instance?
It can absolutely happen. If they do it and it's right, if they're proving their deposits, if they're RG checked, if they're source of wealth checked, if they have gone through the steps everyone else has to go to, there should absolutely be someone like that, because the right people actually stop people from gambling if they have problems. Yeah. So if you've got an RG problem and you're watching a streamer, you're not gambling yourself generally. So that will help someone who has an RG issue. The problem is, as Leanne was saying, that regulators need to step up faster. When COVID happened, the MGA sent out a 7-page directive within 2 days that you're not allowed to mention COVID, you're not allowed to do any kind of promotions around viruses or anything. Twitch has been around for 5 years. There's been 0 directives on Twitch. So it's either A, they don't know what they're doing, or B, they're all politicians and they don't know what they're doing. Pretty much.
Yeah. And presumably, to an extent, kind of scared of Amazon, I would have thought, in a way. It's a big beast, isn't it, in the jungle to be suddenly appearing, for instance, to suddenly appear effectively on our horizons as a regulator last week. Effectively, that was in whichever blundering way it did it. That was big news.
Huge news. But they could pass something into law quite easily that Amazon in Malta can only advertise gaming or gambling to people who have proven they're over 18.
Yeah.
You can integrate Jumio, any other age gating software. They can even pay for it. The streamers can pay for it. It's like €1 or something. Yeah. And then you know that your person watching is 18. You know that you haven't got a 12-year-old who was watching Call of Duty 5 minutes ago, and now you've started to play slots to get referral income to your affiliate account. It's sickening.
So your message to regulators is catch up bloody quick.
Or hire someone. Or speak to the industry.
Yeah.
You've got 100 people in this room who can help.
And what can the industry do? And also, can the industry go to the regulators and say, look, this is something you've got to... I mean, the industry doesn't have a good reputation of going to the regulators and saying anything, but can they do that?
I'll walk there now.
It starts at home. Make sure that your policies and your program terms and your staff understand how and where and what you want your brand to be about and to say. And then work with your content curators to make sure that they stay within the lines, or the opportunity to earn revenue ends.
And that'll be the affiliates. The end of the line there about the content itself will be the affiliates.
Yeah.
Yeah, of course. I mean, it's our responsibility as well. In the end, it's all about politics, in my opinion. I mean, it's a reason why YouTube, Twitch, and all of these guys allow this. It's probably something to do about views, to be my best guess.
Well, the other thing is also to educate them on the kinds of things that you've just said. Do their development teams actually understand that things like age gating and paying for certain types of content are things that they need to build into their platforms? Mm-hmm. They probably don't even think about their platform that way, but we do because we understand the regulation. So I think, I'd like to see more people from Twitch and Amazon coming to our events, number one.
I'm sure iGaming NEXT will as well. They'll be paying top dollar.
Get on that, yeah.
we get money laundered checked all the time. So you get AML audits constantly, whereas AML in gambling stopped 10 years ago. AML is now in crypto and in politicians. And it's the politicians checking the gambling for something that they have been doing in this country for such a long time. Yeah. They should focus on what the actual problems are, not what the problems were 20 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks very much. We are out of time. It means that lunch is upon us, apparently. Thanks very much for your time. I'm sure this issue will come up again next year, and it'll probably be further up the agenda. So Havard, Leanne, and Phil, thank you very much for your time. Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Fantastic. Fantastic. Thank you so much to Scott and that all-star panel. That was absolutely wonderful. Now, as mentioned, you know, life moves fast, iGaming moves faster, and you are all on the fast track right here today. Now, one of the most important elements is networking. We are delighted to provide you with a wonderful networking lunch in the Expo Hall. Please make sure you say hello to our headline sponsors, Bombay, and all of our keynote partners in the Expo Hall. Remember, my personal mantra, ABC, always be connecting. Make the most of these opportunities to connect, to build your network. Feel free to reach out to me on LinkedIn. I love to connect. We will be back here at 2:15 for the competing streamer Smackdown. That's going to be so much fun. 2:15 sharp, back here. Buen provecho. Have a great lunch. I'll see you later.
we are looking at how to pronounce this number 4. Pronunciation of the number 3. How to pronounce the number 2. Looking at how to pronounce the number 1.
For what? It's going to be me.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Oh my goodness, everybody looks refreshed. Everyone looks like they've had a great lunch. Thank you again to our headline sponsors, Bombay, and all of our keynote partners. Right, I hope you are ABCing, always be connecting, making new connections, getting new knowledge and new partners to really supercharge your progress and get on the fast track to the future, as we are all doing here at iGaming Next in Valletta. Okay, are you ready for something exciting? That's it, bonus points, I love it. Okay, we are gonna have something very exciting now. It's called the Slot Streamer Showdown. And iGaming Next is teaming up with the good people at Casino Grounds, represented here by Daniel Jufra, who is the brand manager. And they're gonna bring the slot streaming action to the main stage right now. We have 4 streamers, each representing 1 slot and 1 casino. And they are gonna be fighting it out showdown style. Okay, the biggest win takes home the ultimate bragging rights. Get your seats ringside. Make sure to cheer and get involved, and give a huge round of applause for our 4 streamers and your host for this showdown, Daniel Jufra. Thank you.
I'm going to have to keep up that energy. Thank you guys all for being here today in this inaugural event. We are going to bring the action online straight onto the stage with a head-to-head-to-head-to-head tournament. Winner takes all. Keep an eye on the center screen where you can see who is in first place to win ultimate bragging rights. A huge thank you to iGaming Next for helping us make this happen. And now I'd like for all the streamers to go ahead and get started. We're going to start with some base game and have some explanations about each game as we go on. So first off, we have Hampus from Let's Give It a Spin, who is playing Super Fruit Smash on Wilds. Hampus, can you tell us a bit about the game you're playing?
Super Fruit Smash is a sequel to Fruit Smash that was released a while back. It's by Slot Mill. It's a bit more volatile than the first one. Here, the multipliers become multiplicative instead of additive, which brings it to a different level. So the first Fruit Smash had 6,000 X-Max win. Here, they bumped it up to 12,000. And yeah, I've played it quite a lot, and with the multiplicative multipliers, it can go just bonkers. And pleasure to meet everyone. I'm Hampus, and I am playing on Wilds today. Thank you so much, Wilds, for making this happen. And Slot Mill, obviously, who are, I think, progressing a lot with their games lately. They are stepping up game after game and making them very streamer-friendly, listening to the community. So I'm happy to be representing them. And obviously, I'm going to take down the dub today. It's going to be easy.
Best of luck, Hampus. Also important to note, these are all, as always with Casino Grounds, real money stakes. They're playing €1 per spin. When we go into bonus buys, they will also be playing with real money. So the excitement should be palpable at every point. At this point, I'd like to pass it off to Kim, one of the co-founders of Casino Grounds and also a member of Let's Give It a Spin, who today is playing Max Megaways on Leo Vegas. Kim, tell us a bit about Max Megaways.
My name is Kim Holtzman. Is my mic? All right. My name is Kim Holtzman, and I'm playing Max Megaways from Big Time Gaming. Basically, Max Megaways used to be a meme. So those who are familiar with Big Time Gaming, which I presume everyone is, they're famous for their Megaways, and in Monopoly, the guy comes in and says, Max Megaways. And we made it a meme, and now it's a slot machine. And obviously, it's Megaways. You're looking for a lot of base game features. So here we got the Wilds on top. You're looking for Max Megaways. And I want to thank Big Time Gaming and Leo Vegas for sponsoring this.
Awesome. Best of luck, Kim. I'd like to move on next to Bella from Lucky Luna TV, who is playing Raptor today on Nitro Casino. Bella, tell us a bit about your game.
So Raptor Casino, Raptor game is a 5x3 cluster game with increasing multipliers. So whenever there's a win, your multiplier just increases. And there's a jumping wild, which moves to one of the places where a winning symbol has been. So the increasing multipliers are infinite, and that is what makes the game more and more exciting and very, very streamer-friendly.
This game has actually been out for the longest out of all of the games that we're showcasing today, and for a good reason. It's extremely sticky in the streaming world. It's very easy to understand, but the potential, with an unlimited multiplier, max win of 20,000x, it's stuck around quite a lot, so I'm really happy that it's here today. For our last streamer today, Vebjorn, a Norwegian-speaking streamer based here in Malta from the brand Real Danzi. Tell us a bit about what game you're playing today.
So, hello everyone. I'm playing Money Train 3, which is the latest release out of the, obviously, 3 Money Train. This game is pumped up even more from the previous games. So the first one has the 20,000x potential, the second one has a 50,000x, but now it's a 100,000x potential. And you really, really see the potential in this game when you play it. And you really feel it, which I love. So I want to thank Relax and Royal Panda for sponsoring this event and making this possible. And yeah, hoping for some good wins.
Yeah, best of luck, Vebjorn. Now we'll do what streamers do best, which is bonus buys. So now we're going to move into every streamer bonus buying all at the same time, hoping we can get some big wins today, and also showcasing a little bit more about each game. Vebjorn had mentioned he's playing Money Train 3 today, which, as most of you likely know, is an explosive sequel. It's smashing it right now, and the streamers are picking up on that trend. There's a number of different bonuses in that title that allow for streamers to play the way that they want to play. So I'm excited for Vebjorn to tell you guys a little bit more about that game and why each bonus works so well for streaming.
All right. So you have as you can see, 4 different bonus buys. We're going to take a look at the 2 first ones, which is a 20x buy, and the 2-spin feature, which is a 50x buy. So basically, this is kind of it is the bonus, but you on the 1-spin feature and the 2-spin feature, instead of the normal 3 spins, and when you get a reset, it's 1 spin or 2 spins. So the 1 spin you need to hit every time, but you still have the same potential, but for a lower cost. And we're going to do. And you're going to see, we get the bonus. Oh. And then, now we have to basically hit every spin, but as it still has, you're really looking for the special symbols, obviously. And we get these. And then, it's kind of, I mean,
yeah,
I don't know what to say.
No, that's pretty fair.
It's very, very, very exciting.
One of my favorite things about Money Train and Money Train 2 and 3 is all of the different varieties of symbols that you can get that result in a huge variety of wins. Now, I think Bella's having an issue with bonus buying, unfortunately, so it doesn't look like we'll be seeing bonus buys on Raptor, but it's important to note. Do you have a pretty good setup?
We have a persistent, and I missed. So getting the persistent was what we're really looking forward to get, but unfortunately, this one wasn't it.
So there are a handful of symbols with Money Train 3 that are persistent, which means they continue occurring on every spin. Bella's having a hard time with bonus buys here, so we'll keep her on the base game for now, but I'd like to talk to Kim a little bit more about Max Megaways. What's going on in the bonus that you can look forward to in this game?
So basically, when you get the bonus, you're picking. So you pick between 5 picks, and they all do different things. Right now, I bought the big bonus buy, which gives you 3 picks out of the 5. The small one gives you 2 picks out of 5. We got the setup with 2 scatter retrigger, double multiply, no lower symbols, which isn't the one we're really looking for. It can still pay. All of them can pay. We're up to 26x multiplier. So if we get some ways and some purples, preferably, this will be a big win. We paid 200 times the money, so we paid 200 euros for this one, and we're in the last spin, and no.
No luck this time.
No luck this
more
time.
Next time.
We'll give it more tries, for sure.
So why don't you go ahead with a buy? Maybe we can get some people from the audience choosing the specific section.
I like the sound of that. All right, so guys, you'll have 3 picks between 1 to 5. First pick. 1. That's a good one. That's a good one. Second pick.
4.
4. All right. That is a very. These 2 are very good.
That's a very good one.
These 2 are very good.
And the last pick. 5.
All right, 5 is last pick, and this is
That's
good
really good.
potential.
I think duplicating wilds and increased ways are the 2 best ones. So hopefully,
this has good potential.
Yeah.
So we're just hoping to build a multiplier fast here and then hit a banger. All right. Queens on reel 1 are very rare, but if they hit, they they hit big.
How are you doing over here, Hempus? Any luck so far? No luck so far.
No luck
okay.
so far, no.
Because I remember before the tournament you said this would be easy, so I'm...
Oh yeah, it's gonna be easy. I mean, I'm competing against Kim, Bella, and then we have the Norwegian guy Vebian over there. Like, it's not even gonna be a competition today.
Okay, that seems decent.
Here.
We're building up on Max Megaways.
All right, we have 136 euros, and we have 6 spins remaining. Now we want the queens on reel 1. It's very uncommon for a symbol as low as a queen to be uncommon, but it is quite uncommon on reel 1. But when it hits many ways and very big.
No.
That was a good one. But we have quite a few spins to go, so this could be a good profit.
Let's hope, let's hope. It's the biggest win so far, I believe. So Kim with Let's Give It a Spin is definitely in first place for now.
Easy.
And this game has got to have one of the best soundtracks as well.
Oh, that's Max Megaways. 66 euros.
Not bad,
too
good
shabby.
start.
Can we see a king on reel 2? No king on reel 2. Or queen on reel 1. Still a good one. So we're more than money back right now. Come on, one time. No more dead spins now.
Hopefully no more dead spins.
Okay. Can we see a red gem on reel 1 maybe?
So you're doing the mini buy over here, or is this still the bonus?
Yeah, no, I am doing mini buys at the moment. So what Slotmill has, they have different kind of buys, fast track here. So I was doing a few of the giant fruit ones, which guarantees you either a 2x2, 3x3, or 4x4 fruit. And now we're gonna move on.
Would we be able to pull Hampus up here so you can tell us a little bit more about Super Fruit Smash's fast track functions?
All right. So what I've been doing for the last 3-4 minutes there was buying the giant fruit. It has a buy cost of 5x your stake. And it guarantees you a fruit that's either 2x2, 3x3, or 4x4. It can carry on a multiplier, but you need to get quite lucky. Is it good, Kevin?
No, it's close. It's really close. That's really close. Really close. We still made a profit, but...
So we have quite a few screens. Kim is up there, and so if you don't see someone there, they've likely been moved over here. Hopefully a few people get kicked off as we get bigger wins throughout the event. So you were saying, Hampus, a little bit about fast track.
And now I'm currently on the giant wild one, which was added to Super Fruit Smash, which you can buy a giant wild that's either 2x2, 3x3, or 4x4. And that can also carry a multiplier, which is can get very powerful. But the way it gets incredibly powerful if it carries a multiplier, a high multiplier, and a countdown. So I believe they took that. Yeah, it sticks. I believe they took that idea from when they made Moneyar, which is also a very good game where you can buy countdown wilds, which countdowns from 3, 2, 1, so it sticks for a certain amount of spins. But in Super Fruit Smash, if you have a multiplier on the wild, as well as a countdown, it gets incredibly powerful, and we can see some great things happening, especially if it goes to a 4x4 wild. Because then you will see connections everywhere, like we see here with a 3x3. So yeah, obviously you need to get a little bit lucky, but if you get it, the potential is there.
And as you were saying, it's multiplicative, right? So
it's
in the bonus, you're going to have a progressive multiplier, and then you land a fruit with a multiplier, and all of a sudden, it goes pretty crazy.
Yeah. I mean, if your wild has a 3x multiplier and then you hit a few times, like now, we can see on this spin right here. We have a 3x multiplier on it. We get up to a 2x there, and boom, we have a 6x multiplier. So if you get it with a little bit higher, like a 3, so it sticks for 3 spins, then we can see some incredible things. That's what we're hoping to do.
Fantastic.
That's a 4x4.
Now, I believe Money Train 3 has a pretty special super bonus. I was wondering if we might be able to get one of those from you, Vebjorn.
Do you want to get one right now?
I think if you're ready. I feel pretty well. Are you guys ready to see the super bonus? There we go, finally.
All right.
So this super bonus at 500x guarantees one of the persistent symbols and is something that if you've played Money Train 2 or 1, you've always wanted.
And we get the shapeshifter. So there's different types of special symbols that you can get. Now we got the shapeshifter, which is basically, it's as it says in the name, it varies. It's a shapeshifter. So it can, now we get the sniper. We can also get the collector. We can get the Tommy gun, which is really, really exciting. So now we get the, we really wanted it here.
Yeah.
That's fine.
The sniper somehow always finds some specific symbols.
Always. Ooh. So now we get the collector. Now we're really hoping for any other special symbol, really. Because then the potential goes from 0 to hero, basically.
So this 500x to me kind of feels like a bonus buy within a bonus buy. You're not only getting straight to the action, you're getting to the exciting portion of the action, which is something that we've seen from providers over the past several months and years, but I really like to see Relax pick it up with one of their biggest IPs, if not their absolute biggest. So how is it looking?
It's
so
looking good. We're in
definitely
profit.
positive, definitely positive.
And we really want to get one. If we get on the reel 4 or 5 here, then we get open another reel, which is really, really good because obviously we can get more connections. And every time we hit, we reset the spins. We go back to 3. And now we really need to hit anything.
So we're just staying alive at this point.
But it's still all right. But we need to,
Yeah, that's good.
All right.
Nice.
So it's a 700x. I mean, it's a 200 profit.
Very nice.
Really, really good.
And I believe, Hampus, your slot as well has a super buy.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes.
So I think it's time to see if you can beat Vebjorn's 700x, which I think is the score to beat right now, if I'm not mistaken.
314 for you, Kim. Embarrassing. No, so in the super bonus here in the Super Fruit Smash, you're guaranteed a big symbol every single spin. In the normal bonus, it can pop out a big symbol. However, it's guaranteed in the super bonus. So that with the multiplier, it costs 450x to buy. It's a 12,000x. Max potential. It can drop down a big while as well with a countdown, which is obviously what you want to see. And 3 scatters is a retrigger, so we need one more. So what they did from their first Fruit Smash game was they gave a lot of spins. Here they have decreased the spins a little bit, but they are more valuable, I would say.
It feels like they've kind of concentrated all of the excitement of the first one and bundled it into a more volatile package, which of course is great for streaming.
I mean, the first one was a banger, in my opinion, but I like volatility. Well, not that the first one is not a little volatile, but the more volatile, the better, in my opinion. But we are, so that's what we're looking for. But we would have needed a little bit more sauce. Maybe. Why are you laughing, Kimper, bro?
So I think that Vebjorn's biggest win is going to stick for now.
Well, I'm not done yet.
You're not done yet.
I call it rig.
Hampus, did you not hit anything?
Vebjorn, I think he's asking for you to pit your super bonus against his. So maybe next bonus you can show us again.
Ooh.
So at this point, any large wild with
it multiplies to multiplier. Multiplicative, as it should be. But yeah, we need something to pop off here.
Anything big at this point is going to be huge with this multiplier.
Huh?
Any big symbol with a multiplier is going to be
obviously,
huge at this
like if we get a wild now with the multiplier, then it's over. Not over, but it's over. Not so saucy.
Not so saucy this
Not
time.
so saucy.
Vebjorn stands for now. Kim, I believe you are in second place, and Hampus might overtake you soon.
I'm speed clicking for life of me here.
I feel like we need next bonus. This is a pretty good
300x.
outlook with not the best setup. So no matter the setup, you can get a good win. But I feel the best one we had was when the audience picked. So I feel you guys next round will have to pick again to have a shot at beating Vebjörn, who's in the lead now, 700.
Yep.
Should be able to beat that. But I need the audience help next time.
So Vebjörn, I think we're going to come back to you for another super buy before Kim's last audience choice. And we are running into the final minutes now on this tournament with Real Donzi in first place with his 500x buy and the rest lagging behind him. My original money was on Donzi, to be fair. So I must say, even though you switched desks, I did put the trophy under yours. So let's see another 500x. So we're looking for the persistent payer collector, right?
Collector payer, yeah.
The persistent collector payer is
really, really exciting.
Extremely exciting.
So let's see what we get. All right, we get the collector, which is
fair
fine.
Well, yeah. So hopefully, obviously, we land another collector, which will then build off of the persistent collector every single spin. Ooh. So a change for Money Train 3, correct, was I believe it doesn't collect every symbol now, or it doesn't snipe every symbol, it only chooses a number of them.
Yeah, for the collector payer?
Yes.
Yeah, it doesn't do all of them, which it usually did. Now it's 3 to 5.
Yeah, I believe.
Which, obviously, if it collected everything, the math probably would have been very hard. And it's
so there's been a number of things from Money Train 2 that seem to have been diluted in a format to work with more symbols, more Necromancer, more Shapeshifter, more of everything. You're at 26 spins here on Max Megaways, and how are you doing, Hempus?
If I said I was doing good, that would be a lie.
Fair enough, fair enough. This does happen with real money gambling, of course. One of the exciting things is to be able to show you this, but in the end, we can't manipulate the wins.
So we have quite a few spin now. This is, like I said, the best setup. We're still on it, and the potential is building up. We are at a 19x multiplier. Currently, we bagged 287 euros, and now we're hoping for maybe another retrigger. We have a 2-scatter retrigger, which is an upgrade from the usual 3-scatter. Oh, come on. Don't give me dead spins here. Come on. Green in the front, green in the front. Or red, green or red. One time. Nope.
No such luck on the persistent collector with Donzi, unfortunately.
Yeah. All right. Come on. Well, blue and we win. Close call, 399. That's not a bad one. That's not a bad one. But Daniel, do you think we have the time for one last audience pick?
I absolutely think we do, Kim.
We do. All right. When it's finished counting, we're going to take an audience pick.
And we're looking for the duplicating wilds, the increased multipliers, increased
Daniel,
ways.
we're looking good there right now.
Thank you, Mr. Hempus.
You're not looking good.
You're looking good right now. So could we get Hempus on the big screen, actually?
We might be looking good.
It looks like we have a large wild.
We're not looking that good.
We were looking good.
We were looking good.
But now we have you on the screen, Hempus, so surely.
Surely that must
Surely it'll come up. So we have 3 spins left with a pretty high multiplier. To be fair, if you land a countdown wild at this point...
It can drop in as well. Like,
yeah.
That was a good little spin, Rooney. Banana.
So I believe you can get up to 3 of these large symbols.
One more hit, nice. I'm gonna be in the lead.
Fucking good stuff.
No, I'm in the lead, right?
You are, I believe.
Then I'll tell you I was gonna win.
And you still have 2 spins left.
Exactly.
So hopefully the best is yet
to come. It's the best game ever. Oh, shit.
Oh, wait, coconuts one time?
Coconut. Oh. Lalle. Oh.
I believe that just barely pushes you above.
I think it pushes me above.
Very well done, Hempus.
All right,
713x, and for Kim's last bonus, he wants to choose from the audience,
Can we get
one more time.
One last time.
1 through 5. 2.
Good.
1 through 5 again.
3.
And
Not so
one
good.
last time, 1 through 5.
Last one. What do you say?
Well, they said everything, but...
They say everything. I heard 5 first. That's all right. That's all right. All right, one time. One time. Let's win.
All right, Vebjorn, surely you're ready to get a collector payer persistent right now.
You want to do a 5 on next buy?
I think that's what we should do at this point.
I believe you're right.
A collector payer and 1 symbol
Come
every
out.
3 rounds.
Ooh, but it's a
Ah,
shapeshifter.
shapeshifter.
I like
That
the
could be
shapeshifter.
good. That could be good. And Hampus, how is it going over here?
We've had better days.
We've had better days.
I'm down a grand, so it's...
All right, Mr. Vebjorn, I believe this is our last mega bonus. Thank you guys for hanging out during this time. Hopefully you've appreciated how streamers can act as effective marketers for affiliation here in iGaming. I think this is an interesting new concept that hopefully you'll also see in years to come. We're going to finish up this last bonus for each of these streamers, and then we're going to pass the baton to you. We have a demo play tournament with 2,500 euros prize pool for the audience. So I believe Hampus is going to take the win here.
Is it a dub? Yeah.
Vebjorn is finishing off his last bonus.
So
Bella
we're done.
seems done. Kim is trying to cheat here, buying another bonus. And that's it. Mr. Hampus, can you pass me the trophy? Mr. Hampus, come up here. Come up here, Hampus. Come up here.
I'm
Take
dropping
a
my
picture
microphone.
for the cameraman.
I'm dropping my microphone, but it's all right.
Congrats. Thank you so much, everybody, for hanging out today. Like I said, now we are going to move on to an audience demo play tournament. So for the rest of the day, after you scan a QR code, which will come up very soon, you'll have a chance to win a share of 2,500 euros. The first 5 people are going to win 500 euros each. And if you can't reach the QR code, which will be put up here shortly, there will be pamphlets given out on your way out. I want to give a special thanks to iGaming Next for helping us make this happen. Special thanks to each of our streamers, and could we have a round of applause for our streamers? Thank you guys so much. What? Yeah. I mean, what happened?
How much fun was that? My goodness, absolutely brilliant. Thank you so much to Daniel Jufra from Casino Grounds for conducting that amazing showdown from the live streamers. Very, very exciting. Some real talk there. The kind of social atmosphere that you might get in a casino. We're seeing it replicated there in a streaming world. Absolutely fascinating. Thank you for bringing that to iGaming Next. Okay, I just have a little reminder because it is quite thirsty work doing all this conference stuff. So thank you very much to our 3 drink sponsors, namely Pragmatic Play, Playson, and Zimpler, who are sponsoring our wonderful drinks at 5:30. I hope to see a few of you there. In the meantime, I should mention our wonderful headline sponsors, Bombay, have very kindly brought champagne and blackjack to the Expo Hall. So they've got a nice big stand in the Expo Hall. I don't believe they're serving now. They've got to wait a little while. But a bit later in the day, before the rooftop drinks, you're very welcome to join Bombay for champagne and blackjack. Okay, at the very beginning of the day, I congratulated all of you who are here in person, all of you on the live stream, all of you who are joining on demand for being on the fast track to innovation, the fast track to success, the fast track to the future. Now, of course, I suspect our next speaker can help you get on that fast track. He is going to talk about a very important issue. It is the unspoken truth about high conversion, about high retention, and about low churn. Ladies and gentlemen, he's a great friend of iGaming Next, a brilliant speaker. It is always worth listening to what he has to say. Please join me in welcoming to the stage the CEO of Fast Track, Simon Lidson. Thank you.
Hi guys, wow, nice turnout. It's great to be here, thank you. It's great to be back on this stage again, second year. Whoa, okay, first of all, guys, I see there's a lot of operators in the room. You are the front line, you're the reason why we're here. What you're doing is really, really hard and you're doing an amazing job. I want everyone to give a hand up for the operators in the room, come on. Last year, I showed you what the future of CRM looks like. Today, I will focus on what it takes to achieve great results and how to outperform the market. Who's excited to hear the unspoken truth of high conversion, high retention, and low churn? Almost, okay. Awesome. For those who don't know me, I'm Simon. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Fast Track. In case you don't know what we do, Fast Track, in very simple terms, has set out to digitalize the iGaming industry. In the process of doing that, we have developed a CRM platform called Fast Track CRM. We're growing very fast, and we work with hundreds of companies and across the world. And CRM is the backbone of the gaming operation, and relevance is key. Our ability to retain our players is what makes the difference between red and black in the bottom line. And the market is very competitive, and we pay a huge price for every customer. So we have to be ready to do whatever it takes to make these relationships last. To provide a little bit of context to what I want to talk about today, I need to tell you the story and why we built Fast Track CRM and how we ended up where we are today. With this story, I want to tell you what the future of CRM looks like and what it will be needed to stay successful. But most importantly, I want to talk about the unspoken truth of high conversion, high retention, and low churn. And I want to start right here. This picture illustrates the main problem with the iGaming operation today. The amount of systems that we have to use to service our customers is what's holding back our ability to innovate and grow. When the systems are unable to speak to each other, the human has to become the bridge, and this is very time-consuming. I hate time consumers, and organizational scalability has been a personal passion of mine for a very long time. And after working 10 years plus together with my partners on the operator side before we founded Fast Track, we were very motivated, I can say, to solve this problem when we started Fast Track. Fast Track is founded on the basic principle that there is always a better way. We started Fast Track because we wanted to digitalize the iGaming industry. And the iGaming business is very complex. Don't get me wrong. We have so much content, right? Tens of thousands of games from hundreds of different game providers, advanced bonus platforms and gamification solutions. And we got multiple product verticals with all of their different complexity within their own domains. And we got a hugely demanding regulatory landscape. And if that wasn't enough, we also have a lot of money movement, which means that we also targeted for fraud. This makes CRM very complicated. Whilst there's been a lot of innovation in other parts of the business, CRM had been on a standstill for pretty much 10 years when we started this. Most of the operators back then, and majority of the operators still today, rely on a 24-hour-old data feed and ad hoc reports from BI to conduct their business and their CRM. Think about that, right? We are in 2022, and these are digital businesses, and we are relying on recordings from a CCTV camera from yesterday in order to run our business. It doesn't make any sense. CRM in this business has been very basic for a very long time. And there was no solution in the market that could properly address this, and that's why we decided to build Fast Track CRM. And we wanted to do it right. So we made 3 promises to the market. Number 1, we wanted to significantly reduce the amount of resource that was required to conduct CRM. Number 2, we would deliver it based on real-time automation and data capabilities. And number 3, we would provide a much more flexible option, the closest alternative to an in-house built solution. The success recipe was a CRM solution that was built specifically for iGaming. It was the first platform in the market that ran entirely on real-time data. And all of the business systems, whether it be a CMS or a bonus platform, would be integrated so that you can work from one system. And the work process was reinvented so that we could make it super effective for central teams who run multi-localization, multi-brand, and multiple markets to get on with their work and do testing. This was the first version of Fast Track CRM, and it quickly took off from there. We now step into the age of automation. Scaling with automation was the next natural step for Fast Track and for our partners. Real-time automation allows teams to interact with their players every minute and every second of the day. Not only does it give our players a much richer experience, it also frees up time, and it makes it easier to measure performance and evolve our CRM more effectively. So we supported our partners in launching some of the most comprehensive and exciting bits of automation that has been seen to date. And our partners relied on Fast Track as a backbone to support their entire business, from onboarding to on-site engagement and to reactivation. And with more advanced automation, we needed to make it very easy to maintain and evolve it. The biggest challenge with automation, and anyone who has ever worked with automation is going to tell you exactly the same thing, that is that once it's launched, no one dares to touch it because they're afraid of breaking everything. So our vision was quite clear. We wanted to make it easy to orchestrate automation at scale, easy for teams to get an overview and make upgrades. So this is why we built what we call Fast Track Lifecycles. It's orchestration at scale, easy interface, most importantly, had functionality to A/B test and version it so that you can upgrade easily. So the focus up until this point was very much about capabilities and streamlining process. But what every team wanted to do was to spend their time on the creative process and better understanding their customers. So all of the focus now shifts to the data. At this point, our partners considered our reporting capabilities quite on par with what was available in the market. But in terms of our own ambitions, we wanted to take it a lot further. So I'm sure you all have a little bit of experience with data platforms. You be promised the world and you start licensing a solution, and after a lengthy technical integration, it's either too limited or it's too technical. When you're building your dashboards, you realize that you're missing crucial data points, and they can be very hard to add after. And as soon as you start adding filters to your dashboards, they take ages to load. So instead of being able to action the data straight in that software, what you end up doing is actually exporting it and putting it back into Excel, and you continue to work from there. This is a problem that Fast Track decided to tackle head-on when we built the Fast Track Data Studio. We wanted to provide a platform that was exactly where it belongs, so which makes it actionable. And it's built for data mining, so it's flexible and it loads very fast, and it does that even with filters. So you can build these scorecards, right? And when you're doing that, we wanted to emphasize growth KPIs and long-term trends, because those two things are incredibly complicated to do in all of the other platforms. So this has enabled our partners to be data-driven and their ability to take their understanding of the customer to the next level. And with a more sophisticated customer model and more actionable insights, our partners use this data to become more relevant. So they expand their CRM strategies towards one-to-one experiences. The problem, though, was that this didn't scale very well. Up until this point, every solution in the market had a fundamental design flaw. It was designed to target one group of players with one campaign at the time. So the more targeted you became, the more segments you create, the more resource you needed. What we needed was a platform that could prioritize which offer is being sent, when it's sent, how it's delivered, and what it's going to look like. This is why we built what we call the singularity model. The introduction of the singularity model marks the biggest shift in history on how CRM was conducted in this industry, and we have made it possible to have hundreds of campaigns on one side and millions of players on the other side, and let the platform handpick and deliver individual experiences for every player, and it's all done in real time. So this takes us to where we are right now. We want to digitalize the iGaming industry and deliver the first self-learning engagement platform. We call this the Singularity Project. We want to build a platform that can go beyond what you can humanly comprehend. We want it to scale on its own. We want to help our partners scale with machine learning. Our entire team has been working towards achieving this for the last 7 years, and it's now on the horizon. The future of CRM is our ability to scale with automated, self-learning, one-to-one experiences. And this is how we deliver value to our partners. What you're looking at right now is the Fast Track pathway. By guiding our partners through this, coupled with the right technology, we know they will achieve as best possible results out of their strategies. This pathway has an immediate and substantial impact on the bottom line, because it makes you capable, productive, and scalable. But will it give you high conversion, high retention, and low churn? I chose to call this session the unspoken truth about high conversion, high retention, and low churn. But we talk about these things all the time, having the right capabilities and being data-driven. So it's time for me to tell you what I meant by that. Has anyone in here ever heard the saying, if you plant corn, corn will grow? The first time I heard that was actually on an offsite when I was working at Betsson. This is about 8, 9, 10 years ago, something like that. And there was a charismatic person that stepped up on the stage, and he started talking about culture. And he kept repeating these words, if you want corn, plant corn. And it really stuck with me. That saying might have different meanings, but to me, it means you get what you put in. When we talk about performance, there is only one truth. The effectiveness of the strategy will ultimately determine the level of success. Partners like us, we can help and add value to that process, but we can never write the strategy for you. What your strategy looks like must be as unique as your business. Because if everyone did exactly the same thing, we would all go nowhere. The unspoken truth is that high conversion, high retention, and low churn can only be achieved when you're completely in sync with your identity, purpose, and values. The ones who know this, they know. If you want to be among the top performers and have twice a successful business as the average, you have to be relentless and uncompromising when it comes to staying true to your identity, purpose, and values. You want corn? Plant corn. If you ever experience the feeling of running as fast as you can, but you're still not getting there, then it's time to think about this. When you're in completely sync with your identity, purpose, and values, you're going to have an inner compass that guides you. When it's done right, it trickles down into everything that we do. The people we hire, the way we make decisions as a business, our value proposition and our positioning in the market, how we build great products, and how great service looks like for our end users. This leads to clear expectations, and clear expectations in turn attracts the right customer. Every experience, every email, every subject line, and every bonus is going to make perfect sense all of a sudden. Identity, purpose, and values, that's the secret sauce, guys. And it's quite magical. The bond you create when you agree with your user what value looks like. It's like you meet your soulmate for the very first time, and you realize that you're speaking the same language. It will be a relationship that will last. But I never said it would be easy. In this industry, things are changing so fast, in particular in terms of governance, compliance, and social responsibility. And this can throw us off track. In the face of all of that, how do you maintain, or in some cases, build back your brand in this day and age? That's what all of you need to figure out. I don't think we talk about identity and purpose and values nearly enough. That's the unspoken truth of high conversion, high retention, and low churn. Thank you very much, guys, for listening in, and have a lovely continuing on the event. Thank you.
Not yet. Okay, no audience questions. Wonderful, fantastic. Okay, thank you so much, Simon Lidsen, for that wonderful presentation. We're all on the fast track to the future, and fast track is certainly showing us the way. That was great stuff, so many good takeaways there. Right, I'm actually going to sit on this chair now and moderate this next session. So I have a bit of a favor to ask. If you are a social media whiz, if you are on LinkedIn or any of the socials, please feel free to take a photograph of this next panel, because it's the first one that I'm moderating at iGaming Next 2022, and we have two fantastic speakers for you. We're going to talk about the road to Qatar. Thank you very much. God bless you. We're going to talk about the road to Qatar, an unusual winter spectacle. We're going to learn about the challenges, the opportunities, and we have two phenomenal guests now to take you through how we should all be looking at this, what you need to do to fast track and fine-tune your strategy, and how you can make the most of this historic occasion. So ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to welcome them on one by one. Would you please give a big round of applause for the CEO of Football Media, Dean Akinjobi. Welcome to the stage, Dean. A nice round of applause for Dean. Thank you. Yes. Dean, welcome, man. Great to see you. Thank you so much for joining us. Make yourself comfortable. And now we're going to welcome to the stage the business director at Lad Bible. Please give a huge round of applause for Josh Akers. Welcome, Josh. Fantastic. Thanks, Josh. Great to see you. Make yourself comfortable. Okay, we got a nice big stage. We're going to spread out here, do a bit of social distancing, even though it's not strictly required. So in time-honored fashion, I'm sure a lot of people here know exactly who you are, exactly what you do, but we've got hundreds of people watching on live stream. We've got people watching on demand. If you could just share with the good iGaming Next 2022 people a bit about who you are, what you do, and where you do it. And we're going to start with your good self, Dean.
Yeah, sure. Dean Akinjobi, CEO of Football Media. Football Media is a digital advertising and sponsorship agency. We have a network of fan sites and owned and operated channels that generate around 100 million unique users on a monthly basis. We work with multiple brands in the betting, iGaming space, but also brands outside of iGaming. We have a global presence, and really excited about the World Cup and excited to be here to have a chat with everyone.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Dean. And coming over to yourself, Josh, what's the Lad Bible and Josh elevator pitch?
Hi, guys. Josh Akers, Business Director at Lad Bible Group. We're the world's largest social media publisher. We have 350 million followers worldwide and a monthly reach of 1 billion. I think for us it's really exciting because we've got specialist channels in sport, gambling and gaming in different areas. So the World Cup allows us to bring all of those together and have a huge opportunity. And yeah, really excited for today.
Fantastic. So let's talk about the big event. The end of 2023 is looking like it's going to be very lucrative for European and newly regulated US states. So when we see the launch of the FIFA World Cup. So let's do a bit of a deep dive into this opportunity, the challenges, the context. Do people need to redesign their roadmap? When do they need to do it? Do they need to think outside of the box, do something different? Let's start at the beginning. So obviously, this is not a big surprise to anyone. Operators have had years to plan for this event. What do we think the impact of this is going to be on their usual domestic schedule? And are we going to see any kind of knock-on effects in terms of benefits or loss in domestic betting turnover? So it's quite a specific question, so I'm going to come to your good self first, Dean.
Sure. I think there's definitely going to be an impact, because the fact that it was the first time we're having a World Cup in Qatar, and the time differences as well is going to majorly impact, and the fact that it's a Winter World Cup, first time we've ever seen this. And I think that whereas there's going to be an impact potentially on betting revenues from a domestic point of view, it's still an opportunity, because the World Cup comes like once every 4 years. So I look at it as like the brands that we're working with, we're saying that, yes, be aware that there's going to be less Premier League football, less La Liga, and basically no domestic football, but this is the World Cup. We need to be, we need to be ready for this, and it's a huge opportunity for multiple brands to get it right. And I think timing is of the essence, not leaving it too late, and we were talking about that earlier. Planning in advance and doing it now is really going to be key.
Yeah, for sure. It really sounds like you need to get your skates on if you're not already moving towards this target. And what's the Lad Bible perspective on this opportunity and the timing and the overlap with other tournaments in the space, Josh?
Yeah, I think it's a really exciting opportunity because obviously it's the first time in our lifetimes it's happening at this time of year, so it's different. I think for us, completely echo what Dean says, it's about planning in that strategy and making sure you don't get to the final couple of weeks and panicking and just doing something for the sake of it.
Yeah.
I think where brands will see the most success this winter is going to be having those right research and development in place, building those audiences and making sure that they've tested and learned throughout the process. If you just get to that final week period before the Qatar-Ecuador game, you panic and then you'll just do something, that's not going to work. You need to really plan it out and test and learn with your audience and see what their user habits are going to be.
Absolutely. I would venture that if you're in marketing in one of the key companies in the space and you do leave things to the last week, you're going to be in so much trouble. My goodness, you're going to be asked, why didn't we start this months ago? So what is the actual, there's a week kind of changeover between the end of one event and the next. Are you seeing a lot of people plan for this eventuality already, kind of smart companies?
Yeah, I think the ones who are doing it well from our perspective are people who have used this recent international break in the world of football, test and learn with that, because the domestic football season, Premier League, La Liga, Bundesliga, all of the major leagues, very different to the user habits around international football. Games are at different times and obviously different teams competing. So for us, we've seen a lot of success with our partners who've been looking at this recent international break, looking at how they can test and learn on the back of it, and then use those learnings going forward to 6-7 weeks' time at the World Cup.
Yeah, an iterative approach seems very sensible in the circumstances because this is new territory. It reminds me a bit of Iceland Airwaves. I know this is a bit of a reach, a bit of a tangent, but Iceland Airwaves is a music festival that they specifically set up in Iceland, partnering with Iceland Airways to get people to visit the country when it was dark and nobody wanted to go there. And it's a massive success. So actually having a familiar event at a completely new time of the calendar can open up a massive vista of new opportunities. And Dean, coming over to yourself, can you mention any names of companies that you're working with that are looking at this opportunity?
I won't say the betting companies. Okay. McDonald's is one of our clients, so I guess they're not here, I assume, unless someone from McDonald's might be here.
Who knows the future?
You never know.
Todd, a householder, might have a comment on that.
But no, there's a number of clients that we're working with that are very close to this event that are doing some really interesting things around the World Cup. So yeah, giving it away. But from our point of view, I think it's really about doing things in advance, but doing things in a smart way. So you can look at data capture now with the World Cup in mind. Yeah. So the World Cup's going to be obviously the biggest event at once every 4 years, and it's going to be very noisy. Everyone's going to be competing for the same eyeballs. But the smart companies and the companies that we're working with and advising them, we're saying that why don't you actually start to do some data capture now? So like, do World Cup campaigns as if the World Cup was on now. You're not going to see any acquisition from it, but what you are going to see is data capture. You're going to capture email addresses. You're going to capture various social data as well that you can retarget. So it's a smart way to actually engage with users at a time where everyone else is maybe spending significant amounts of money trying to compete with each other for eyeballs, whereas you've actually done data capture prior to the World Cup that you can actually turn on at any time.
I love it. So this is that kind of iterative approach that you were mentioning earlier. So you don't necessarily need to have your plan nailed down. You just need to get started so you can generate the data and then sort of figure out the best direction to go. What say you, Josh?
Yeah, I think on that as well, it's something very similar to what we do at Lab Bible Group. We have an arm of the business called our Data Intelligence and Planning team, the DIP team. They have a product called Lad Nation. It's a panel of Lab Bible Group community members who opt in, and what we're able to do with them is test and learn before content even goes live. So we can give them different options of how, let's say, an Instagram post or a Facebook video would look and find out which is the most successful and which will drive the most engagement, rather than getting to the day of activation and then having to tweak it from there. So doing that ahead of time with a smaller panel, 40, 50,000 that we've got, that will really help when we go out to the mass audience.
Fantastic. That's music to my ears. That really sounds like UX user testing, developing those personas so you can kind of test and A/B stuff. But like doing it before you actually hit the mass market is genius. And if you have, as Lad Bible obviously does, the resources and the reach to do this, this is immensely powerful. But let's come over to the operators. Now, what's your perspective? I'm going to start with yourself, staying with yourself, Josh. What do you think this new precedent means in terms of a new requirement to engage with customers with alternative products, and will operators need to adjust their strategies for marketing? So you've spoken about the iterative approach, but how should operators be thinking in this new opportunity?
I think it's a tricky one because you just have that week period. So launching new products, as Dean said, it's going to be a very noisy space, lots of new products, operators all vying for people's attention, and obviously their wallets as well. So what's going to be really key is ensuring that you launch this ahead of time and you have a really engaging way to take it to market. Lots of brands will just do it and kind of the engagement side will be an afterthought. Engaging with them on social media and making sure that you build hype and anticipation for whichever product you're launching. But I think also, in addition to that, the key part here is being realistic. If you're launching a new thing, and let's say it's a halftime quiz or a game that's very different to what happens around the domestic market, it's not going to be part of the user journey and user experience of your audience. So you need to ensure that you're going to have that cut through, because it's very unrealistic to think just in a week you're going to be able to change their user habits and how they engage around football.
Yeah, you really do need to listen to your users. And again, this is where, iterative design, UX testing, mapping out the life cycle is so, so important. And what say you, Dean, from your perspective in terms of how the operators should be looking at marketing and product?
Yeah, as I said, I think at the beginning, it's about being as early as possible. It's about collecting as much data as possible, and ensuring that you help to cut through the noise. Use tactics that help to cut through the noise. And I think that one idea I was talking about earlier to a particular client is that yes, everyone needs to be looking at the whole sports book because it's the World Cup. But that said, I mean, if you have a casino product, what stops you actually promoting your casino and being a bit tactical about spins and wins and just aligning it to what's actually going on the pitch? So creating not even a new casino product, but just like a reiteration from a marketing standpoint of how you align it with the World Cup. So when you are having your competitor operators that are obviously going for the user acquisition across the sportsbook, you just come from a different angle, but align yourself with the World Cup. So there's different ways and tactics to be used, but I think the key lesson is really doing this as soon as possible, doing it in a way that you collect as much data as possible, and test and learn as much as possible, because it's going to be a hugely busy time, and there's operators there, but there's obviously other brands as well. So obviously we're at a gaming conference, but like the fact of the matter is that you're going to be competing for share of just eyeballs. There's lots of, the brands that we work with outside of betting and that are really planning in advance, and there's just going to be a huge, demand for eyeballs. So be advanced and plan ahead.
Wise words, Dean. And you mentioned a little-known startup called McDonald's, I believe, a kind of a new company.
Yeah.
They're going to be all over it. They're already planning it. You know what they're doing. Do you think there is an element of, shareholder FOMO? Are we seeing any pressure from the top in this sector, from outside the sector? It's like, we have to be here. Same with yourself, Dean.
I think what you'll have is FOMO, as in it's a very typical cycle. Certain companies have a long tail planning cycle whereby we planned this 6-7 months ago.
Right.
But whereas others, it's just the nature of the beast, so to speak, whereby it would become like 1 month until the World Cup starts, for 3 weeks. They're like, oh my God, we need to spend this money. And bearing in mind we're coming to the end of the year, so there's that added pressure as well to obviously spend your budgets wisely, essentially. So,
yeah.
And also as well, I think another factor as well is that we're going to have this World Cup over the Christmas period as well. So, that needs to be factored in, as in there's going to be lots of people with, lots of time on their hands during Christmas as well. So, and maybe a bit more cash to spend. And one of the strategies that we're looking at is, looking at the digital and the physical side of things, because people will have more time on their hands, be quite social during that period of time, is looking at how to tie up with local pub venues and stuff like that. With betting brands that we're working with as well. So it's being quite tactical based on consumer behavior around that particular period of time as well.
Awesome. Yeah, that sounds like a perfect storm. You've got, the end of year budgets coming up. You've got consumer pressure, a kind of hunger for more content and interactivity around this, iconic event in a totally new location. Josh, are you and the good people at Lad Bible, are you kind of helping some marketing departments deploy their budgets to good use towards the end of the year, would you say?
Good use with Lad Bible, obviously. But yeah, from our side, it's very much a case of looking exactly what each brand's trying to do. We were speaking earlier about away from gaming, all these brands in different sectors who they see the World Cup as this massive opportunity, the biggest event in the world that happens every 4 years. How can they be a part of it? And so it's easier for the sports companies or the gaming companies to get involved in it because it's inherently what they do day in, day out. So I think where we're seeing some really interesting concepts, and from an experiential perspective with the pubs, as Dean mentioned, brands are looking at what they can offer people. And I think experiential is a really interesting thing this year because the last major tournament was last summer that delayed Euro 2020 into Euro 2021. And I think this, and obviously they were still kind of coming out of COVID, few restrictions, there weren't full stadia, it's harder. So I think now brands have that confidence and they can put on really great experiential events. And also, whether it's UK or European, the World Cup's happening in Qatar. Last summer it was in the UK and around Europe. So I think from that perspective, looking at what you can do to really cater to that UK, European audience who won't be able to travel to Qatar because obviously for various different reasons, it's not the most accessible of tournaments.
Right. I mean, it does, again, seem like even more of a perfect storm. Dean, what's your take?
Also, just to add as well, I think, you know, the UK European audience is key, but I think as well, like, look at the emerging markets. I think that be aware, so like operators in the room should be thinking like, okay, this is the UK, Europe's very crowded market, and obviously we have regulations and all stuff happening, fun and games happening. But looking at the countries that have actually qualified for the World Cups, you should be thinking about emerging market opportunities as well. So there might be some sort of like really low-hanging fruit opportunities that operators out there can can actually benefit from.
That's what you call a tip. Absolutely, right.
Why not? Just giving it all away today.
Here we are. iGaming Next, you're definitely going to get a lot of tips from the stage over the next couple of days. So, you know, a broad question to both of you. I mean, of course, it's sort of how long is a piece of string, but depending on what you would recommend for companies in the space, you know, when should they be starting to do all of the planning for this?
Yeah, I'd almost say that should already have happened. Obviously, there are some who won't have done it. As Dean mentioned, brands, particularly the headline FIFA sponsors or people who really see this as a massive opportunity, will be doing it months, if not years in advance.
Sure.
I think now, looking at the recent international break that's ending this week and return to domestic football, I think that's also a key period where should have been looking at and really testing and learning during that period. I think if it's not happened already, definitely now, because it's, 6-7 weeks away, it's not that far. And because of only that 1 week crossover, as I said earlier, it's going to be such a crowded space that week. And it's not just gaming companies, it's brands from all different sectors wanting those eyeballs, wanting those engagements. That's going to be the tricky thing. And I think as well, like, this is probably more just from a UK-centric perspective, cost of living crisis and other things that are going on in the UK. It's a very tricky time, as well as Christmas, as we know this year. It's the most competitive World Cup ever due to the timings and also the nature of what's going on in the UK.
Wow. Yeah, indeed. That's a very good point. And Dean, what are you recommending to your clients? Like, if somebody approached you and said, hey, we want to do something around the World Cup, you know, would you say, you know, you're cutting it fine? Would you say it's too late? Would you say, yes, we can still do something?
It's never too late unless you're just like, you know, 1 week to go or something like that. But like, you know, you can try, you know, I think as soon as possible, realistically. Obviously, there's like, 6 or 7 weeks to go. So I think looking at your plans and implementing this as soon as possible is key. But also just being tactical as well. So like, I mean, be different as well. I mean, like, yes, you see, you know, operators doing certain things, your competitors doing certain things, and you think, oh, that looks great. But like, look outside of the box as well. Look at companies that are outside of the operator remit and look at the learnings there and look understanding what they're doing, because we try to do that with all of the clients that we work with, because we work with quite a broad range across different sectors. We bring learnings in from a fast food brand into a betting brand into a fashion brand, and vice versa. And I think that's really key. So just like, you know, be different. And there's also ambush marketing opportunities if you have the right strategy behind it. That could be implemented in quick turnaround times, being reactive around what's actually happening in the World Cup. I mean, one of the best examples I see, I can't remember, I think it was Adidas. It was during the Women's Euros, and England player, was it Toon? I think it was Toon. No, I don't know which. Rebecca Russo. She looked over the German players, the notes that was written, and then they put it on social media, and then the brand actually put like something from Adidas on there. So there's stuff that you can do. I mean, it could be like betting odds there. You know, you could ambush market, but it's knowing and looking at those moments and understanding and having a strategy in place, being reactive enough to actually be able to do that, as well as your wider activity.
Fantastic. And Josh, what kind of opportunities could you maybe unlock at Lad Bible if somebody was going to come to you and say, right, we need to be on this, we need to be all over this, how can you help?
Yeah, I think from our side, there's various different things in what we do. We do kind of the big hero video content, whether that's original programming, some of our successful YouTube-based formats, or do we go into something that's more reactive and it's kind of in play during the tournament? To what Dean was mentioning there, could you be proactive, reactive, and actually plan in advance for certain situations to happen? Teams not doing as well as they could, these sort of meme viral moments that will happen, how do you ensure that you have the strategy in place to unlock the potential of them? So I think we're seeing brands, there's one very famous one in the eyewear sector, who have a slogan that obviously, it all depends on people making mistakes. They're speaking to us at the moment about how do we tap into that? How do we even tap into the fact that teams, big teams like Italy won't be going to the World Cup? What is the content and the engagement that you can drive around those talking points? And then how do you have the plans and the teams in place to act on those as and when they happen?
Oh, fantastic. I know who I've kind of assumed who the brand is. I'm looking forward to seeing that. I think that could be tremendously funny. So that's absolutely brilliant. But, you know, let's...
I just going to add, like, in the betting space, with regards to the brand that you're talking about, I think that in the betting space, when you're looking at these tactical sort of, you know, opportunities, you also don't steer too far away from what your brand stands for as well. So obviously, we all know, like, Paddy Power are notorious for the most craziest things, and everyone gets it. But, like, if you're a traditional brand, you know, not stay in your lane, but just don't go too far and don't try to be something you're completely not, but also don't be too risk averse. So I think that's really key to understand, to have that kind of balanced middle ground, because you don't want to be like, oh, well, Paddy Power have done this, so we should do something crazier, and it doesn't really align with who you are as a brand. And sign-off might be an issue as well. So
I think as well, yeah, exactly that. That authentic tone of voice, that you have to have that. If you don't, it will stand out and it will look fake. And you can't just change your brand's tone of voice, perception, just for the 4 or 5 weeks of the World Cup. It has to be consistent with what you're doing, as Dean was saying. And I think that goes back to the planning. If you've not been doing that already, you can't just jump it up during the 4 or 5 weeks and going, this is us. You need to have been doing it consistently. But there are still ways to tap into those moments in just a different tone to what you would usually do.
Yeah, indeed. You can't just stick on a pair of Paddy Power Lucky Pants and just expect to be received like Paddy Power. There's only one Paddy Power. That's a very good reference. And let's get to the part of the presentation where we talk about show me the money. I mean, what do we think is the revenue opportunity here? Has anybody kind of done any forecasts? Or, you know, is there a compelling soundbite for folks in the audience, folks joining by live stream, to bring to their boardroom and say, hey, we need to work with Lad Bible and football media. We need to take a piece of this pie. How big is the pie? Has anybody seen any estimates?
I've seen different levels of estimates, but I think it's just like, it's common sense. It's like, this is once every 4 years, right? I mean, like, it's the biggest event in sport. Indeed. Do you want some, or just like, come on. Like, this is the biggest opportunity for betting companies, brands around the world. So it's like, you don't have to be, I don't know, headline grabbing. You have to be a genius to work out how big this is. And if anyone isn't playing in this sector as an operator, then what are you doing? Kind of thing, you know?
And I think the key thing with that as well, and we were discussing earlier, what's going to happen inevitably, finance directors going to marketing directors and saying, you've got to spend the budget, as we referenced earlier. You don't want to get to the week of or during the tournament and go, ah, shit, we've got to do something. You've got to be doing it already, or at least in that planning cycle. So I think from our perspective as well, it's very similar, making sure that you've got that sorted and it's not just a last-minute rush. And yeah, as Dean said, it's the biggest event, let alone biggest sporting event. It is the biggest event in the world. It's the most viewed event in the world, sport or non-sporting. How do you ensure that you're a part of it? And there's always a way for one of the operators to take advantage in their almost as Dean was saying, by staying in your lane, but doing it creatively and strategically.
Yeah, so would you kind of encourage brands and operators to, you know, to be a bit more daring than usual? Is this an opportunity to try something new? I mean, obviously not kind of getting too far away from your brand values, but, you know, what would you say is the opportunity here in terms of creativity? Stay with yourself, Josh.
I think from our perspective as well, it's, look, we're a huge media publisher, but I think where we also see value for the brands that we work with, how can we work with them on a creative idea that's going to drive earned media? How do we get into those PR side of things as well? Because as we've all referenced here, there's going to be so many different brands and so many different campaigns. You want your one to stand out. And it doesn't just have to be the humorous Paddy Power stunt or tone. There are many different ways to stand out. And I think that's key, is like you could spend with media publishers, media owners like ourselves, or through other people, but it's ensuring that you have that approach that's going to get you that earned media, that's really going to get you on to the back and front pages of the newspapers, and you're not just spending money for the sake of it. You're actually driving a campaign that does deliver that cut through.
Fantastic. And coming back to yourself, Dean, now talk to us a bit about the kind of football media approach to creativity. How do you kind of encourage your clients to be more creative in these opportunities, in these circumstances?
Yeah, I mean, what we do, we pretty much have a team of people that are literally giving our clients like ideas all day long, but like proactively. We're being as proactive as possible. So any client of ours would be like, hey guys, have you tried this? Would you want to listen to it? We've seen this in this sector. We have a client that's doing something outside of gaming on TikTok that is absolutely flying. We've got an idea how we can actually apply this to gaming. So we consult our clients through the whole process, from the whole media buying to the strategy through to the creative execution as well. And yeah, we pretty much do the whole end to end. And I think the World Cup is a great opportunity to have that element of risk, but obviously being aware that aligning with your who you are. Don't try to be a brand that you're not, but also it's a great time to test things out, but test things out early, not during.
Do not leave it to the last minute.
No, that's the key thing. Yes. I think it's the key thing. It's just not leaving it to the last minute. But it's human nature, isn't it, as well? You have to think about it. How many times when you've got to submit something, it's just some human nature. Some people do things really early. Some people do things quite late, and there's a mad rush. But bearing in mind that some things might actually be sold out. So that's just having that in mind as well.
Absolutely. Sometimes it's good to be reminded by two experts in the field on stage at iGaming Next that you really do need to get your skates on. You need to work with people who know what they're doing, and this is a huge opportunity. It's not even a question of how big exactly is the cake. It's like, oh my goodness, this is the cake. It happens once every 4 years. Do you want a slice or not? I mean, I think that is a challenge and an opportunity for everybody here. But coming back to the kind of creative side, do you have any visibility? We'll stay with yourself, Dean, to begin with, and then we'll come to yourself, Josh. Do you have any ideas or kind of visibility on what kind of new innovations we might expect to see in terms of companies wishing to maximize engagement? We heard about TikTok, we've heard about preemptive memes. Are there any innovations that you think might really come to the fore in this World Cup?
I think we might actually start to see people playing around with the metaverse a bit. And one of the products we're actually going to market with is a virtual world product for various brands, whether that's a casino brand, whether it's a football club. So I think that the virtual reality, the virtual engagement is actually going to be an interesting one, whereby you might see brands having brand ambassadors that are avatars and interactivity along those levels. Because bearing in mind that not all fans might not be able to get to Qatar, but ultimately we live in a digital landscape and with no international borders, so to speak. Obviously, subject to you having a license, but who knows? But yeah, so yes. Yeah, I think that's why I think it's you'll see a lot of stuff around virtual reality and virtual engagement.
Fascinating, yeah. And we're in this kind of post-pandemic world where people have been at home. They've been becoming acclimatized to meeting up in the metaverse, to kind of communicating over virtual platforms, etc. Josh, what do you think might be on the cards, excuse the pun, in terms of like operators and brands reaching out and getting maximum engagement from this opportunity?
Yeah, I think engagement's key. That's what we pride ourselves on as a business. We've been going for 10 years. It's all about engagement. You can have a huge following, huge reach, but it's about engagement, because if you don't have that, then your audience is worthless. So I think for us, where we've really helped brands and our partners recently and also over the last few years, is that platform-agnostic manner to activating content. Too often we see brands on their own channels creating one piece of content, same dimension, same length, and it just goes out on all platforms. Yeah. With YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, TikTok, Snap, so many different opportunities now. You need to tap into the different aspects of those platforms. So on Instagram, is it Reels? Is it use of stories and engaging functions on there? On TikTok, is it using the voiceover and making it? We say to our brands, don't make videos for TikTok, make TikToks. And I think that sometimes the penny drops and they go, oh wait, we shouldn't have been doing it as we were for all the other platforms. And I think for us, that's it. Driving engagement by utilizing each of the platforms individually rather than a one-size-fits-all approach, because you're just not going to see the same level of success. And I think finally, going back to Dean's point about the metaverse and immersive, that for us we've also seen as a really key space. Brands are coming to us asking us to build and activate AR filters because, as you said, during the 2 years of the pandemic, people were at home, and that was the way they're engaging with brands and products. And I think there's going to be a lot, particularly in the gaming space, of opportunities to do that, whether it's a football penalty shootout, quiz or game, whatever it is. How do you engage your audience at key times? Is it the hour before the match when the lineups have been announced? Is it that halftime period for 15 minutes? Is it post-match? It's really engaging with them, and I think AR filters and the immersive space is going to be really key this World Cup for sure.
Fantastic, that's absolutely brilliant. And I'm sure there are people watching on live stream, watching on demand, watching in the audience today, and they're thinking, I need to speak to these guys. How can they reach out to you? I mean, obviously here in person, are you both hanging around? You know, a bit of networking later?
Here till Friday, so.
Here till Friday,
drinks.
Okay, a bit of liquid networking is on the cards, I think, ladies and gents. Yeah. And then in terms of connecting with you both virtually, Josh, how should they reach out to your good self?
Yeah, Josh Akers on LinkedIn, or my email, josh.akers@labbiblegroup.com. Either way, reach out, and obviously, look, as Dean said, planning should have started a while ago, but if you still want to activate around this space, there's definitely the opportunity to do so. So I think from that perspective, there is still time, and we've got this 6-7 week period to really nail down something that's going to be effective, delivering results by driving engagement.
Fantastic. That's a great invitation. And Dean, your good self, how do people find you online?
Yeah, LinkedIn, Google, quite a unique name, so it's there's not many of us out there. So check me out on LinkedIn, and also my email, dean@footballmedia.co. So yeah, check our website out and have a chat. Yeah,
I love it. Stuff. Fantastic, very relatable with the unique name. You won't find many Oisín Lunnies around, I can tell you. Ladies and gents, that was absolutely fantastic. Some great advice there. Join me in thanking Dean Akinjobi and Josh Akers. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, I'll be back in a few minutes. Make yourselves comfortable. Hey, nice. Hello, hello. Great to see so many people still here. Absolutely brilliant, but I don't blame you. We have such a fantastic schedule of brilliant thought leaders, movers, and shakers to guide you to the fast track of the future here at iGaming Next 2022 in beautiful Valletta. Okay, our next session is no exception. It is a presentation from the wonderful people at Live Spins, and we're very delighted to have their CEO join us today. He is going to ask, are you entertained with Live Spins? He's going to talk about influencers. He's going to talk about ambassadors. He's going to talk about streamers. Ladies and gents, please join me in giving a very warm iGaming Next Valletta welcome to the CEO of Live Spins, Chris Shikluna.
Yep, I will play the video. Where's the video?
It's just the way we're born. We search for like-minded people, a sense of belonging, a community, effortless interactions.
Yes.
The proof is in the data. 7 hours spent each day on the internet. 3.5 hours spent streaming video content. Over 200 million hours spent watching Twitch slots category in 2021. 33% online purchases bought via social shopping channels in Asia. Our ABC has become CRC. Creativity, reliable idols, community. The tech giants are responding. Web3 is coming. The social revolution around us is happening. Our industry needs to step up or risk becoming irrelevant. Are you paying attention? Time to skip the rules. Reset the boundaries. 1 + 1 = 3. Share the fun. Share the thrill. Share the experience.
Good afternoon, everyone. That was some nice music. Hopefully you all are awoke. So, on the topic of music, I would like to share a personal story of mine. This is me at the Prodigy concert in Madrid. I was maybe 19 years old. I can still vividly recall the excitement I had that day. On the way to the concert, we met a couple of people who shared our passion towards finally listening to our idols, and we made friends. It was a great night. This is Palacio de Deportes in Madrid, where the concert was hosted. It can host up to 25,000 people. 25,000. Keep that number in mind. 25,000 people in the same location, sharing the same passion, yearning for entertainment. 25,000 is the number of players that pass through a medium-sized casino every month. And yet they don't have this experience. You barely know there is someone actually playing there. Imagine if I went to that concert and I was alone. I wouldn't be on the stage vividly recounting this experience. Yeah, I know what you're thinking. Casino players don't want to be social. If I had a penny for every time I heard that in the past decade, probably I wouldn't be on the stage. You know what? You are right. Casino players don't want to be social, if this is what we understand by social. This is not social. This is a post on a social media platform. We need to distance ourselves from our preconceived notions of what social is and boil it down to its essence. Social is about aligning to a bigger narrative, a sense of belonging. So I would like to try something out. Could you please all close your eyes? Nothing bad will happen, don't worry. Imagine you landed in Las Vegas and you're walking through the strip. You're approaching the beautiful fountain of the Bellagio. You go inside the casino, lights are flashing, there is the best slots on the floor. The dealer is primed to serve your first card. There's one caveat. You are alone. Can you sit a bit with that thought and see how that makes you feel? I think we all agree it would feel a bit like this, right? I think we all agree that players want to be entertained. But what are we doing to entertain these players? Good game mechanics? Check. Good products? Check. Good loyalty programs and promotions? Check. But what are we doing to create those jaw-dropping moments? Let's dig into our industry, Twitch, making the headlines recently. 280 million hours of content, slot content, consumed in 2021. And this year, it's even more. One of the biggest streamers has 11 million followers. Just for comparison, Sweden has 10 million population. So basically, there's a whole country following a streamer whenever he goes live. Whenever he goes live, he has around 70,000 concurrent viewers. That is 3 times the capacity of that Prodigy concert. It's just mind-blowing. So I think there's no denying that there is a market for this entertainment, and we believe that we are still in its infancy. I would say a very little portion of casino players actually are exposed to Twitch. 280 million hours. It's a very big number. It's a very hard one to comprehend also. So let's put some perspective to it, shall we? If we took 100 viewers and we put them on a mission to build the Eiffel Tower, we would have 150 more Eiffel Towers in a year. I guess you wouldn't need to queue anymore in Paris. So for who is new to live spins, just shy of a year ago, on the same exact stage, we debuted our product. We created a live entertainment product that seamlessly integrates in the operator lobby and delivers 24/7 entertainment around the globe. You can choose your favorite streamer, you can be part of the community, and you can join in the fun by betting behind. We streamed 5,000 hours since launch, and we created 3,000 memorable moments of players winning together. So we'd like to share some statistics of our journey. We ran 166 events in the operator lobby. Every day there's a new experience. And we're doing things like launching new slots, like Money Train 3 that you just saw recently. Bonus hunts. We're playing crash games. We're doing challenges. And also we're doing Taco Thursdays. Yes, you heard right. Taco Thursdays works in a way where the streamer has to eat a taco every time the group hits a 500x multiplier. Who wants to be a streamer? We recruited 16 streamers, a moderation team. We onboarded our first operators. We integrated 14 game providers. We built our own proprietary platform. And we worked our way through the top 5 when it comes to live games and top 30 from the whole game portfolio on the operators we are integrated in. I want to pause a bit on this slide, and I would like to thank our early partners for sharing our vision and deciding to be part of the Livespin's journey. I admit, it's a hard journey, but a very rewarding one. And we're constantly fueled by the great feedback that we get from our players day in, day out. And we relentlessly work on the product to make it better and provide more and more entertainment. It's hard. Heck, we even had an earthquake live on stream.
Very, very. Oh shit, earthquake. Earthquake. Whoa, 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 whoa. Whoa. Just bear with me, guys. Bear with me.
That was crazy. He's all okay, and he handled it like a boss. And now we pride ourselves that our product is earthquake-proof. We have this internal joke. We're very passionate about what we're doing, and we want to show you what we have been working in the past months. So please enjoy this demo reel. But enough about us now. Let's discuss a trending topic that is very important to our industry nowadays, which is that of influencers, ambassadors, and streamers. Gone are the day where big companies spend all of their budget on paid media. Influencers nowadays have a lot of importance. They have a lot of weight in our industry. Influencers, someone who influences someone to carry out an action. Sounds like such a generational thing, right? But in reality, it's quite an old concept. There are a lot of early influencers. Martin Luther King inspired the generation and the whole movement. The late Queen inspiring nations, and having Sir David Beckham queue for 13 hours to bid his final farewell. So why are influencers so trending and so important nowadays? Why are the buzz of the town? And it's a very simple concept that hits almost every decade, every industry, and we're always surprised by it. Democratization. Apps like TikTok and Instagram gave powers to everyone where they can go live and the minutes have millions of followers viewing their content. All you need is a mobile phone and you're ready to go. A strong narrative and passion. The idols of my days were either powerful, skillful, or had money, or all of these. But let's take a look at the influencers of today. On the left, we have Kabilame, a guy from Italy. He has 150 million followers. He started by making fun of overly complex videos and just doing this. He doesn't speak a word in his videos, ever. Francis Bourgeois, aka Trainman, 3.5 million followers for sharing his infectious excitement about trains. Trains. And we have Bella Porch, who has like 92 million followers by just making this quirky video. They have immense powers and immense reach. Kabilame is now the face of Boss, and he partnered as a sponsor with Binance, one of the biggest cryptocurrency exchanges in the world. Francis Bourgeois featured in an ad of a collab between Gucci and North Face. Do you know which was one of the most paid events in the past year? It was Floyd Mayweather, 15 times world champion, and Logan Paul, a YouTuber. Let's pause on that. A retired boxer fighting a YouTuber, ex-Disney star. When they asked Floyd why would he take such an engagement, he said, it's basically a legal bank robbery. He made 65 million in 24 minutes without breaking a sweat. Mr. Beast literally has money coming out of his ears. 104 million followers, famous on YouTube. When COVID was destroying businesses and restaurants were closing and burger joints were closing, he managed to open 300 burger joints overnight. Just for comparison, McDonald's took 6 years to open 300 burger joints. How did he do this? By using his brand and his influence and his community. He was using underutilized staff from other kitchens to do his burgers and ship them. So one might beg the question, why didn't McDonald's do it? They're huge, they're insane. And it's always the same answer. McDonald's is working in a very successful business model, right? So everything is optimized towards delivering that. But we need to be careful because people like these can disrupt you at any point in time. So I invite everyone to think, even within this industry, how can we do new business and new business models? Jake Paul, Logan Paul's brother, he has 20 million followers on YouTube. He just announced that he partnered with Better, a sportsbook micro-betting app in the US. He said he's going to disrupt the industry with his content generation and his novel way of, and his influencers. We always say that we are at competition with Google, Apple, and Netflix. And it's true, let's not kid ourselves. Netflix is not in the streaming business. Netflix is in the entertainment business. Just some months ago, they launched games within their app. Why would they do that? They're constantly competing for player attention. They want to consume the time. More time on Netflix, less time on other products. One more thing that we would like to show today. At Livestream, we firmly believe in this future, a future of social play, a future of community, a future where influencers and ambassadors have a strong influence on us. Imagine having an influencer who actually streams directly in your lobby. Imagine the impact that could have on your acquisition and retention strategy. Building a community, building a strong following, and creating that emotional cost of leaving. So today I would like to introduce a new product that we have, and it's called the Ambassador product. With this product, it will allow our operators to use influencers, ambassadors, and streamers that are already working with to actually stream inside the lobby. Why stream outside of our lobby and stream on a third-party platform that is quite volatile, as we're seeing? Now it's all possible. So feel free to come by our booth, have a chat, say hi, and discuss more ideas. But before I end this keynote, I would like us to think about something. How can we come as an industry together and provide entertainment to our players, provide those jaw-dropping moments together? Influencers have a lot of power. How can we leverage them to actually help our businesses grow? So I would like you to leave with this question in mind. How will you entertain your players? Thank you very much.
Hello, hello, welcome back. Great to see you all again, looking very fresh-faced. I detect some caffeine has been consumed, maybe the occasional adult beverages, because we are moving towards the end of the day. Speaking of which, there are those networking drinks, 5:30 on the rooftop. I do hope to see some of you there. And the good people at Bombay, our headline sponsor, are serving up blackjack and champagne at some stage this afternoon. You can find them in the expo hall. But first, we are now going to move on with our next fabulous panel, and I'm delighted to be moderating it. It's all about the present and future of RNG, a concept that's absolutely baked into this sector. It's kind of how so many elements of the entire industry tick over. But we're going to look about what it means today, what it might mean in the future, how consumer behavior is changing, the whole shebang. And we've got a trio, a power trio of experts who are going to lead you through this very important topic. So I'd like you to welcome them on stage one by one. Our first guest is the CCO of Playson. Please welcome Tomasz Kustosz. Welcome, Tomasz. Yeah, fantastic, great stuff. Thank you, Tomasz. Then welcome the CCO of Roots, Sam Brown. Well, come on down, Sam Brown. I love it. Brilliant. And rounding off our power trio, we have the CEO of 1x2 Network, Kevin Reed. Welcome, Kevin. Excellent. Okay, make yourselves comfortable, gentlemen. We are going to have a deep dive into RNG. Now, we're going to look at the current trends, where it's going to go in the future, advice for our brilliant delegates right here, the hundreds joining us by the live stream, and the many tens of thousands who are undoubtedly going to be streaming this on demand. But first, let's start in time-honored fashion with, if anybody, I'm sure a lot of people know you here, but just in case they don't, if you could introduce yourself to the room, tell them a bit about what you do, where you do it, and where you sit in the industry. And we're going to start with your good self first, Tomasz.
First of all, thanks for having me. And yeah, I'm Tomasz, and I've been in the industry for about 10 years, half of which I spent on the B2C side of things, and then I moved on to B2B, and I'm currently Chief Commercial Officer at Playson.
Excellent. Thanks so much, Tomasz. Over to your good self, Sam Brown.
Yeah, hello everyone. My name's Sam. I'm the CCO of Roots, a recent move for me since June of this year. For those who don't know Roots, Roots is a, I would say, rapid growth B2C operator with a focus on regulated markets. focus on casino only, and 5 exciting brands and more to come.
Excellent. Watch this space. I like those. I like intros that are a bit of an advertisement and a bit of a teaser as well. That's excellent. And over to your good self, Kevin. Tell us a bit about what you do at 1x2 Network.
So I'm the recently appointed CEO of 1x2 Network. I've been in the company since 2012, I think it was, and I took over as CEO 6 months ago. 1x2 Network, for those of you who don't know, we are a games provider of a wide range of different gaming content. We provide virtual sports through to slots and table games and different arcade type games. And we also aggregate content. So yeah, and I like the fact that you've also put a client right between 2 game providers. It's quite good.
You're welcome. It's how we roll. Okay, that's brilliant. Now, and congratulations, Kevin, on the recent promotion there. That's quite a hefty move. Absolutely brilliant. So we're going to look at RNG games, and we're going to ask whether slots can remain a dominant force as innovation in the sector continues to drive the sector forward. So, you know, before we kind of look into the future, I think it would be informative to look at where we are now. So who'd like to jump in and really tell us about current trends in RNG games? Who's working with this on a daily basis?
I think the clients, from an operator perspective, but I don't want to throw Sam under the bus, so I mean, I'll start.
Bus for Sam. No.
So, I mean, obviously there's a heavy prevalence in slots in the market at the moment. There's lots of live table, live dealer games, and they've become more popular, obviously, as streaming as technologies have improved. So, I mean, we've noticed that ourselves in the virtual space. So as technologies are evolving, and I think the rapid involvement of technology is actually at the kind of that point that we're at the moment, where previously things were relatively stable with the exception of live dealer, and now as technologies are improving, that there's a lot more kind of new things coming to market.
Okay, I mean, but do the fundamentals still apply? I mean, Tomasz, you're obviously, you can see, you know, what's happening under the hood. Is there a percentage or a kind of figure that you could put on the importance of RNG games in terms of what you're doing today?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, slots are here to stay is the main point I'm trying to get across when I say it's over 70% of casino revenues, online casino revenues, are done by slot machines at the moment. And this has been traditionally so, and I think it will continue to be a dominant force in the industry. Of course, there are tweaks. There's a lot of gamification going on. There's a lot of player behavior changes that happened recently. But generally speaking, a good slot machine will be always a dominant force in your casino lobby, is my opinion.
Right. And Sam, where do you stand on the RNG continuum in terms of it being central, in terms of it being maybe replaced or augmented by new technology? What's your take?
Yeah, I mean, it's such a crucial part of our business. It's not going anywhere. What do we see when it comes to slots? I mean, probably a common theme of today and our industry in general is regulation is heavily affecting the way that we have to work with the providers in particular, and maybe we'll touch on it today, changes in RTP settings to games and making those regulatory changes so that we can still provide engaging experiences despite let's say, some restrictive measures that are forced upon us by certain jurisdictions and regulations. And then as we, you know, I would say perhaps to briefly summarize what do we see in slots. So from an operator side, when we see the end user, I would say in the last couple of years, the most obvious trends would be reduced session times on the games, a demand for a lot more entertainment in shorter periods of time. That's probably one of the key. And the other would be a strong focus towards the regionalization of slots. And we used to be able to service global markets relatively effectively with certain key tier 1 suppliers. And whilst we can still do that, we're seeing a big emergence of you know, local being king when it comes to the game content we provide. So I'd say perhaps a few snippets there of some of the key RNG from the operator side.
Oh, superb. I mean, you touched there the last point around localization. I think that's really interesting in terms of, where these games are going. You've obviously got different jurisdictions, you've got different regulators. It's always that kind of creative dance and tension between the operator, the government, the jurisdiction, the regulator. Kevin, talk to us a bit about this aspect of is it a reverse of globalization? Is there more appetite for more finely localized RNG games?
Yeah, I think that's one of the strategies that we've been looking into and kind of spitballing between the team and I as we adapt. Kind of one of the key things, and Sam kind of alluded to it, is that regulation is causing quite a lot of kind of different hurdles for game providers. Obviously, just focusing on slots in specifics, but kind of spin speeds and so on and so forth. I think that in slots in its own isolation, obviously is actually quite a challenge. But then when you think about additional games and additional game types, when you're looking at the different markets that you're trying to approach as a game provider, certainly with one of the strategies that is kind of we're kind of working towards at the moment with new and alternative-based games, which kind of almost goes back to the roots of our company, but of a separate topic. But that in itself is something that you have to kind of understand that it's not global, that you can't take all of this content globally anymore. And then when you're building these games, you have to think about, okay, all right, can we work this content into regulated markets that you're quite strong in? And sometimes the answer is no. And then you might have the world's best idea, but then, maybe the world's best idea you go forward with, right? But like maybe the second world's best idea. But if you're trying to launch that, then you might not necessarily take that content forward because economically it might not be valuable for you. So I think that's something that very much that we're noticing as we're rolling out content, the content almost into the specific markets as well. There is a big difference between what people like on the other side of the Atlantic versus what people like, and that being North and South America, versus what people like in Europe and in Scandinavia. Yeah. And even in Europe in itself, you just hop borders and the content can be very, very different. And so when you're then focusing, and especially as a sort of an aspiring studio that's starting to grow, I think that's then one of the challenges that we have as we take things forwards.
Right, very interesting. I like that comparison between the States and Scandinavia, for instance. It's very telling when you think about it. But coming back over to yourself, Tomasz, you spoke about that 70% figure of revenues coming from slots at the moment. Do you think moving forward that slots are going to be an equally powerful part of the industry? Do you think that figure might move, or is it very central?
I don't see such a huge movement in there in general about RNG products and especially slots. But as Kevin and Sam both touched on, right, the localization is really, really key. Like some content that will work in a country that has a huge land-based heritage won't necessarily work in a country which is new to the online casino world. And obviously you have to focus your content towards the particular audience that you're trying to target. However, the studios, as we are as well, we are always aiming for a global reach. However, we always have a segment of player in mind we are creating the actual game for. So a particular game, we will have a particular audience in mind. But of course, sometimes, I mean, it's not an absolutely objective thing, slot machines, right? So sometimes you will have unexpected hits in countries that you didn't expect it from your data. However, we are trying to take a data-driven approach on the countries that we are trying to target.
Very good. And that soundbite of an unexpected hit, it reminded me of Todd Householder's discussion earlier where he spoke about having a hit game is like having a hit record. There's a lot of mystery and a lot of kind of luck and magic involved in it. It's not just cookie cutter. What works in one country is not going to necessarily work in another. But of course, as you've all been kind of mentioning just now, we are dealing with an entirely new demographic. We've got folks who want stuff to happen quicker. We want quicker spin speeds, we want compacted kind of game arcs. Sam, what say you in terms of the demands from new generations and providing to different generations? What's the new generation looking for in new products, would you say?
Well, I think to answer that question, you kind of have to backtrack a little bit, right? Have a look at the history. So where did we start with slots? We had downloadable clients. players playing games for 30, 40-minute sessions, then locked into these downloadable clients. Then things became freer, moved to Flash and instant content. Then it went mobile, and so we obviously are seeing this change in habits relating to the amount of time that people are spending. And what I think our industry did from a very dynamic perspective was the games did change quite dramatically to suit those audiences. So if you go back to the longer session times, we had consumers playing low to mid volatility slots, and then we had acquisition being done on these 3-time-a-year payout mega jackpot games. And people just lost their patience for that content as time progressed. So instead what happened was math models moved towards a more spiky or volatile range, and the people doing the jackpots made those jackpots much smaller, more frequent and recent and attainable. And so I think that the continuation of that trend, in my opinion, it's there. We can't ignore it. It's constantly reducing the amount of time that players engage with a single game. However, the amount of time that they engage in a complete session is increasing, which means obviously their basket of goods is increasing. And I think that will be a kind of consumer habit which we'll all have to battle with as operators, but also as game producers and aggregators, is how do we get, we say it all the time, the right content in front of the right people, and how do you find ways for players to move between games? We see a lot of games that are now series games, version 1, version 2, version 3. I think we'll see a lot more of that happening with people trying to kind of repeat the brand equity across the series of games. And again, just trying to stretch out the amount of games that they're touching the customer with all the time, because in my opinion, inevitably, as we move on, that we'll need more and more games to touch these customers to extract the same revenues.
Right, that's super interesting. And again, coming back to the music metaphor, I am a big music fan. You will find this out. Listening habits are getting more and more towards micro content, towards shorter songs. On Spotify, the choruses come in, they're very loud. People, don't tend to listen to albums so much these days. They want kind of shorter hits. So it's a bit like they want quicker games, they want to get to the action quicker. And, all of the companies in the space are having to innovate and introduce these new kind of peaky formats. Now, Kevin, I think when we spoke earlier, you mentioned crash games as being quite impactful. Yeah,
I think there's lots of different ways to look at it. Tamas and he kind of mentioned before about quick loading speeds and things like that you can do on slots.
Yeah.
But then there's two ways of taking it. You can either take it and be more aggressive in terms of the slots when you're building the slot, but then you can also take it on the opposite direction and say, well, is there different content? I was at a different conference last week, and this conference, I just walked around the show and there was 5 or 6 different crash games that were on, and we've got one as well. So when we were looking around you, so there's obviously people making good money, and we're doing the games performing quite well for us, and we've only kind of launched it on a few clients so far. But this is a different space that the customers, the players are playing, and it's still yet to be seen if these players are playing slots as well, or if they're playing something else, or if they're the new demographic coming in, or if people moved away from slots. From our experience before with virtuals, they were always a very different audience. But obviously, as this product progresses in terms of our portfolio, we'll obviously learn a lot more. But I think that there is a difference in the different player types and different generations, and I think that then also goes back to the former topic of kind of market segments and things. So.
Yeah, well said, absolutely. And coming over to yourself, Tamas, now we've kind of been hearing a lot about how RNG games are the pillar, the core of the industry in many ways, but new formats and new features are evolving on top. What's your take on features like multiplayer games on top of the traditional RNG and slot games?
Well, I think there will be certainly a demographic who will be enjoying this more multiplayer experience.
Yeah.
But it has two facets, right? One thing is that when you go and play a slot machine, you go there to entertain yourself. Basically, you're having all these chats and everything else on your WhatsApp, and then you're watching your TikTok and whatnot. And then you go there is as a form of entertainment where you want to get away and just spend some alone time as well. So I certainly think that there will be an aspect of multiplayer coming into the RNG side of things as well. However, I also think that, I mean, even if I just think of myself, how I like to play my slots is that, you know, kids are asleep, I have 10 minutes, and I don't want to think about, I don't want to answer another email, I don't want to think about anything else, I don't want to think when I have to take my kids to school. Let me deposit 20 euros, play 100 spins on my favorite slot machine, and this is my me time. It's not because people want to be secretive anymore. I don't think it's a stigma anymore to be a casino player, but very much like an entertainment that is only for yourself. So I very much think that there is a place for multiplayer, and the younger generation liking to share everything. Of course, they will be looking into the multiplayer side of things. However, I also think that a slot player as we know it today, and it's not going to change overnight, is going there for their entertainment time that is particularly for themselves, in my opinion.
Yeah, well said, absolutely. And we're going to come over to yourself now, Sam. I believe that Roots aggregates Playson's content, and I think it's quite informative for our delegates to hear about the kind of wrapping that you put around Playson's content. So I believe you do things like cash drops, you've got tournaments, you've got multiplayer, and this is kind of a glimpse into the future of RNG gaming. Talk to us a bit about what is the Roots secret sauce on top of content from great folks like Playson.
Well, I think, you know, most of this stuff is coming from the providers, right? And what they're trying to do is let's call it the equivalent of the Evolution game lobby, right? Yeah. With live. So when players leave a slot game, we want to give them, that supplier wants to give them a reason to play one of their slot games rather than playing another slot game. And there has been a really positive movement towards providing engaging tools, tournament tools, rewarding tools to allow that to happen. So yeah, I think it's a really smart play from the game providers, and I think you know, we see some do it much more successfully than others in the example of Playson, but we also see that everybody is joining that bandwagon and bringing those tools to the table. So it's just difficult when you're an operator, and especially if you have a proprietary platform like we do, trying to integrate all this technology all the time and then have enough. We automate a lot of the things we do with marketing. So again, trying to automate all of these different reward types and back offices and mechanics. So, you know, I think those that make it easy via APIs and via tools that we can connect intelligently to our automation, that's for me where the winners will emerge in that area in the future.
Fantastic. And with 4 seconds on the clock, I think, ladies and gents, we have to thank these 3 winners for giving us a real glimpse into the future of RNG games. Thank you so much, Tomasz Kustos, Sam Brown, and Kevin Reid. Thank you.
Thanks.
Ladies and gents, I'll be back in a few minutes. Make yourselves comfortable. Make some new friends. Do some networking. I'll be back. Folks, great to see you all again, looking even better than I remember you looking a few minutes ago. I think there's a bit of a buzz here, people networking, people making new connections, people maybe expecting to have a beverage or several tonight. It is thirsty work. Do go and say hi to our sponsors in the Expo Hall. As I mentioned earlier, Bombay at some stage will be serving up champagne and blackjack, so have fun, knock yourselves out, and ABC, always be connecting. Okay, we're going to move on to our next session now. Have you ever felt like there's too much content to consume? Is there such a thing as too much content? Is it overwhelming? Is it awesome? We are going to have a deep dive now into the whole area of content. We're going to discuss the rise of content releases, what this means for operators, what it means for suppliers, what it means for players, and what the future holds. I am thrilled to introduce to the stage our next awesome speaker. He is the VP of Game Development at the wonderful Light and Wonder. Ladies and gents, please welcome to the stage, Rob Proctor. Thank you. Rob, man, welcome. Enjoy.
Wow, thank you. Thanks everyone for giving me 15 minutes of your time. I didn't actually know there was a video, so that's thrown me a little bit already, but it did look good. So I'm here to talk to you a little bit today about a topic that is very close to my heart, professionally and personally, which is content, one of the major loves of my life. So let's talk about content and just how much of it there is in the market. So when I first started to think about what I was going to discuss with you guys today, these were the questions that popped into my head. And it's not just about content. This is about the way we live our lives today. So can you get too much of what you love? And is spoilt for choice even a thing? That was something that I was tossing around when I started to think about putting this together. And I came to the conclusion on all these things that it's not how much is out there. It's not how much is served up to you. It's how you consume it. And it's how it's presented to you to be able to give you the experience that you want. And that last question there, do we want everything in one place? I know I do, because the way we live today, everything is on your mobile phone, and that just works. So yes, we do want everything in one place, but we want to be able to consume it in the best way and most logical way we possibly can. Just to step to the personal side for a minute, I wanted to let you know a little bit about me, so the people in the audience who don't know me, you can tell from the accent. Hopefully you can understand what I'm saying. I'm from the north of England, from the UK, but I now reside in the south, in a city called Salisbury. I work for Light and Wonder, and I can see our beautiful branding up there to the side. One of my other passions, aside from content, is travel, and that's a good thing, because I get to travel a lot in this line of work. The other passion I have, and hold this against me if you will, is listening to Neil Diamond. So we can talk about that a little bit later. So when I first came to look into this from a data point of view, I was shocked by some of the numbers that we see across our OGS network. So open gaming, as we call it, is a two-sided network where we serve our content out to our customers across the globe. And some of the stats that we glean from this are quite mind-boggling. So 30% of those top 20 games in Q2 this year from these key markets that we see on here were released in pre-2019. Now, if you couple that with the fact that we've now got 2,000 more games on our platform than we did in 2019, and our OGS network has more than doubled, that tells us something. That tells us that players like to stick to what they know, and they like to stick to familiar content. Less than 25% of the top games in that same quarter were released in 2021. Following on from that, if you look at this as a timeline, 40% of the top 20 games in Q2 this year across those three big markets for us in UK, Europe, as well as New Jersey in the US, were released again pre-2019. The content from that period of time was much more well-received and much more stickable than we see content from either 2020 or 2021. various reasons. Was it the pandemic? Was it the rising content? Was it the distribution and the display of content? All come together, in my opinion, to show why this pattern is emerging. Now, player habits, we say they're changing. Are they changing, or are they just adapting to what's out there and what's put in front of them? Across our OGS network, on all those games, in all those key markets, 59% of the games on our network in the UK account for 1% of a total turnover. It's a huge volume of games doing very little. And you can see from the stats on the other side, in our other key markets, 43% in Spain, 41% in Italy, and even in a newish market, a new state like New Jersey that's still relatively new compared to the others, we're still at 34%, which is a lot. Now, the numbers on this slide are not mind-boggling, but they're interesting, and they're small increments, but they have big effects, and they have big impacts to our bottom line. So our medium and high-value players are playing more content per quarter than they did previously. And the big one is here to look at our highest spenders across all of our OGS network, what encompasses all of the major suppliers globally. They're playing 2 more games a quarter than they did at the same time last year. Doesn't sound a lot, but 2 out of those 11 games are new to those players, which gives us as suppliers a little bit of hope. So what does this mean for us as supplier? I'm talking from a supplier lens, and this is something that we encounter and discuss every day. It means these 4 things, and I'm going to dig into a couple. I'm going to dig into this one, which is more pressure than ever to increase hit rates. While I've been here over the last couple of days, I've been speaking to numerous other studios and suppliers, some existing friends and some new ones, and whether you are a studio who is producing 4, 6, 8, 12 games a year, or a bigger global supplier that is producing 40, 50 to 100 games a year, this ethos still exists. There is no longer the leniency that there once was to produce duds. Hits are more important, and you get less chances to succeed than you did over the past 12 to 24 months. And the other one I want to focus on is the market trends, and I heard the previous panel discussing this slightly, and I couldn't agree with more of them. They stole my thunder a little bit, but we've made a conscious effort to be more market-focused in everything that we do, because there is no one-size-fits-all when it comes to content. There is, but they happen very rarely, once in a blue moon. So more often than not, you have to cater for market needs, and you have to set your business up to be able to do just that. I have the advantage of being from both sides of the line, and from an operator's side, I think this is even more of a head-boggle situation when it comes to the commoditized content than it is for a supplier. Because not only do you have to focus on your own operator and customer needs, you've got to focus on the relationships you have with those suppliers. And again, I'm going to focus on two of these areas. One of the ones is at the bottom, and the considered approach to in-house content. We speak to all the big providers across all 3 of our key markets, US or North America, UK, and Europe. And individually, they all have different approaches to how they look at in-house or bespoke content and how it works for them. In my opinion, the ones that do it the best are the ones that use it to the fullest advantage whilst not ignoring the commoditized market release content that they know works for their customer base. But that's not an easy thing to achieve. Comes with time, comes with learning, and comes from this phrase of knowing your customer. The ones that do it best have the best handle on their customers and their needs. And the top point here around recommendation engines, this is not new. I'm not going to pretend that I'm telling you something you haven't been hearing for a long time. But the rising content, the rising studios, the sheer number of games across operator sites now has meant that this is even more of an opportunity than a must-have. The opportunity to create the best recommendation engines, to present content in the best, most logical, most consumable way for your players. And it's not easy. And from what I see in the market today, it's moving forward at pace. As an industry, we were lagging in this space. I feel like we've caught up, and in certain instances, I feel that the most advanced operators have pushed this to new lengths, which is great to see. From a supplier point of view, means our content is getting to the right players quicker. So we've looked at the suppliers, the operators, and now I want to focus on what it means for the player. I am, and I'm sure a lot of you in the room are, one of these people. We are players, and we come from a privileged position of knowing a lot more than your average player would do. But all of these values still do ring true. I think our players in all markets are more educated than ever before, and we have to give them credit for that. And we have to adapt our content and our strategies to the fact that they know more now about content than they did 2 or 3 years ago. They're seeing new games more regularly than ever before, and more of them. As I said before, not the content, the size of the content offering that they have, it's how it's consumed and how it's delivered to them on a spend level or on a player-by-player basis. And the last one I want to speak about is this idea of top-level entertainment. We all know we're not necessarily always in competition with each other, although we are sometimes, and that element of competition is why I'm in this industry. But the competition is more with how other people and players consume other forms of media. And to keep ourselves relevant, we push each other every day. And that's great to see. And again, the quality of the content is higher, in my opinion, than it ever has been before in various ways, whether it be mechanics, math models, themes, front end, art, everything has stepped up considerably in the last 12 to 24 months, meaning that we all have to keep pace. Now, I don't, the answer to this, what the future holds, I actually don't know, but I've had a guess, and you can agree or disagree with what the future may hold for operators and players alike. I've gone through some of these in the previous slides, but I want to touch on another couple that we didn't perhaps mention. So from an operator perspective, the sheer amount of content has to evolve, and it can't always go up. Sometimes it has to come down, and that's sometimes operator choice. Sometimes that they cultivate their offerings. More often than not, it's because they're forced into it, whether it be reg changes, whether it be tech limitations, whether it be native mobile, or whether it be optimizations of their site. And as suppliers, we have to look at that as a positive. In my opinion, it's not a bad thing. It's a good thing. You saw on the previous slide that 59% of content that contributes to 1% of a turnover. Do we really need it? Probably not. We have to embrace that and work with the operators as suppliers to make sure that they're doing it in the right way and the effective way and a most beneficial way, ultimately, for the player. From the player side, I want to touch on this big one at the bottom that I asked to be put in big, bold capitals, because I think this is key to everything I've been speaking to you about. Players nowadays, that education level, that want to consume specific content has made them more ruthless than ever before. And I know this because I do this. This is how I operate. If I launch a game and a loading screen comes up of a provider that I've had mixed emotions about, I don't even get past the loading screen before I'm on to the next one. They are ruthless, and you do not get as many chances and shots on goal as you did, again, 12 or 24 months ago. Is it a bad thing? Again, probably not. It makes us hold ourselves to higher standards, and that's something internally at my business that we've been very proud to be able to evolve over the last 12 months. And sticking with suppliers, how do we evolve? I actually think I know the two big ones, and I've left them on the slide, because if I told you the answers, my boss wouldn't be too happy with me. But these are some other thoughts that I think I can leave you with. To be brave and stand out from the crowd is one. And the suppliers in this industry who I see thriving at the moment do this particularly well. They're not scared to innovate. They're not scared to push forward. They're not scared to put something out there that is new to players and operators alike, because they have built up, or they have the recognition that this is the way that they are going to evolve their business. To that end, once you've been brave and you've stood out from the crowd, you find a niche. The best studios find a niche. And if you find that niche, it's very difficult, if you embrace it in the right way, for it to be copied and mirrored by others. They will try. Believe me, they will try. We try. Everyone tries. But it's not an instant success. Finding that niche and being proud of it and being true to it is what will make you succeed. And the last one, and the last point I will make, I've got 50 seconds left, is to listen to your audience. Something I have personally and as a team at Light & Wonder been really pushing to do over the last 6 months. We are blessed in this industry to be able to have as much feedback as we can consume, whether that be from the data, whether that be from our customers, whether it be from our players, whether it be from streamers, whether it be from forums. The list is endless. The answers are there. They're telling us what they want to see. They're telling us how even to do it in a lot of cases. And we just have to sometimes step back and listen and be quiet and take a moment. And that's me. That is all I have to say about content and how much there is in the market. I was going to ask if there's any questions, but we don't have the facility to ask. But I will be outside if you want to come and find me. More than happy to talk more about all things content. Thank you, everyone.
Hey, hey, great to see so many of you here in the real world, IRL, as the young folks say, I believe, these days. Now, not many people know this, but 1,000,000 years ago, I used to work in what nowadays is called the metaverse. It was a virtual world for teenagers called Habbo Hotel. It was so viral, so phenomenal. It was Mafia Wars and Farmville on Facebook, and it was a big deal. At one stage, we sold more furniture than IKEA. And the folks who were in there would decorate their rooms however they liked, and virtual rare items of furniture were more valuable and more aspirational to them than even a new Xbox at the time. I know, because we tried to give new Xboxes away in competitions, and the teenagers wanted the rare virtual throne, the rare poster of a rock band, whatever it was. So I kind of get how the new generations are putting a big value on digital assets, and scarcity is an element. So it's been great to see this explosion of discussions around NFTs and Web3 and the metaverse and what's going to happen in many industries. And now our closing keynote debate right here at iGaming NEXT Valletta 2022 is all about Web3. And our panel of brilliant experts are going to ask, is it the future of the iGaming industry? Okay, some of you may have opinions on this already, but don't make your minds up just yet. I'm going to introduce our brilliant moderator who's going to welcome on his panel of experts, and they are really going to hash things out. Ladies and gents, please join me in welcoming to the stage a big round of applause. Last session of the day, he is the Managing Director of Rarer Things. Welcome to the stage, Stefan Kovac. Thank you.
Thank you,
Awesome.
thank you, appreciate that.
Great, good to
Lovely.
see you, Stefan.
Yeah. Good afternoon, everybody. It's great to be on this stage. So before I kind of just introduce the panel, I'll introduce the guests. So we have Seth from 5th Street Gaming. Seth, if you'd like to present yourself. Oh, he's getting his mic on. I'll do a little intro then. He's in the metaverse, all right. He'll be with us shortly. So this panel is the debate, and it's about, is Web3 the future of iGaming? I don't know how many people have been to the Web3 track today. Have many people been there? No? A few of you. Okay, here's Seth. Seth, welcome. Perfect. Can I invite Alexander from Alea to the stage? And last but not least, James, who works for Vegas City. Perfect. So just before I get the guests to introduce themselves, what we've been discussing on the Web3 track is everything Web3 today. We've been discussing the metaverse, we've been discussing NFTs, we've been discussing regulation, play-to-earn gaming, etc. So the focus here really is going to be predominantly on the metaverse and what our panelists think around how iGaming can find use cases within Web3 technology. So without further ado, I'm going to ask each of the guests to give a little introduction to themselves. So James, you could go first.
Yeah, so I'm the founder of a metaverse startup called Vegas City. We've probably been going a while compared to a lot of the metaverse outfits. So we're part of a virtual world called Decentraland. We went live in February 2020. And we're basically a district in the metaverse, a district focused on the gaming and all things entertainment and commerce. So it's where you can find casinos in Decentraland.
And Decentraland is one of the, for those who don't know, one of the two big decentralized metaverses that are kind of currently operating alongside Sandbox.
Yeah.
Alexander.
Yes.
Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. My name is Alex Tomic. I'm the CEO and founder of Alea. We built the first, and I think only until now, virtual reality casino in 2015. I remember back in time talking with some VCs from Facebook and saying, yeah, it's going to come up in 1 or 2 years. And I said, no, man, it's going to be 7, 8 years. Ah, come on, you don't know. Yeah, we know. And yeah, he was right. And we're in 2012, and there's still no VR here yet. Quest 3, which is called now Meta Quest Pro, is going to come out this month. I think it's going to be a very big improvement in terms of hardware. We're looking into it. However, even if, let's say, VR would become mainstream in 2023 or 2024, I see it very difficult for gaming companies to be there, because it's 80% of kids for the moment. So we're not going to be tolerated in that environment. And we see what the Poker VR is doing on Steam. It's just free play. So I don't know what happens in the background if they cross-sell to the real game.
The real money, yeah.
But for the moment, I don't see iGaming gambling application going on VR stores. But we have the metaverse, and then on this, the Decentraland and these platforms, obviously it can happen. But we're not talking about VR.
Let's wealth of experience. You were obviously well ahead of your time with the VR. But let's get into that, because I think this is a debate. So we want kind of both sides of the equation. Seth.
Good afternoon. My name is Seth Shore. I'm the CEO of Fifth Street Gaming. I'm so jet lagged that you can convince me we're in the metaverse right now. Now, I'm a land-based casino operator from Las Vegas. I have a handful of technology companies, and actually I've had a metaverse casino project recently, a metaverse sportsbook that I'll tell you about later on in this panel.
Awesome. Sounds good. Sounds good. So just before we kind of dive into the questions, can I see a kind of a show of hands just to kind of get a gauge? We did this with the kind of the meta stream. How many people in the audience own cryptocurrency? Any form of cryptocurrency? Okay. How many people own an NFT? It's a few people. It's a little difficult to see. And how many people think they've been into the metaverse? James, your hand has to go up, surely. Okay, interesting. So I guess not unsurprisingly, I'd say the numbers are lower than the meta stream that's been running today. So maybe what we start off with is just a little bit of a definition, because I think since Zuckerberg decided to change the name of his company to Meta, we've seen there was an explosion, certainly in terms of search terms, and it's probably become one of the most hyped words of the last year. We also saw the price of the tokens for Decentraland and for Sandbox 10xing off the back of Zucker's announcement. But subsequently, we've also seen those tokens drop back to their previous value. We've also seen Facebook's value drop significantly. But at the same time, we've seen loads of brands, loads of industries continuing to kind of plow into and explore Web3 technology. And innovation taking place. So I think it's quite confusing, and I think often, people have different definitions, and maybe there isn't a definitive definition, but I'd just like to ask the panel for their views. Maybe James.
I suppose, yeah, it's complex, there are different definitions, but it's a basic one. I think the one that relates to most people is that you would typically expect a kind of like a 3D world, maybe in VR, maybe not in VR. And I think what is sort of differentiates it between other kind of 3D environments is that they typically involve lots of creators responsible for their own part of it. So you can create games and constructions in a metaverse, and you will be able to kind of operate those independently of the people running the metaverse itself. That's certainly true for things like Decentraland and Sandbox, and also platforms like Roblox. Okay, interesting. So for you, it can be both centralized and decentralized, and blockchain doesn't have to be an integral part of the equation. So it could span from gaming, like Roblox, all the way through to fully decentralized environments. Alex, do you want to talk, I suspect, maybe on the VR side, given your experience, or broader?
Not necessarily.
Okay.
I think it's important to differentiate metaverse, which is an important feature of Web3 and Web3. So what's Web3? We have Web 1, which is the web. We have Web 2, which is social media, and where basically your data is a commodity, and it's very important. And we have Web3, where we've got blockchain, NFT, metaverse, whether, as you said, it's 32 pixel Minecraft-style 3D shit, or some crazy VR thing. Basically, that's the front end, and we have the back end, which is the technology. And the technology is blockchain, cryptocurrency, etc. You may not believe in the technology, and I wasn't an early adopter, and I'm still a skeptic, but you can't deny that today cryptocurrency are used, especially in gambling. Biggest casino is stakes, it's crypto casino. All this technology are here. It's not a question if yes or no, it's just when and when it's going to burst out. So that's the most important thing. So Web3, it's all this decentralized technology where, because of the fact that they're centralized and because of the fact they're anonymous, our data will not be the commodity anymore. So we have a change of business model that's fundamental. What I don't foresee now is how that's going to be replaced. Because today everything is free because we give away our data. We give away our privacy. If tomorrow we are master again of this data and we choose to give it or not, and we want to be paid or rewarded for that, okay? Yep. What are going to be the new business models of this new Web3 platform, which is basically just an evolution of internet, okay?
Interesting, yes. I think that's you're kind of touching on the decentralized Web3 aspect and data and your own identity and controlling that identity, which I guess, given James's point, could be, but isn't necessarily related to a metaverse. Exactly.
Metaverse is just the front end.
Yep.
Like we had desktop and mobile in 2012 that exploded, and we saw it in the gaming industry with Leo Vegas. That launched in 2012 and became the mobile casino. We're going to have tomorrow the metaverse or VR or whatever you call it casino. Okay? But this is just the front end. And you may also not believe in that. Why did we go from desktop to mobile, and that, which is on the other side of the spectrum, we lower the quality of the experience, but we can take it wherever we want to something which is very immersive. Maybe people are not going to want that. And actually, I don't spend more than 30 minutes in VR.
Yep.
It's very, you close yourself to the external world. So I'm not sure this is going to work, but that's maybe the less important point. The more important point is the Web3.
And the data piece. So just to play devil's advocate, I mean, I think you're right. I think you will need, businesses, if it does progress, will need to find different ways to monetize. But what if it's the consumer who actually says, well, look, I've had enough of my data being used, because there's no such thing as a free lunch, and these data breaches, et cetera. And there is a movement, which probably isn't our generation, it's probably the generations below us, that says, well, no, actually, this technology gives me power. And then you go figure how to make the money out of us.
One thing, it's not a coincidence if Facebook is Meta. Because these guys, they know that if we go towards that direction and they don't own it, being the owner of the platform, being the owner of the metaverse itself, they're going to lose their business model.
Correct.
So that's why they're trying to
keep hold. It's a wall.
And not let it go, but it can't work. I mean, if it works, they won, we lost.
Okay.
Yeah, all very good points. I'm going to butcher a quote for the second time today, and it goes something like, metaverse can be defined as a moment in time when one's digital identity is as important as their physical identity. And I think to many people, we're there. One very clear way of monetization, we are seeing it today with Roblox and other metaverse that have created an economy and have created digital assets that at least my children have no problem spending a lot of my money on. So that exists, and if we're talking about future generations, I think that's going to continue to exist. Decentraland, people are spending money on land. So that's here, that's been here for a long time. I think that'll continue to be one very clear path to monetization in addition to leveraging people's data.
And I guess this is about the next generation, right? And I think Roblox has got such significant numbers, along with other immersive kind of 3D games. And I guess the premise is they will then want to migrate as they move out of that slightly more kind of teen, kiddie environment into an environment where they can work, they can enjoy other aspects of their life and own assets.
It's very normal for, as an adolescent today grows, to want to spend money on their digital skins. Instead of it being a camouflage knife, it's going to be the clothes that their avatar wears in whatever metaverse they're in 5 or 10 years from now. I don't think that's going to change.
And it's very important that the Web3 dimension is because the generation that's growing up, as you say, our children, they want all of these digital assets. They'll soon understand the difference between centralized and decentralized digital assets when some of these environments fall by the wayside and they lose these belongings that they've become very attached to. And that's when the Web3 will really kick in, and the sense of true ownership is important. Because this generation, I ask my kids what they want for Christmas this year. Before the toy that's there, it's I want this house in PKXD, or I want I want a wallet full of Robux.
There's two main aspects for me. It's digitalization on one side and the decentralization on the other side. Digitalization, we already went through it. CD. Then from the CD, we went to having the music on memory stick, whatever you call it, USB drive, sorry.
Yeah.
And then people would say, no, I need you on my disk. No. Yeah, okay, we forgot about that. But then we went on Spotify. It's not even on your computer anymore. It's on the cloud, okay? So that's digitalization. Decentralization, it was more Napster. If you remember that the music was spread all over computers all over the world. So there's the type of digital assets, as you explained very rightfully, and there is the technology that's behind. It's the fact that it's digital, NFT. I don't own a painting anymore. I own it as an NFT. And it's digitalized, and then it's decentralized. Okay, it's not in a specific place, it's just out there. And that's blockchain and all the technology that's behind.
Okay. We've seen lots of other industries, exploring NFTs, certainly, and metaverses. I think gaming, in particular, is leading the way. And, the likes of kind of Unity and Epic are kind of lining themselves up to be the kind of creative powerhouses for the metaverse. And we've seen other new game formats being developed, play-to-earn gaming, etc. We've also seen, fashion throw themselves in. We've seen sports throw themselves in. Two questions, I guess. One is, are there learnings from what others are doing for the gambling industry? And what is the gambling industry doing? Is it behind these other industries? Maybe Seth, your view.
Sure. Whether it's behind or not, I think is irrelevant. Once there is mass adoption, and mass adoption may come from the video gaming space. So once there is enough critical mass, there's clearly a place for the gambling industry to continue to nurture the relationships with its guests remotely in a metaverse. Far better, in my opinion, than we can do today via a 2D mobile slot game. Because that experience, while it's a good experience, and there are a lot of people here today that build fabulous games, is definitely not the experience that we give our guests in a Las Vegas casino resort. The metaverse at least gives a version of that. It allows us to have an experience that's different than what exists today on the phone. I want to make one other important point. I totally agree about the piece about data and our privacy. And I think we all realize that we're giving up our data, and the fact that it's being done in the way that it's being done, in this tricky way, I think that's the problem. I have a casino. I ask my customers for their data. I ask them to stick a card in the slot machine so I can track them, so I can give them rewards. You know what? 86% of my customers do that happily because I'm upfront about it and I'm very clear what they're getting for giving me this data. So I think if we're more transactional and more transparent about it, I have a feeling people are actually going to be more okay giving up their data than we think. It's just the way that it's being done today that I think we have a problem with.
Okay, no, interesting. But I think the use case you touch on, and obviously from your perspective, having an in real life casino, you know, the internet undoubtedly has been the biggest innovation for this sector and many other sectors this century, and that has kind of made the gambling experience solitary. But there's other advantages, clearly, of being on the internet. So then all of a sudden, if you can bring some of that socialization and social aspect back into the internet experience, you've created something which is more akin to an in-real-life experience.
Absolutely. We've seen it with concerts, right? Why is it that Fortnite has a concert, but the casino entertainment industry hasn't figured that one out, right?
Yep.
I mean, we work, you know, and that's only a matter of time. And then it comes down to status. You know, just like in a casino, people want status. In the metaverse, there'll be ways to earn status, and you know, that's the psyche of the gambler, right? Let's face it. Most gamblers have big egos. They want to be in the top tier, and they want their friends and that pretty girl or handsome guy to know it. And I think we can play into that psychology in a metaverse more so than in a 2D internet casino.
Yep, that makes perfect sense. So let's then, taking that premise, use the other two guests to give I suspect, a slightly polarizing view around how they see that working. So maybe Alexander first, with your VR experience, because VR in theory should be the perfect vehicle for bringing an in-real-life experience to life. What's your experience been?
So yeah, today when I see what's called the metaverse, this Minecraft version, I mean, it's not sexy. I'm not attracted, and I don't even understand the purpose of it.
You're talking things like Roblox, or Sandbox, or Decentraland.
Yeah. Well, now, the experience we built in 2015, and that we started with Unity, and we built another version 3 years after in Unreal. And it's fucking awesome. I mean, when you put your goggles, you're in this VR environment that's really, I mean, it's a level of rockstar production. And you have cabinets of slots, and inside we emulated a web browser, Google Chrome, to be able to display games coming from the web, from all the providers, microgaming, net, etc.
So these are real money games? Or?
Yeah, real money games. You go inside, basically, we just take the games from our website, okay? It's on the web, and we put them in the cabinets. And we dress the cabinets with the theme of the game. I mean, it's beautiful, and I could spend hours there, and I was like, wow, just wow, it's beautiful, the experience is beautiful. And we didn't develop yet the aspect you're talking about, which is a social aspect when you can interact with other players, etc., that will bring it to another level, okay? It was just the environment that was exceptional. I do believe in that. And with the technology we have today, we can do it. And with the technology we had before, we can do it. We did it on Rift, okay? So it was connected to a computer. We adapted it for Quest 2. And with Quest Pro now, or Meta Pro, it's going to be even better. My only concern is the feasibility of it on the platforms, which are the VR platforms. It's going to be difficult for us to get there. That's my only concern.
The feasibility of the platforms being
like Steam or will not allow gambling application on their platform, on their VR platform. And here, again, it's not decentralized. We're not fully Web3. We're shifting towards virtual reality, but we don't have blockchain anymore. We don't have NFTs. We don't have everything we talked about, which is the infrastructure of the Web3. We're moving more, and we're talking more about VR, which is what I know. I find it amazing, but it's not Web3. It doesn't have the power of what Web3 is.
Yeah, I guess it doesn't have to, though, right? I mean, you can still have an experience with
completely. It can be a very sexy, entertaining experience, and you don't have blockchain, you don't have this, you don't have that. Yeah.
And on Meta, it's possible to have real money gambling?
No.
Not at all. So it's very difficult on all of the platforms.
In any VR platform, you can't go, at least for today, with real money.
Yeah, gotcha.
Because,
okay.
because it's kids, basically.
Yeah.
You know, I think it's worth pointing out on Meta, on Facebook, they've had social casino for a long time. People are wagering and losing a lot of money. You know, whether it's a version of that, I don't know how far off platforms or game developers are from accepting gambling. What I can tell you is I work very closely with the biggest game developers in the world, Activision Blizzard, Ubisoft, Riot, and if you asked me 5 years ago whether they'd be okay with sports betting on their games, I would have said no, and today they are. They're okay with that. They're okay with people wagering money. Of course, it's given that those people will be of age, that there's proper KYC. I mean, that goes without a doubt, and I'm assuming some level of VR has biometrics where we know exactly who the person is. If the gambling industry needs to make sure that's the case, we will, but...
Do you think that might be to do with the fact that a lot of these, you know, Unity and these providers are American, and obviously regulation is a relatively recent thing in the US, so it's becoming more acceptable? Because as you say, the technology can enforce the regulation.
For sure, no, I think it is. I mean, are you suggesting that there'll be a backlash after it's gone on for a little while?
No, I'm just suggesting the kind of, you know, the Facebooks and the, you know, the different Unity and Unreal Engine, et cetera, and the game developers typically are American, and you know, gambling has been taboo, you know, up until 5 years ago.
Well,
and now
it's very American of Facebook to say we're not going to have real money gaming, but we're going to have this thing that, you know, people lose money and they don't get the opportunity to win it. Right?
But I was kind of reinforcing your argument. I suspect you're right. I suspect that will begin to change, and they will start accepting real money.
No, completely. I mean, we didn't have regulation in the US. Now we have, market is opening. So definitely it's going to, I agree. So first, there's always a way. Social casino, sweepstakes. I mean, there's many ways to go around. One thing. Second, we have regulations now opening in different states of the US, which means that it's legal that adults can play. So I think at some point you will be able to reach Facebook, etc. Okay. My point is just that specifically about VR and today, 80% kids. So when it becomes mainstream and it matches the normal, I don't know, repetition of the population, I don't know how to say it in English, then yes, of course, fine. But today, you mostly have kids. That's the only thing. But of course, at some point, we're going to...
Let's now get James's perspective, because James is operating... well, you can explain.
Well, so, I mean, we talk about, you know, bringing adults into this space. So that's about bringing the things that adults love into the space, not just gambling, to get that overall attraction. So sport, you know, big sports tournaments are coming to the metaverse. It's open, so they can have some sort of sovereignty over their own IP. So we just in Vegas City, we've done a deal with the La Liga, the Spanish sports league. So inside Vegas City will be a La Liga stadium, and it will expose a lot of new content from the Spanish league, including actual soccer, but also more than that, a social experience in which people can watch soccer together. So when you put things like this in there, and you've got like top footballers on, you know, in a press conference on Spanish national television, is when adults will come in, because they won't be able to resist it, because this is what they truly love. And if you create those hubs, everything else will follow around it. You know, so it's only a matter of time before you walk out of this stadium and there's a bookmaker across the road offering bets on what's happening in there.
Strip clubs.
Strip clubs, well, yes, absolutely, 100%.
I didn't want to be the first.
Says the Vegas man.
I think that's amazing. So I worked on a small project on AltSpace, another metaverse, and we built a small sports book. And when you walked in, it was a man cave. It was a very well-designed sports book. I have a company called Better View, where we actually put screens in bars and restaurants and stadiums in real life, okay, that shows sports betting odds and analytics. It's a customer acquisition tool. So we digitize that. It's a digital screen. We put it in the sports book. So all of a sudden you see the odds and the promotions. When you clicked on it, it brought you to your 2D mobile experience. So you're not actually betting within this metaverse, but it's a great customer acquisition.
And of course, with Decentraland and open metaverses like that, it really is a new front end onto the web. So for example, we could create a front end in Decentraland, which is really just another UI on top of an existing back end. So, it's a way of, you log in, and then you see your existing account balance on something that's got nothing to do with Decentraland or the metaverse. It's just, it can just be a pure UI technology.
So this question, and we're running out of time, but I did want to touch on regulation, but very quickly. So this question around, everyone thinks Web3 and it is, pseudo-anonymous, et cetera, and therefore there's a big regulatory issue around casinos in metaverses. But I think if I'm understanding you correctly, what you're saying is actually you can plug in games into the metaverse, or at least into Decentraland, as well as ensuring that customer is KYC'd.
Well, exactly, because basically you can dovetail with that existing kind of like identity check and a geolocation check, and just like any other web platform. So we're working with like a UK-based land-based casino, and what they're really interested in is just offering a metaverse 3D experience to their existing customers before someone else offers that to their existing customers. So, and
that's fully regulated?
It will be fully regulated because basically they will present one set of content for the UK, the regulated, where they're licensed, and different content for the rest of the world. And they'll work outwards from there. And if they're first to market, which they probably will be, at least in Decentraland, then it's a stone's throw from expansion. So we may see some new players emerging.
It's coming. So I've got to ask the question that moderators always ask. Where do you see the biggest impact of Web3 within iGaming, the kind of broader Web3, let's say in 5 years' time, Seth?
I don't know if it's 5 years or not, but I do see land-based casinos having a version of their property in a metaverse where they're able to extend their relationship with their guests at home.
Clear. Okay. Alex?
Money. I mean, it's right there. Cryptocurrencies within casinos, stake.com. It's just huge. We're talking about hundreds of millions per month.
Yep.
Hundreds of millions per month. They're bigger than any Mr. Green, Ladbrokes, or whatever. They're just huge, and this is all crypto.
Yep.
That's today.
Yep.
It's very hard to see when you don't know, but we're talking about like tremendous amount of money flowing into crypto casinos.
To the payments use case, which is here.
And this money is not available in fiat.
Yep, there's a clear...
Or where it comes from is another story, but...
but there's a clear use case there. James?
I think we'll get to the point where a lot of existing corporations and companies are coming in and finding out how it works, and it's a learning experience. And I would think from 5 years, we'll see probably a fair balance between what exists today and Web3. So a casino, takes their first, steps. It may be for the next year or two, they're really content in just onboarding what they already have into that immersive environment. But then that lets them, take a baby steps into, Web3 situation in a pretty risk-averse manner, which is like step by step. But to get a footing in there today is really what's going to enable them to kind of, be an established player in 5 years and be able to walk the sort of Web3 walk.
So get in early, learn.
Yeah.
Perfect. Thank you very much to the three panelists, and I hope you enjoyed the panel. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, hello. You guys go. You guys go. It's selfie time. If you want to do your paparazzi moment, now's your chance. Did you get a photograph? Okay, so listen, you guys stay on stage. I'm just going to share a few thoughts with you. For me, I wanted to thank, first of all, the entire iGaming team for bringing this all together. A year of work has gone into these 2 days. I want to thank the wonderful stage and AV team who've made the magic happen. I want to thank all of our speakers, all of our sponsors. And for me, from up here in about 20 seconds, today was all about Malta, Web3, RNG, US, Qatar, regulated markets, developing markets, streamers, flows, powering up slots, CEOs making the right calls. It was all about innovation, iteration, ecosystem, community, players, people, you, and having fun. Speaking of which, we are going to have a lot of fun this evening. There are drinks happening very soon. They might already be underway on the roof of this stunning conference center. To get there, you just go out the doors, you take a left, and make your way up. It's thirsty work doing conference stuff, so I will join you there in a few minutes. But first, we are going to see some of the great fun that all of our wonderful iGaming Next community had yesterday. We're going to see some highlights of golf, paddle, and the Run Club, which I'm sure Pierre Lint was in. I hope he was. So folks, do we have a video? Thumbs up, tummen up, yes, very good, jättebra, I love it. Okay, my name's Oisín Lunny, my name is on the program. Please feel free to connect with me or come and say hi when we're all enjoying a nice adult beverage upstairs. It is thirsty work, as I have mentioned before. We are going to be on the roof until the sun sets, with huge thanks to our drink sponsors. Please do go and chat to them on the roof. There are 3 of them, they're all there. Go and make friends with our wonderful sponsors. We're going to be back here tomorrow. We're kicking off at 10:30. We've got another all-killer, no-filler day for you. Thank you so much for joining us. I'll see you upstairs. I'll see you tomorrow. Have a great evening. Thank you.